I think before we get started, we'll just do a quick, each of the commissioners can just introduce themselves. So I'm Meg Reeves. I'm the chair of the commission, and I'm here on behalf of the West Side at Large. Kathy?
I'm Kathy Kahara. I'm the West or East Side at Large Commissioner from Bend.
Bill Mall, West Central from Eugene.
I'm Julie Smitherman. I'm Southwest representative, and I'm from Talent in the Medford area.
I'm Jan Lee Weinberg, and I'm from Northwest.
Thank you, everyone. So I guess we'll just get right to it. Our first agenda item today is about the integrated water resources strategy and its work session. And we have with us Crystal Grinnell and Sarah. Is it?
It's Wendy.
Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy Willis. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I see. All right. Thank you. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. But I think I've had that.
All right, so I'm Crystal Grinnell. I am the Integrated Water Resources Strategy Specialist, and I'll be leading that presentation here, but first I'll let Wendy introduce herself. We've been working with Oregon's Kitchen Table regarding the outreach and engagement for the Integrated Water Resources Strategy update, and we've hired this fabulous team here. We've got just Wendy, the director, with us today. We're working with a whole team, though, at Oregon's Kitchen Table, and she's going to help us talk through some of the details about our engagement efforts a little bit later on in the presentation. But I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thanks, Kristen. Hi, nice to be here with you all in person, no less. My name is Wendy Willis. I'm the director of Oregon's Kitchen Table. We're a statewide community engagement organization housed in the National Policy Consensus Center at Portland State.
The right view we want to see. Okay, so we'll just dive into the presentation here. So we will cover several things over. We have a long. Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Let's eliminate this
That
side.
there. Okay. Oh, because everyone can see that piece too.
Yes.
Okay. Is that as small as I can make it?
Upper left corner. Right there.
There you go. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a little bit of display there. Okay. All right. Is that?
That's good.
Okay, great. Okay, so we do have a long session here today, and I just want to break down how we're going to spend our time together. So in the presentation, I'll go over the project timeline, some highlights on the outreach and engagement effort that is still underway. We're just about done with that. And then we'll move into some context for the IWRS and just talk about what's been going on in the last 5 years that we think warrants some attention in the next IWRS. And then we'll go into a more detailed review of the IWRS, so the 2017 version, just to refresh everyone about some details, the structure of the document, and just set ourselves up for then the last piece of what we're doing, which is the questions and discussion. So I'm hoping that, if you have questions about the details of really what's in the IWRS, that's what we're going to do right before we move into questions and answers. So that's the general layout for today. So just a general timeline on what we've been doing. So since the beginning of the year, we've been doing a lot of engagement and outreach planning, reaching out to stakeholders and doing some community connector interviews. And then we've moved into more specifically, I'll run through some details of the other pieces, but things like our public meetings that have just been happening more in May and June. So the general plan is that we're doing this outreach and engagement through the end of the month. We'll receive a summary report from Oregon's Kitchen Table in the middle of July. And then we'll start working on that draft, that very first draft of the IWRS. We'll be working on that all summer. And then we will put out a public version for comment and review in about October. That's what we're targeting. We'll take those comments back and we'll revise the draft again, and we'll put that out again in early 2024. Hopefully we got it right that time around, and we'll put it back out to you for review and comment and hopefully adoption in early 2024. So that's kind of the plan that we have for our calendar year here. So now I'll just talk a little bit about the outreach and engagement that we've been doing. So most recently, we've been working on our 7 regional community conversations. So we've had these meetings. In that map there, we've got the gold stars. That's the 7 locations that we have gone to throughout the state. We just had our last meeting last week. So those have been taking about a month to do. Those were all in the evenings with, the public invited, and we had a series of questions that we were asking that were the same at every single engagement. And so all of the results from those, there were notes being taken by Oregon's Kitchen Table. All the results from those outreach and engagement sessions will be summarized in that report that we're getting in July. Another option we did have for folks, if we didn't have, because we could only have 7 public meetings, if people still wanted to have a significant gathering of folks in their area, we had the option for them to lead their own session. So Oregon's Kitchen Table developed a community conversation guide. So it walked folks through how you might want to do that, the questions that you could ask, and ways to record that information. And then all of that information is then provided to Oregon's Kitchen Table, so it can be included in the report. So really 2 options for folks if we weren't able to come to their community, which, of course, that was the case. There were, some hard decisions we had to make about where we did these meetings. So we don't have all of the data completed yet, and then, of course, we don't have the report, but I did want to give you a sense of what we were hearing because I physically was at all of these meetings. There were some common themes that I was hearing across the state, which is really interesting. So at every meeting, we heard a call for more communication and an acknowledgement that folks need more education around water. And some of those calls were, talking specifically, so not every meeting mentioned this, but youth was definitely a theme that came up, like we should be educating our youth about where water comes from. And so, I just wanted to highlight that as a really interesting thing that did come up at every single meeting. Communication and education is critical. Better access to resources was another item, and this kind of varied depending on where we were at, but there was a call for, in some cases, it was access to staff. It's difficult for folks that are trying to do some type of water project to figure out who they need to talk to within an agency, and often it's within multiple agencies. So just having that connection to at least one agency staff at one agency can kind of be a nice starting off point to get better connected. But also grants and other funding mechanisms. That's another piece where people were saying, we know that stuff is out there, but we don't know how to access it, and we don't know. We're concerned other people don't know that these resources are available either. There was also frustration with agency administrative processes that we heard at quite a few locations. And then there was, on the other side of that, there was also an appreciation for some local agency presence. And it wasn't just, the agencies that were attending, it was also the soil and water conservation districts that folks were pleased with, as well as the watershed council. So a lot of appreciation for the work that the folks are doing. And they really appreciate that people are physically living in those areas where these problems are occurring, because I feel like that leads to a better understanding of those problems. And then also another thing that came up at every meeting was an uncertainty in relation to climate change. It's on people's minds. It's something that it takes a lot of different forms in terms of how people are concerned about it, but climate change came up consistently. And then I just wanted to highlight a few differences because there were reasons that we went to different parts of the state. So some locations rely solely on surface water for their water for irrigation and drinking, municipal uses, and then the complete opposite is the case in other locations where groundwater is their primary driver. And of course, there's places that have both of those things happening. We did have a meeting location in Seaside, so sea level rise was the only location where that came into play, of course. And then contaminated drinking water did not come up in every meeting either. It was primarily in Hermiston regarding Morrow County's nitrate contamination. We also heard about impacts with tourism, again, different. So in Seaside, it's different because folks are coming for just, windows of time using hotels. There's the concern about large hotels being built to take on that tourism flux. And then on the other hand, we have Central Oregon with more tourism associated with golf courses and that type of things. And so the development trends also reflect that as well. So concerns about development. Our Madras meeting I had folks mentioning their concern about all the golf courses that are being built, and in other locations, it was more of a housing development concern that they had. So just a few other types of outreach and engagement that occurred. There were community organizers that were reaching out to communities. So these were very specific to different language groups. I've listed some of those here, mainly in the metro area. One of the reasons we didn't do a large open house meeting in the Portland area was because we had so many of these types of meetings already set up in that location. So we'll have the detailed findings from this also in the OKT report. And then youth was another group that we were targeting as well. So there have already been 2 events in April, there was one in May, and then there were different meetings that Oregon's Kitchen Table did with educators and youth organizers to pass along both information about having folks fill out the survey and conversation guides. So we're hoping that we've captured also the youth opinions in the public survey. So just a reminder of those other pieces that we have here. So in addition to those public meetings, this whole window of time, this whole last month, we've had a public survey that's open. And the numbers have been climbing impressively. So we're finishing that survey today. This is the last day folks can contribute, and we're up at about 1,500 responses. So I'm really impressed with that number. I didn't think we would make it that far. So that's really good to hear. And then next, or in 2 weeks from now, I'll be presenting at the Changing Currents Tribal Water Summit. So that is in Coos Bay / North Bend, Oregon. And I'll have 2 different sessions there where I will be getting input on the IWRS. And then we also have, about a month from now, where we'll be getting the Oregon's Kitchen Table summary report that will have all of these findings summarized for us. I do want to just clarify, the Changing Currents Tribal Water Summit is not part of the Oregon's Kitchen Table report. So that will be a separate report that comes out from the ATNI that is leading that summit. And that is all I had for the outreach and engagement. Before I move on to the next section, do folks have any questions on that piece that I covered?
Questions from commissioners? I have a couple. Did you have a question?
I do.
What you do?
Like,
Julie?
really good question. Just a clarification. Thank you for all the outreach and those meetings. There was something that I've heard of down in our area coming June 23rd.
Oh, yes.
Is that,
Mhm.
is that?
That is one of the, yes, that's one of the options that someone has taken on the, running your own meeting and using the community conversation guide. Yes.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
they are working with Oregon's Kitchen Table to use that guide about how to run the meeting and how to collect that information and then forward it along.
Okay,
they
so
can include
that
all-
information and those comments will still be
Yes.
collected.
Yes, it was.
After the
yeah,
15th.
Unfortunately, a little later than we would have liked, but just, I understand logistics wise, that's when it needed to happen. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Perfect,
it will
thank
be
you.
included. Yes. So since we do have Wendy Willis here, I'll just let her fill in a few other details on the outreach and engagement, provide some of that context.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us. I'm glad to be here. And it's been just a pleasure to work with people. I've been at events and myself, and just recognizing how important water is to Oregon. And even from, very young kids all the way to, experts in water have had a lot of really interesting things to say. So I'm looking forward to getting into the data and getting the report back to all of you. Just a couple of details. As Crystal mentioned, we have over 1,500 surveys now. It's still open. So we would encourage you to encourage your networks to finish that up. It's in 9 languages. And I don't have them memorized, so I have to look at them every single time. English, Spanish, Mandarin, Russian, Ukrainian, Chuukese, Somali, Arabic, and Vietnamese. And several of the community conversations have been in several of those languages too, particularly Spanish and Chuukese. There's been a lot of uptake. So in addition to the 7 regional conversations, there was an online conversation for folks who couldn't make it to one of the regional conversations. And then so far, there are 8 self-organized conversations like the one that you were referring to. Several in languages other than English, Czechese, Spanish, in regions around the state. So, if something, we're continuing to tell people, like, if you really felt like you want to organize one of these, we'll continue to take input from that for the next week or two. And, we have resources to help people buy food for those. We have a community conversation guide in several languages, but we've also talked to some of those self-organizing folks so that if they want to just have a little bit of a conversation about how to run a meeting, if you've never done one, our staff is happy to talk to folks in whatever language they want to talk about it, so that they feel confident leading that in their community. So that's happened. As Crystal mentioned, we have a partnership both with the Oregon Association of Student Councils and the Classroom Law Project. And so we've appeared at both of their spring meetings, talked with students there about the questions around water. We have food bank partnerships, and food banks are great organizers for folks who haven't participated. So some of the surveys you'll see, and the results of those will come in through food banks. And then, of course, culturally specific organizers, which Crystal mentioned, going out to folks where they're gathering, whatever that is. We've tabled at powwows, we've tabled at last weekend, we were at the Maxville Heritage 100-year anniversary out in Malawi County. And just, in addition to like formally having people fill out the survey, just had conversations with folks and captured sort of the interest that came up in those conversations. And I think I'm about to say something that's really obvious, but like, this is the beginning of these conversations with folks who haven't participated before, not the end. And so as implementation comes along, some of those trade-offs that once you get down into the details, it'll be an opportunity to reach back out to people who have expressed an interest and expressed an interest in really particular parts, as Crystal says, right? Some people are really interested in nitrates, other folks are really interested in accessibility. And so that's an opportunity to have those more specific conversations in more specific areas of the state and, with groups that have particular interests. So that's kind of what's happening. Of course, we're like, get into the bitter ends. We're like, well, we still have a couple days. So if there are folks who you think we should be talking to or we want to hear from, we were still scheduling conversations and calls yesterday. So we're continuing to, we want to continue to do that. So thanks for having us and open to questions.
I have a question, a couple maybe. I wanted to get a sense of, I started out wanting to get a sense of how much you were hearing from people who across the state who have not up to this point engaged on water issues. And I guess I still have a question. It sounds like you were aiming for that and then you did get a lot of engagement, but I mean, can you give me a sense of numbers or along those lines?
We will be able to give you a sense of that. I mean, one of the things we were a little afraid to do is pull too much stuff out while there's still data coming in, because obviously this is public and we didn't want to influence data coming in. Most certainly there are folks you've never heard from. I mean, like we have an organizer who runs a men's Spanish speaking recovery group. And she said, I'd really like to have them talk about water. Mm-hmm. And so, she did a community conversation with them, with the Spanish speaking recovery group. So, but that's like, there's 4 million Oregonians. So you're just, you never get there, right? You're never over the finish line. It's just such a relational, ongoing, it's always refreshing. Our organizers are always different because folks get jobs or move. So it's just a super high touch, relationship driven work. And so it's never done. And so, as I'm sure you know.
It is that.
Yeah.
But it's really important. I mean, that's part of what the state is trying to do on every front, including here. So.
And people love to be asked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I know some folks feel really worn out, but some of those are people who are asked a lot. There's a whole tier of people who really don't get a chance to talk about it. So when they do, they're like into it, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
excited.
Just take one quick look. I think you answered the rest of my questions.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm curious, on two levels.
Yeah.
One that's being integrated, whether or not there has been much presence from other state agencies, the LCD, for example, the FW.
Yeah, so I have put together an interagency team. So that's the small group of agencies that really will be helping form the narrative on the next IWS. And we have expanded that to include DLCD. So historically, it's just been Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Ag, Department of Environmental Quality, and the WRD. That was just like the 4-agency team, but we've added DLCD to that as well. And so we did have some members of that interagency team at the public meetings as well. Not at everyone, just based on the geography. Sometimes it was different people it was local folks often from those agencies if they had a local presence. So
Are they front of the room or audience?
well, we were, all of the agency folks were asked not to actively participate in the question piece. So more of it was like answering questions if people had questions about how does something work, or, what about this program or this project, but not actively, directing the conversation one way or another. So more of an observation role is really what the agencies were there for. And to help, kind of have that firsthand knowledge for the next step, which is working on these drafts, right? So that folks can have that what they heard is, it will stick with you, as well as, you can read the report later on too. But if you're in the room, it also helps to really understand like what people's critical issues were.
It's really encouraging to hear about DLCD.
Yeah.
And second, Wendy, you all have done a lot in fire corn communities as well, and you see a lot of intersection there. And many of those conversations are dominated by people who are hurting in a real way. And I'm curious, similarly, have the folks that have shown up been predominantly people for whom water is becoming a day-to-day critical issue? Has it been a broader cross-section of people with higher level things as well? And then within that, I'm curious how many sort of water users get the water out and do something productive with it versus advocates for water in stream, advocates for the river, advocates for natural flow. See any kind of, can you make any comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think I can give you the hard numbers, but I can sort of give you anecdotal. I mean, I would say we worked really hard to get to folks who don't see themselves as, positioned on water, right? And so there's a whole bunch of people who are just, pre-positional, I would say, on, but that they're interested in water because and particularly people who are immigrants from water-constrained countries, right? They have a lot of wisdom around water constraint and that's really exciting for them. It's leadership opportunities and good ideas come out of that. And then of course, there's lots of conversations with folks who actually have thought about this a lot and have a lot of deep knowledge and have a lot at stake. And so I would say that whole range is here. We know that folks who do know a lot about water and have a lot at stake, you just have to work less hard to get them in the room.
Yeah.
And so we kind of let them, we rely on their interests to come, where with other folks, it's more about incentives and really going to them and a more high touch, opportunity to get them to weigh in. So.
Great, thank you.
I can add to that just a little bit. So in the case of our Hermiston meeting, we did have folks from Rural Action attend that are experiencing severe water challenges with nitrate contamination. We also had people so at our Madras meeting, we also had people from Warm Springs share with us that their community members do not have drinking water. So it was really nice to hear that full range. We did have folks showing up saying literally the access to water is our challenge right now. It's not some other, finer detail. It's really that piece there. But then we did also have a full range of other water interests as well, so.
I just observed that I think it's gonna be very hard for us with the development of the strategy to not be biased towards water constrained communities and trying to to provide water when, and potentially at the risk of ignoring rivers, ignoring natural flow, not ignoring, but just feeling like, we're gonna try and titrate it down to the last gallon when the rivers themselves are on the edge and don't have the voice that human communities have very often. So just an observation.
Jan, and then Julie?
Okay, yes, I read through the self-led meeting guide and saw what some of the format looked like, but I wondered if there were some introductory statements, a little background that was provided to people who attended as well.
Yeah, I mean, that really, like, because it purely is self-led, right? And so, so because it's not scientific, we don't see it as a scientific activity, we sort of see it as an ongoing conversation. We didn't say you have to provide this information. We sort of pointed them toward the introduction of the survey, right, which has information about, what the strategy is and what's next and all of that. But we didn't really, we said, it's your thing. And it's your community, and we want you to do it in a way that's appropriate for your community. And especially like reading level and some of the details are going to be more or less relevant, or even comprehensible in a way, depending on how much you know about government. And so we sort of trusted folks to say, who you're talking to and how to present this in a way that makes it relevant to them.
Yeah, I think I asked my question incorrectly because I was referring to the public meetings.
Oh, I
Aside
see. I thought you meant the
Yeah, what the
self-organized. Yeah, yeah,
content
yeah.
looked like. But I
Sorry about
wondered
that.
At the live meetings, the ones that you oriented, if there was opening remarks or background.
Yeah, I can describe that a bit. So, so we did do a very brief intro to the IWS, and we're talking, maybe 10 slides, very high level, did not do a deep dive. And that was really to echo the same approach that we had with the public survey, which is that this should be accessible to them if they don't have an in-depth knowledge of the IWS. They can still contribute information to us. And so that was the approach that we had on the survey. We spent a lot of time actually trying to look at the IWS and see, what categories of information we could then put into plain language and still get that information without saying, here, read the IWS and tell us what you like or don't like, right? So there was a lot of attention to try and still get input from people who haven't read the IWS. But the background that we gave people in those public meetings was very brief and just very high level. How is it used? How many versions of the IWS are out there? And then we did have and we'll be looking at this in more detail later, but the placemat, the framework of the 2017 version that outlines the goals and objectives and recommended actions. We did have that at every meeting location in a big board and 11 by 17 handouts for people to look at and read. And we did also have that translated in Spanish as well. So it was that piece of it was kind of the biggest component that we were sharing with folks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to follow up a little, we do work with a plain language translator. So everything, we have a translator that looks at plain language to get things to, because I'm sure like when you translate from English to another language or from one language to another, it gets more complex because it's not a one-to-one translation. So we try to really simplify before we get to translation so that translations really actually work. And so there's a lot of going back and forth, like, okay, this is what the translator says. How does that really, how does that, does that make actually, is it still true based on what your experience is? So there's that process is as long as the process in the field, really.
Julie?
So for the meeting that's coming up down in Southern Oregon on the 23rd, are you planning to have a representative there to go through any slides, or you've given them all the material and they are running that meeting?
Correct.
Yes,
I will not be there.
understood.
Mhm.
And then I was just curious, I know you said that you were really trying to engage the community, public, and people who may not know much about water, or been involved in water policy in the past. But Could you get a sense, was there a good turnout from municipal water utilities and irrigation districts?
At public meetings, not municipal, yes, irrigation districts.
Irrigation districts, okay.
Yeah.
One more quick, I think it'll be a quick follow-up. I think you said there were 8 self-led, which I think is great. Can you give it just an overall, are they all over the state? Are they kind of concentrated in specific regions? Or-
So there's 4 in the metro area, 1 in Baker City, 2 in Medford, that's 7. I don't know where the 8th one is. Oh,
Was Baker?
Baker's on there, yeah. So I suspect the 5th one is also in the metro area,
Okay,
so, because one of them was also in Russian, so I think it may have been the metro area. But there's still time.
there it is.
Wherever folks want to do it, we'll get buy pizza and television, get them materials.
All right, I think that's our questions for now.
Okay, all right, we'll dive into the next section, which is just kind of setting the stage for the next IWRS and talking through a few concepts that we think need a little more attention in the next IWRS and what has happened in the world of water. So I know you're all aware of these items here. I just wanted to highlight some things that are kind of distinct from, if you think about the world between, 2012 and 2016, when the last IWRS outreach and engagement was happening. The extremity of drought is a little bit different. Groundwater declines have continued and also increased. We're also seeing continued contamination, unprecedented wildfires. Wildfires had occurred before, but our 2020 experience with wildfires, I think it's really, very distinct. And we're also continuing to feel the pain of failing water infrastructure as well. The 2021 legislative funding did also have a really big impact on what we've been doing over the last couple of years. So just wanted to highlight that as, that funding is really helping us start to address some of these really big problems. So funding for water infrastructure, increased staffing, not just at our agency, but at many others, more resources for data collection and water related studies, and of course, money for restoration and improved fish passage. And there's been a lot of writing about water issues as well. So this is just a very short list of the references that I've been referencing here, but it's, these pieces are, I think, really important these are kind of like the high level documents that are really critical to the IWRS. So of course, we had the progress report that we did in the fall, which was building a really nice foundation for what we have done over the last 5 years regarding the IWRS. So that's an important piece that I think still has some value to carry forward into the update. And then of course, the Tribal Water Task Force report is not out just yet, but does have some very specific asks in there regarding collaborating with IWRS. Of course, the OCRI's 6th climate assessment came in at the beginning of the year. The 100-year water vision has occurred in the last couple of years. So we want to make sure that's folded in as well. Oregon Water Futures Report and Justice Framework are really important documents that highlight some of the equity challenges and water access issues in the state. And then, or also in January, we had the Secretary of State Water Advisory Report come out that really highlighted, again, a lot of equity issues, but challenges with water governance and, just our challenge with water planning as well. The Oregon DEI Action Plan is another great resource that we have. I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Just the inclusion of the equity toolkit in that plan, I think will also be a valuable tool for us in revising the IWRS. And then Oregon's Climate Change Adaptation Framework, a document that DLCD led. I believe that update was done in 2021, included almost 20 agencies in that. So that's also an important piece that we want to reflect. And then, of course, our regional water planning and management work group that happened over the last year, some good findings from that as well. So all of that to say, we have kind of boiled things down to having 3 focus areas. And of course, more focus areas will come out of the public engagement findings. So equity, climate change, and the 100-year water vision are all things that we know we need to infuse and address in the next IWRS. And we will see what the other components are when we get that final report from Oregon's Kitchen Table. So I'm going to walk through just at a very high level what I mean about, some resources and some ideas for these kind of three categories here. So the equity, climate change, and water vision. So documents that have been developed and released in the last couple of years. So there's a letter from the Oregon tribes requesting more involvement. Oregon Water Futures put out their report back in 2021. And then the 100-year water vision is also, all of these documents are making a call for more equity. And again, the HB 5006 is the regional water planning work group. There have also been a lot of state initiatives as well. So I won't go through these all in detail, but it's notable that these have all been created and in the last couple of years. So again, since the last IWRS was completed in 2017, these are all new initiatives. And then we have a list of observations here. So we did have the benefit of having a temporary employee on board for a couple of months. We had somebody that was assigned to just specifically look at the IWRS and review it for equity. And we do also have a product from that time with that individual as well, which is a memo that we will be releasing soon. I know all of you would love to read that. There are a few important pieces that I think it's a deep dive, and it goes directly into things that we can consider relating to the IWRS. So the individual that we had reviewing the IWRS was looking at both the statewide DEI action plan and that toolkit and saying, hey, okay, what from this framework applies to the IWRS and how can we, kind of pull in some of those concepts. And then she also did a very deep dive into all of the recommended actions and said, okay, based on all that resource of the state action plan and multiple other resources, how can we start looking at this and giving tangible examples of how we can revise the IWRS? So we're still, reviewing that piece, and I will be working with my interagency team next week to do a deep dive into that. So just kind of, wanted to let you know that that's new information that we're starting to work with here, but at a high level, I think these are some important observations that were given to us. And, just in terms of like a starting point, I think. So we want to see more tribal collaboration in the next IWRS. Environmental justice as more of a guiding principle. Right now, it's not discussed explicitly a lot in the document. It does come up in the public health section and not really a bunch of other places. So overall, we're seeing some gaps and opportunities for more environmental justice narrative. And we'd really like to expand the historical context of water. I think the Secretary of State report that came out in January did a really good job of pointing out just telling the stories of things that have happened as giving us a nice framing for where we're at and our challenges that we have in front of us. So I think we could benefit from expanding the historical context in the document as well. And the issues, like Commissioner Mall, you had mentioned, the affordability and access piece that, we know is a real thing. We need to make sure that shows up in there. Currently, there's not a very straightforward place for that to show up as the document is framed at this point in time. And then there's also, the Oregon Futures report had some really good findings for us from an Oregon perspective about the challenges that unseen populations have in the state, renters and farm workers, and their access to water, their access to knowledge about the water quality of the water that they have access to, huge issues. And then, of course, identifying leadership and accountability. That's an equity thing, but also it's come up in so many other realms as well. And I think that's a really easy piece for us to try and focus on for the next IWRS is where we see, if we're presenting an action for someone to do, making it clear who we are, assuming or proposing is doing that action. So I think that that piece could be elevated as well. So that is all I had for the equity component. Move on to, and the climate change is very brief. Any questions on the last slides?
Questions on this section? Nope.
All right, perfect.
Thank
Okay. Yeah, so a safe share, I hope.
Already.
That must be the broken one.
I know.
Exploding chair.
So from a climate change perspective, as I was mentioning, at all of our public meetings, we had people raise their concern about climate change. And so we do have a nice resource for us in regarding the science of climate change, so that the latest science can be incorporated into our next version. But I think our challenge will really be, how we can make it clear at multiple different sections of the document, how we are, how different things are being impacted by climate and what we're going to do about it. Currently, the document does begin with a high level climate change is a cross-cutting issue. It's an issue across all of these things. And so, but that's stated at the beginning of the document. And I think it's a little harder to see when you dive into the recommended actions where those connections are happening. So I'm hoping to expand that a little bit more in the next version as well. So these are right now the high level recommendations that we're considering. So acknowledging climate change implications with environmental justice. So of course that ties back to our equity goals as well. Adding language to some recommended actions. So we'll look at the framework in a little bit more detail, but I think some of these recommended actions would benefit from some more targeted language that really calls out how climate change should be considered. Wildfires is something that is discussed in the document under drought. So we do have extreme events in the document. We've got drought, floods, and the Cascadia earthquake. But the wildfire discussion is pretty limited, especially when we consider all of the context that we can now add compared to the experiences we've had in the last few years. There are a lot more water quality implications, for example, that we've seen play out than we knew about for that earlier version of the document. And then finally, just making a closer link between protection or restoration of natural systems and resilience functions. So that's an important piece, of course, with a lot of climate change, depending on where in the state you are, that will look very different. Right, and of course, the 100-year water vision and effort just from just a couple of years ago was an outreach and engagement effort that I believe included about 1,100 survey responses from folks. So just kind of helpful context in terms of this effort that was done to get folks input on water. The framework for the vision in terms of how its goals are laid out and the 9 challenges that are described, very similar, lots of overlap with the IWRS. And so I'm really going to be looking for ways to elevate the findings if they are not already, or the recommendations, if they're not already present in our current document, adding those to the framework that we have. So just wanted to flash up here the 9 challenges is kind of like that's the structure of the document, and the different categories that were identified in that effort, a little bit different than the what we call the critical issues in the framework for the IWRS, but very similar in terms of the content. All right, so now the deep dive. Hopefully everyone has enough coffee for this part, but I thought it would be helpful to get, do the deep dive right before we move into questions. So after I go through, I'll go through essentially section by section of the IWRS, hopefully in not too much boring detail, but just to give you a sense of, a refresher of what's in there and the level of recommendations that are being offered. So just a reminder that we're on our 3rd edition here. So we've done this before, and this is the requirement to have this document updated every 5 years is, that's kind of the impetus for doing this around here. So just as a summary of what happened between the first 2 versions, the 2012 version, just also context, I know many of you have been involved, but there were 3 years of outreach and engagement that happened before that 2012 version was created. So a lot of input was gathered, and that very first version, I think, had very, it was clearly strong in its goals, objectives, and guiding principles, and enough so that it was what we carried forward to the second version as well. So keeping all of those the same, really the new thing that happened between those two versions was the addition of 9 new recommended actions. So like extreme events was something that I had mentioned earlier. That was a whole new section that was added to the IWRS, but generally the other 6 recommended actions were they were being added, just, small things that were, had been maybe over or not included that first time around. For example, DM safety was something that was added. It just hadn't been included in that first 2012 version and then was added in 2017. Overall, still though, a continued emphasis on the process. So here's the diagram that we refer to as the placemat or the framework. So a 200-page document, if folks haven't seen the paper version, this all boils down to a nice 11 by 17 document that has the objectives in dark purple there. The light purple is the critical issues. So there are 18 of those. And then we have 51 recommended actions. So 1A through 13E are our recommended actions. And to simplify this a little bit, I like to think about it in 4 different buckets here. So we've got the first one being, it's our data regarding water supply. The second one is data regarding what are our water demands. So that's in-stream and out-of-stream demands. The third bucket being what are the coming pressures. So things like climate change and extreme events are in that category. And then the last section being solutions. What are the proposed solutions that we have for all of these other pieces that we've learned? So now I'll just go through a few of these categories here. So by critical issue, give you just a few examples, hopefully not, bore you too much with these, but please let me know if you have questions about what is included or not included. So this first one, again, data, water supplies. For WRD, a very relevant component is this is supporting our ability to go out and do a lot of our groundwater studies and our basin studies. So all of the basin studies that we've been working on would fit under recommendation 1A here. 1C is talking about coordinating interagency data collection. So our recent effort as a state to try and get an Oregon water data portal up and running is closely tied to that as well. So for the second objective, again, we're talking about, understanding, studying, getting data for our water demands. And so these are both in stream and out of stream. So 2A is covering the out of stream category. So updating our long-term water demand forecast. That was something that was called for in both versions, right, of this IWRS, and WRD had that as a requirement put on them to do that. So the last one we have is from 2015. An interesting just side note from that is that it doesn't include in-stream demands as well. And I think that's something that other agencies have highlighted as something that would be really nice if we could do, if we do that document again, to include that as well. Some of these recommended actions are very WRD centric. That is not the case with all of the recommended actions in the document. Some of them are very high level and could be done by public-private partnerships. But some of them are very clearly assigned to an agency, such as 2C, which is determine unadjudicated water right claims, right? Very specific to what we do. So with section 3A and 3B, really a lot of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife involvement in these ones, determining flows that are needed. Of course, also DEQ involved in those as well. Okay, so now I'm moving on to objective 3, which is really looking at our pressures that we have. So water and energy, of course, this is more of a call to analyze some effects from water and energy development. So things like, water quality, understanding the water quality impacts, the impacts to aquatic resources on any of those types of things. 4B is taking advantage of existing infrastructure to develop non-traditional hydroelectric. So non-traditional meaning, some micro hydro and irrigation canals would be an example of things like that. Climate change, This category covers really two halves, research and then planning for adaptation and resiliency. So there are a lot of different players, of course, in those realms, but the research component, I think is just important to acknowledge that there's still need for more information and research, but then assisting communities at many different scales with the adaptation and resiliency strategies is important as well. And then extreme events. I've already mentioned this category a couple times. I think the question here, so we've got drought, floods, and Cascadia earthquake mentioned specifically there. Do we need another category for wildfire, for example? Or is there something else that we're missing? Something that we might learn from our public outreach and engagement sessions? And just one more slide also for that same category of pressures. So water and land use. So this whole section here, this is where there's a lot of collaboration with DLCD and incorporation of their requirement to carry out the state land use planning goals. The document that IWS itself does describe, go into some detail on those and what goals apply to water concerns. And then of course we've got water related infrastructure. So developing and upgrading water and wastewater infrastructure. I think a good example of what's been done on that recently is federal funding has, and state funding have come together to help communities upgrade their water infrastructure. So that's happening at a lot of different scales and at a lot of different types of infrastructure. So when we talk about infrastructure, it could be as simple as, yes, a wastewater treatment plant, but also things like conveyance, or there's a lot of infrastructure, of course, involved with, water supplies, dams, things like that. And of course, dam safety, I mentioned before, was a new one that got added to that category. And then finally, I'll just wrap up in this section with the education and outreach component. So to me, this is something that, people like I had mentioned, consistently folks are calling for more education and outreach regarding water. People want to stay engaged and know what is happening from a state and, and other, government levels regarding water. So that's that element exists currently in the IWS. I think we could expand it a little bit more. Currently, it really just hits at a few different levels of education. So focusing on youth, and then it talks about more of the education and training component needed out there to make sure that we're getting our next generation of water experts in place, and having community education and training opportunities. I think an example of this one that I heard a call for in our public meetings was more conservation training. People are wondering, why don't we have more access to information about how we can conserve water at home, especially in our landscape, right? Like what should I be doing differently? What could I be doing differently? And that would be a really, I think, appropriate scale to have that as a community scale education and training opportunity. And then just our last two slides here that cover this. So now we're switching over from the framework from pressures now to solutions. So this is more of all of these recommended actions are a little bit more associated with resolving those challenges. So place-based planning, of course, was more of a pilot scale that was done before that before the second IWS came out. So since then, we now have, almost 4 plans complete with 4 different communities. And then water management and development. I feel like this is the meatiest category that we have here, where it really is talking about all of the different management pieces. A huge challenge, I think, for the document is to cover so many different management perspectives, because we have so many management perspectives with so many different agencies. Just to highlight a couple here, 10F, provide an adequate presence in the field. This was one that has received funding for, from the 2021 legislature. That recommended action has been acted on by increasing our staff in the field, specifically at WRD and at other agencies as well. Okay, last slide here. So healthy ecosystems really addresses more restoration. ODF and W, OWEB, both big, primary agencies involved in a lot of these categories here, developing or addressing fish passage issues, also eradicating invasive species. That's an important one as well. So Oregon State Marine Board and ODFW working together on that piece for aquatic invasive species. And then public health is another category that's really the place in the IWRS where drinking water comes up. And so I feel like this is an area where that needs some expansion, and right now it's pretty minimal, and we have, of course, a lot more things that have happened in the last 5 years. So I would say look for this section to change a little bit in the next version. And then finally, funding. That is the last piece of the IWRS, and that was the other category that changed between 2012 and 2017. Additional funding categories were added at the end there to really cover almost everything, every type of funding. So the first one is funding the development and implementation of the IWRS. So basically a recommended action that says that we need, positions like mine to be fulfilled so that we can keep this moving forward. Water resource management activities at state agencies is just an acknowledgement that we have to fund those for those activities to take place. Also acknowledgement that local and regional planning is important and people want that scale of planning to happen, and feasibility studies, and of course just implementation of water resource projects. That's the last recommended action. That really is kind of a catch-all. It could really mean a lot of capture a lot of different types of water projects there. So that is the IWRS. That's a quick rundown of the content and all of the different categories that are covered. And just kind of wanted to give that kind of framework so that when we move into talking about some specifics on, some questions and feedback from the commission, that you'll have that in your back pocket there.
So, Jan,
What is the status of the water portal project?
It is in the scoping phase. So the last I heard is that they completed an initial report to try and understand what would need to be done for, in terms of all of the resources that would be needed to move it into the next scoping phase. So scoping and a pilot or beta version is basically, that's the next phase. And so that would be, I think, another year or two of doing that. And then working out all of the bugs on that, and then we'll see where it would go from there. But that's kind of the next phase. This first phase is really wrapping our arms around what is the project and what kind of data do all of the different agencies have, and how could we potentially get it all to come together. So really, really challenging just to kind of define the problem, and then get some people to help kind of figure out like, how could we move forward to at least a trial version of that. So hopefully we'll have that. Hopefully that will be funded and we can have that. I did hear a lot of additional, data, additional calls for data. That's always something that the public is interested in. So hopefully we'll have that as a resource for people to use at some point in the future.
I can add a little more to that
Yes.
if I may. Just exactly what Crystal said there around the data piece. The work that has been done by DEQ and the other agencies who have been involved with this has been quite impressive. Just in identifying what those data sets are that each of the agencies have, but also evaluating what condition are they in. And it runs the gamut from information that's fully digital and quite clean and easy to access to those that are still in paper form in some degrees. Post-it notes, right, spreadsheets. So a lot of the work that was done in this pilot project was identifying what data sets are ready to go. Which data sets can be, if we had, released something today, there are a few of them that are ready to go. And then there are a lot of them that need a lot of work. And so that's going to be the next piece of this. The pilot project that Crystal mentioned will be actually serving up the data that is ready to go. But They got a lot done this round, not everything that they would have liked to have accomplished in this first round. They are poised to be funded for 23-25 to continue this work. 25-27 is unknown. But there was enough interest in this project that it's continuing to move forward.
Thank you.
25-27 is unknown, just for the funding.
Funding.
Yeah. Crystal, just for clarity, what you're looking for right now is questions with respect to what's in the current, what you just presented about, what's in the current.
Yeah,
Other
yeah,
than-
so any of the stuff, we'll go into questions, the actual, I'll give you a glimpse there
Oh,
of
okay.
the formal questions that we've already thought about, but yes, if there were any other questions about what I presented, just in terms of the walking through the document structure.
One question is, and it's really just a, what we're aiming at with this one about 10D. Reach environmental outcomes with non-regulatory alternatives. Is that just kind of a, let's try to do this, get voluntary actions going?
Yeah, I think a great example of that is the pesticide stewardship partnership, where a DQ and ODA are co-leading that effort, and they go and work with communities where there's a water quality violation issue. They have data showing that. They work with communities to educate about pesticide use, application, and they continue to monitor the areas. And so there's a community, action plan essentially, and they work towards improving the water quality in that. And it's not a regulatory type of, it's a carrot, not a stick kind of a
Right.
situation. So I think that's kind of,
That's what it is.
an example there. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting that voluntary agreements are quasi-regulatory, considering how we're defined. It's something that the commission is like, we'll talk about it more tomorrow.
Sit later, I
Yeah,
think.
later.
Yeah, or next.
Ongoing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've got it.
do you have questions, Joe?
Go for it.
Oh,
Maybe from the specific, just a more broad view, I'm really curious about the leadership and accountability observation that's been made, and can you talk a little bit more to where, I guess it's to be with this, I think that came out of the 2-month study. Is that right? The equity analysis is where that came up.
It's come up in a lot of places. So the Secretary of State Water Advisory Report emphasized that quite a bit. That was something that I observed from the exercise of doing the progress report. So trying to document what all of the different agencies have been doing. It's not clear always from the IWRS. It doesn't, have a flashing neon sign saying this, hey, agency, you need to be doing this, because there are so many different agencies that could be doing some of these, just to acknowledge the scale of some of these recommended actions does imply that there could be a range of different, local municipalities doing this thing all the way up to a state agency. So in terms of, I feel like we've identified the things that need to be done. I think a good next step is maybe moving towards maybe calling out who is doing those things so that it is more clear to everyone who has some accountability for those actions. I don't think that would be a bad thing. So.
Yeah, it just seems like when you look at even how it's characterized, in Oregon, we've kind of pitted our agencies against each other when it comes to getting their share of the bucket of water. And I don't think that that's functional. I think it's a real problem we have.
Yeah.
In the name of collaboration, we're actually trying to play a zero-sum game. And it feels like the IWRS is a place where we could perhaps address that.
Change my perspective.
Yeah. More broadly, I'm curious about how those 3 focus areas were chosen: the equity, climate change, and the 100-year water vision. And I'm just trying to work it out. It seems like maybe the climate change is the overriding constraint that we're operating within, and the 100-year water vision is the aspiration we have nonetheless. And now sounds like equity will be the principle for distribution. If that's the case, that's a major change in the way water is managed. Was it that deliberate, or how can you reflect on how those three sort of rose to of all of the, whatever it was, 9 or 10 different reports and things that you all
Yeah,
chose from?
I think they've, those three concepts kept coming up in a lot of, both in current legislation. So all of the state initiatives, right, that I had highlighted in that one slide were recent from, 2020 and forward. And so that's all very current, and we are currently trying to incorporate, we have so many initiatives that we are trying to incorporate into everything that we do on a regular basis. It makes sense to also infuse that into the IWRS. So, just I think from the context of what we are currently trying to do in so many other avenues, it makes sense that equity is also, reflected in the IWRS. As far as the 100-year water vision, I don't think we can update this IWRS without having some acknowledgement of that effort. It just, again, it's, the outreach and engagement was significant. It was also after this one had been done. And it's also kind of current water issues, right? So I think of it as an extension of our public outreach and engagement. Of course, this effort that we're doing now is, of course, relevant, but we also should be taking into consideration that effort as well. And then as far as climate change, it's, to me, yes, there are, again, it's a thing that keeps coming up in all of these multiple documents. It's very relevant to everything that's happening. And I feel like that's, we're hearing it so much from the public that I think the assumption that it's baked in is not really what we should continue to do. I think we do need to be explicit about where we're addressing it and how, taking into consideration current issues that people are facing, because they're very different across the state. So if we can try to be more explicit about that, I think that's better. So to answer your question, it's been a lot of there's a lot of context that we've been looking at in terms of state initiatives, legislation, policy, and also references, documents that have been published in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I really like the direction you all are going. I think there's been a fair bit of criticism that we've got 12 different plans essentially saying the same things. Why do we keep planning? Why aren't we acting on these sorts of things? And it seems like you're taking that to heart and bringing things forward. So I'm really encouraged. Thank you.
Any other questions about this, about the current plans?
Sorry.
Yes.
So on the equity piece, I'm just curious, there's so many, it's kind of an umbrella term. There's so many pieces underneath that, whether it's rates or, equitable rates between communities, or whether it's equitability of water supply between agriculture and municipality and community. When you were out working with the community and having these meetings, was there anything in that equity piece that stood out under that umbrella? Was there one topic that really stood out as far as the concern or the ask from the community on the equitability piece?
Yes, I would say it's really the water access piece. I'm thinking most about our two communities that brought drinking water, clean and safe drinking water, as we don't have this right now to the table. Yes, that to me is, extreme red flag.
Okay.
That of course, but of course, I feel like that is one piece
of it,
the puzzle, right?
Yes.
There are a lot of other elements. I'd say another element, so less acute for people in terms of their drinking water, but still critical for their water, their livelihoods. The discussions between ag water demand and municipal water demand. We had a nice conversation about that in Roseburg about, the community there was saying, I'm a rancher, I'm a farmer. I have all of these water needs and uses, and I'm doing my best to be, conserve this water and be smart about it. What is the municipality doing? Are they conserving their water? You know, and just that kind of, you know, us, not us versus them, you know, of course, we're all in it together. It's just, there are different water sectors and everyone has their different need. And if you're on one side of it, you may not know what the other side is doing,
Yeah.
right? What they're working on. So that was really insightful to see those conversations play out.
Okay, thank you.
That might be our questions on the current.
Great, let's move on to the hard ones then. Okay, so.
Wait, what?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Perfect, okay.
Right, we'll be back. Let's resume our conversation. Thank you for indulging the unscheduled break.
Perfect. All right, so now we're just gonna dive right into the questions. So I have 5 questions, 5 different slides posed, so we can take as long as we'd like on each one. I don't know if it makes sense if folks just wanna, per commissioner answer one of these, or just, have more of a discussion about these, but the first one being, what are the strengths of the current IWS, or what do you like about the current IWS? So.
Okay. What is your pleasure, commissioners? You want
Yeah,
to
discussion,
discussion?
yeah.
Good, yeah.
Okay, good. Anybody want to start with what they like about or the strengths? Yes, Jen.
Mine was more about what I'd like to see expanded.
Okay, so maybe that's the next slide.
Expanded one of the
That's
strengths.
the next question or
Yeah.
a question down the road.
Okay,
This is what we're going to talk about what we think is good about the current.
oh, okay.
First. Well, I'll say a couple things. Kathy, were you just about to, did I just cut you off? Oh, I thought I saw your heart go.
Yeah. Final comment.
Okay, it seems like I like that the current strategy is getting to be more front and center on all things water in the legislature as well as in other contexts. It's kind of making its way into the real mainstream of water conversations in Oregon at the same time that water is getting enormous amount of attention in the legislature and other areas out in the communities. So I think that's really important, and that should continue, especially as we continue to develop and improve the IWS. I also think it is a good compilation of challenges in a fair, at a certain level, like somewhere between visionary and tactical, I guess. I like that. I have more to say about that when we talk about improving it, but yeah, that would be.
Okay, well, I was gonna say what I liked about the current IWS is that it's, we paid attention to the term integrated. And so it's not just the water resources plan, but it's the plan of ODF and W. It's the plan of Oregon Department of Ag, it could be Oregon Department of Forestry, it could be, it's bringing in a lot of the natural resource agencies together around water and saying, okay, all of you have a piece of this. You have, directives within this plan that you should be paying attention to in your budget, your work plans, etc. That's I think one of the big strengths of the plan is that we paid attention to that integrated part.
Yes, Julie.
Well, I really like the recommended actions piece of it. I think that's going to be important to enhance and elaborate on in the next version. But I like that is part of this plan. And also that there's the process that you've taken in the past to reach out to Oregonians to find out what their concerns are. The engagement that has been done in the past, I think, has been very well done. And always, we can improve and we can always grow and we can do more. But I think that's what we're doing, that's what you're doing. And I like that we're engaging with folks from all different backgrounds.
I'll just say that, yeah, I think it's increasingly exhaustive isn't really the word, but it's what's a more positive word than exhaustive? It's got a comprehensive.
There we go. There's
You met the virus. More comprehensive by the day.
Yeah. I like that it's a, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you, did you
I was
stop?
just sucking my teeth.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I thought the second iteration improved the first iteration, and it's a developing, improving, adaptive document. I like that aspect of it. That will continue to be.
We've got to start somewhere and get that baseline and then making improvements and changes as we go. So I like the direction that we're headed.
We may not have other thoughts, and I'm guessing that people are anxious to get to the, what do we want to do next?
Facilitation in the room.
We can do that.
All right, here we go, yeah.
Go Jan.
Yeah, Jen, you're about to.
Now that they're in the right order. I would really like to see some substantial change in the climate area. There's so much going on, and that's really become a much more major topic going forward in this version than in 2017. The Oregon Global Warming Commission has some great reports, like the one on climate solutions on natural and working lands. And OWEB has started with the rulemaking, looking at their grant program, building climate conditions into the application process. And that might even be something that we at Water Resources would consider doing in the future. But that's a part of the plan that could be expanded, given where we are now.
I'll just add to that, and I agree with Jan about more information there. I think that it's also important to address that every community is going to be affected in maybe a different way with climate shift, with climate change, and recognizing that basins have different unique circumstances is important to recognize and call out in IWRS. I also, if I may continue, I also think, and I would agree with public on education and outreach, it's with water, in my experience, it's constant. Education is always happening, it's continuing. In my role, we talk about water efficiency, water resources, 1 year, and we do it again the next year or the next month, and just continue to give the same message, because you don't know who you've reached already, and if there's more people to reach, and people forget about these things. They're not in it like we are as on a day-to-day basis, and so that continuing education and education for schools, for school children, K through 12. There's a lot of opportunity there, and I think I agree with that goal in trying to educate the new generation coming up so that we can help prepare that new generation of water policymakers.
Well, let's see, included or changed. The equity piece, I'm really interested in how that, is going to play out, and how that's going to tie into the, the new recommended actions, or be added into the current recommended actions, not just our farming communities, but our indigenous communities. How are we going to think about that? And I think we're still working on what does water equity mean? I think that's going to be an interesting thing to explore, and how do we tie that together. Another thing, kind of in the climate change, but also in the, extreme catastrophic conditions sort of things. Storms, I didn't, how do we react to storms? Because they're getting bigger, they're getting stronger. Our atmospheric rivers, yeah, California got it this last winter, but that shifted north a bit. Would our communities been able to handle it? So that's, in the winds, tornadoes, et cetera. Yeah, we don't get those very often, but they do happen. And that's going to affect water, infrastructure, resiliency, et cetera. I think we all, that's something else to look at.
Joe, do you have any thoughts to add here?
I do. The very big picture. And so what are your other three questions? Just give us a- are they-
I can give a preview here, so.
Yeah.
um,
That could be a
Oh,
one.
yeah.
And then
For
Other
other boards and
commissions,
commissions
and then the last one
and
is
collaboration.
Okay, okay, let me go back to see. Yeah, so bear with me, this is way out there in some ways, but I think it matters. If you look at the Oregon Water Resources Department logo, what do you see? Sky, clouds, mountains, river, land. You don't see people at all. If you look at the 100-year water vision logo, there was a mountain, river, then there was a big city, and then there was a meander, and then there was the ocean and the bay. So people are front and center, and uses are front and center. In some ways, I think that's more a more honest description of how we manage water in Oregon. It is with the bucket in mind. It's like, here's the supply, and kind of now the question is how we use it. Even to the point where in the stream has to compete for use. So the river, the system has to compete to keep itself, so to speak. So this is where it's kind of big picture, because I'm talking about things that are really existential. And I think that one of the limits of the IWRS is that there's not really a mechanism for us to collectively say, no, you can't use that water. Outside of the competing in-stream water right versus out-of-stream water right. And I really would like to see a change that really starts with the primacy of water as life, so to speak, its own life. It's the river, the integrity of the river system, the integrity of the water system first. Always returning back to that as the decision maker, not as can we, from a economic efficiency standpoint, get down to the last drop, the best last drop, but always keeping that the primacy of the water system itself in mind. Because otherwise we get these battles over whose
Right,
water is
yeah.
it to use, rather than, if you think about your own retirement and how you think about retirement. How many of us think about retirement to, I want to make sure I have 1 penny left on the day I die. You don't, you think, I want to make sure that there's a buffer and that quite frankly, my kids have something, and I would love to have money to be able to give to my favorite profit or my church, my school, or whatever it is. And so there's always this sense of abundance, passing on abundance. And I think currently the strategy is more along the lines of, let's get it down to the last, I forget what they call it in economics, but real marginal sorts of things. So I would love to see the strategy be something that then ties to leadership, so that each of the agencies can say, yeah, this is a fundamental value, is the water itself, and not how my agency gets a slice of the water pie, which is a horrible metaphor, but does that make any sense?
Yeah. You've taken, it's, you know, taking a more philosophical look at the whole thing from what, and gleaning from what you said. And kind of, okay, I've been kind of thinking this myself and haven't really come up with anything beyond none. Is our current system of allocating water, water rights, etc. I mean, I grew up in the West, first in time, first in right.
Right.
Is how I've always looked at water. I have not lived on the East Coast, for example, where the water rights is something different. I don't know how it works. Although I visited in Europe, I don't know how it works there, except, you know, these people are communities that have come in from other places like Chechnya, Russia, Somalia, you know, that have different ways of how water is distributed. You know, would that give us some ideas, some nuances on how to change water rights, so that we understand that we're all in this together and it's not just my piece of pie. I got mine, I'm fine, the rest of you can just go, you know, deal with it. And I think that's part of the equity piece that we're trying to get to, I think, in the next question. Am I kind of getting?
Yeah, I
where
think you are.
coming
I mean,
from?
it's presumptuous of me to express it this way, but I think tribal perspectives on this are very much in line with this, that the river itself has a life. And that our responsibility is to ensure that our interaction with the river doesn't degrade that life. And that,
Right.
and that it passes on for 7 generations, or however you want to characterize it. And the nexus I see with the nuts and bolts of what the staff are doing every day is, how do you say no? How do we say to each other, no, you can't, you've got to leave that water in the river, I'm sorry. Especially now that climate change is that our bucket is a heck of a lot smaller and or a heck of a lot flashier.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I just feel like, and don't get me wrong, I think for this, the current water resources, what do you call that brand, what's that called? Logo. Thank you. I think it's better. I think it's a better thing for this. I do think the 100-year water vision logo is more honest to where we are, but I would like to sort of shift out. I would like to see the IWRS speak more to the current logo, so that becomes the basis for saying no.
You know, I hear where you're going with that, and you know, it makes sense to me. We could get there to that point where that's how we were coming at everything. I do think something that is within our existing purview and that is kind of missing from the strategy is kind of a baseline. Like, I think we know that we should be conserving existing supplies. And we don't really say that anymore. I mean, this is kind of we're assessing, and then trying to meet what we just assessed. But could we not have a baseline that says we have to conserve what we have now? Because we know we don't have enough, right? At least under our current consumption patterns. By consumption, I mean the river consuming by leaving, the water there, or the groundwater source, or whatever it is. And I would like to see something more like that headlining this IWRS, because a lot would flow from that.
It's a great fun.
Is that we're kind of the baseline of the state's approach to water. And it would mean both in terms of quality and quantity in some cases. I guess we need a lot of improvement on the quality side, and we can get there. But starting with, you know, when you're in a hole, the first thing you do is stop digging, it would be kind of that same sort of. I think we know we're in that hole, and we don't have to pretend that.
We don't act like it.
Well, I know that's the
We don't
problem.
act like it.
I think we should start acting that way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I don't know how to, yeah, Julie, go ahead.
Well, just going off of what you were
Well,
just saying about water efficiency, you're absolutely right. And I think that there's a lot of confusion about, well, how much water is normal for me to use? How much should I be using? And I'm, you know, I get customers who are like, well, I've always paid $500 a month for my water. That's normal. That's how much water we use here. No, actually, you have a leak, something's wrong, you know, and so providing those steps and those pieces, and like you were talking about, Crystal, about irrigation, especially in landscapes, you know, is helping people understand how much water is appropriate, or normal. I would, you know, I don't want to say normal, but typical is the word, you know, for four people in a household on a quarter-acre lot, you know, something to that effect. Just giving some baseline numbers so people can start to understand where they fit in their water usage. If they're in that range of, okay, I'm close to where I should be, and this is typical for the size of family I have, the size of property I have. And again, I'm thinking about this from a municipal perspective and from community perspective. But that's what we see a lot of, and so in programs from municipalities, you know, that's what we're trying to do, is help educate our customers and give them that information, you know, so that they do understand what is more typical for using water around their homes. And I think that that's a question for a lot of people. They don't know what is appropriate to use.
And I think we need to move beyond conservation as well. Conservation is significantly important, but we could also regulate flows better by having some off-stream storage to provide water for fish and municipal and other purposes. And I think we've kind of left the storage question on the shelf for many years, and it's something now with the water supply diminishing with climate change. There might be a piece for that now.
Right. And when I'm talking about, when I talk about conserve in this context, I'm including everything from an individual water user to state agencies who have to make decisions about allocating what we have left. So I don't mean literally conservation techniques. I mean, not taking actions that further diminish existing supplies.
To Jan's last point, I'm curious, I don't remember, are the federal agencies called out much in the IWRX? Specifically the Corps and Bureau of Rec when it comes to the storage question?
In some locations it is, yes, it's not exhaustive.
Because, I mean, especially given the Willamette Basin, but many of the basins, that I think that's critical to the storage question in the, you know, the upcoming Corps' forecast informed reservoir operations sort of work. I think is going to be increasingly important in water use and distribution decisions.
And the Bureau of Reclamation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As well as providing, you know, potential funding for storage projects or investigations or whatever, you know, that's
And flow releases.
releases, timing, buyout, you know, the whole.
But Madam Thesaurus, may I ask you,
Yes.
in response to mine, you made it was a great incremental suggestion that sort of suggested that you didn't think we could get there to where I was suggesting we go.
And that, I don't know whether we could get there, actually. I'm not saying that we couldn't. I was thinking more that
I don't either.
I mean, the kind of conserving water that I'm thinking about is kind of clearly within our existing wheelhouse, kind of. And I don't know
Right.
whether, it kind of depends on, I'm not sure whether we'd have the same. The department gets input from the agencies that can establish or request to apply for it. That's an example, in-stream water rights. And that's what we try to, we work
Right.
on the reactive end to that, right? So that's what I meant, that I don't know whether we can, although this is a plan for the entire state.
right?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so
And the fact
we'll
that,
also be talking ODFW and DEQ and parks.
the fact that the under your water vision got picked up by OWEB.
Right,
It's
right,
a sign that we, and we've spoken to the leadership question, like, well, where does that get called out? And how can we, you're right, can the integrated water, can this strategy be the vehicle for that? Does it have to happen at a different level? Doesn't matter, do we really need it? Can we get to these places without it? I don't know.
Would be interesting to know just how much water has been saved by the irrigation districts who are doing extensive piping. So I know there were some projects in Central Oregon where 20% of a water right was placed in stream. So the more we do those kind of projects, that will be helpful as well.
Well, a lot more education is needed around that as to, because now they think, oh, because we're piping, we're not percolating into the groundwater. And it's like,
That's right.
well, that's right, but then you're also irrigating, what is it, 50,000 acres, and all of that has heat percolation that's contributing to groundwater. And geez, 100 years ago, that water was all in the river.
Yeah.
And then the people who live along the water canal no longer have a natural water feature in their
Or there
backyard.
is a natural water feature in the backyard. Yeah,
Wicked.
yeah,
Wicked
all of
problems.
that, but, that kind of, that's building on that education piece that I think, and education outreach and how do we do that, or how, another thing we called out in the strategy for all agencies, and to try to figure out, okay, can we come up with a message that all of us various agencies can get behind and be, consistently putting out there, and getting into the school curriculum at various levels. And, short videos on, TV, whatever, to get the general public educated about it. So, yeah, engaged, this is what we're doing, this is why, this is what we're hoping to happen. But does that belong in the strategy, or is that somewhere else? I mean.
I was just gonna ask about that, because you've been immersed in this, so to speak. Right?
It's hard to avoid them, I mean.
Water funds. So you look and you see all these different plans. Have you gotten that sense of, gosh, we've got all these sort of things that are really ubiquitous and like, the question is, one of the things I would suggest we consider changing is to really elevate the strategy to the degree that when the next idea comes up that, what we need to do, we need to convene a bunch of people and come up with a new thing that we can say, well, no, we've got the strategy. And what you're talking about is within the strategy, and maybe we can pull it out and do a deeper dive into that section. But remember, we have the strategy rather than having what I think at times are almost competing for attention approaches that really aren't all that different. But that's the way I've heard it described and feel good about it, but you're really close to it. You feel like all those 9 are feeding in productively to something that can be elevated as the path to follow.
Yeah, I see that potential. I also have been, just trying to understand where all of the bigger plans, so Oregon has a lot of plans, but some of the bigger ones, the plan for salmon watersheds, for example, that's, a really good one, I think, to think about, as it's guiding so many actions from so many other agencies. How do we frame up where those plans sit within this strategy, right? And elevate certain ones. And so that's something I've thought about in a few different ways. I mean, of course, that plan is mentioned in the IWRS. It's not omitted in any way, but just for people to see how these things relate to each other, I think would be very valuable. There aren't a lot of diagrams in this current version. I think that could be a helpful approach to that. But also just helping to, again, along the same lines that we've already talked about, the accountability piece and highlighting what realm of the IWRS different agencies are working within, and then showing the web of these other things that they're operating in. So yes, I think we could definitely do a more clearer job of linking some of these plans that are already saying these things, right? There's clearly some plans out there that are addressing conservation and habitat needs. It's not something we need to reinvent in this document, but we need to be clear what is out there and what people are using so that we avoid this, we need some conservation where let's start from scratch. So yeah, I think just really thinking about this as a really good, it already is such a really dense place for so much information. Just, enhancing that a bit, making it more clear where we can, where there's really strong links and where there are resources that we already have. Along the lines of things that we've all just touched on with the conservation component. We've heard from people at the public meetings, specifically the last one that I'm thinking about was in Madras. An irrigator was saying, we don't have enough resources for, like, there are resources out there. There's some funding sources for some conservation, helping, to update some equipment. But we're now in a world where we need software to be really helping us, and we can't find funding for that. It's those types of things, like highlighting where there are resources and making sure that those are clear, that people can access those. So in my mind, I'm seeing, just as Teresa, you had mentioned, the multiple scales that we're hitting on. That's a huge challenge of the IWRS, because we have the opportunity to present multiple scales of solutions, presenting the resources at those multiple scales. So if we're able to frame the conservation, the urgency, and the actions and describe them by, I'm a residential person with a small lot. These are the resources, these are the things I should be doing, and these are the resources that already exist. And all the way down to some other, municipalities have different resources and different actions that they can take. So I think if we can start to kind of, unpack those a little bit more and really just show where there are resources that already exist so that people aren't overlooking them. And this continues to be a resource that people go to find that information.
I kind of wish I had not used the word conserve, because although I agree with everything that has been said about conservation, I'm also talking about preserving, basically, in terms of decision-making of this agency, for example, about new water rights. So I have, and that was kind of what I was thinking about in response to your comments, Joe.
Yeah.
Inability to say no, it's a problem, because people want to use the water for development or whatever else they're using the water for. And
All
it's
valid.
important. It is all valid. But it's also true that we don't have enough water for everything that everyone wants to do. I would like to see a more explicit recognition of that. Like even a desired future conditions segment of this strategy. I think it would be helpful, because it's kind of, people are going to look at it and say, well, of course that's true, but writing it down and emphasizing it up front, I think would be helpful.
I almost think, that, especially with that in mind and considering what you just described, Crystal, I would discourage you from trying to incorporate all of those fine scale solutions in it. That the strategy needs to be a higher level, higher elevation document, and somehow get down to the level, the granular level, whatever it is, that someone can then go to some other place for the specifics. Try to keep so much specificity into it, it'll get outdated immediately. and B, it'll be hard to, it's already kind of hard to navigate because it's so exhaustive. So I would be careful that we not try to simply add more specificity in that level and really address some of these higher. Uh-oh.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, if I might ask another question, because this is, Commissioner Mull is touching on something that Crystal and I and Danielle have been talking about quite a bit over the last, I don't know how long, year. Have you been here a year? I can't remember how long. Happy anniversary. And so we are really thinking about, there's we hear that, the strategy is not a plan, right? So there's some folks that want us to specify in detail, what exactly is going to happen, right? And then we have the other side that is the strategy is too big, right? And we can't digest it, right? And so I would love to hear more about any of your thoughts on that, because one of the things we have been thinking about is, well, do we reduce the amount of text associated with it, right? And so that could be one option. If we have the resources, I would like to make it a little bit, make it be available online. So you could go to recommended action 1A, click on that. You could get some background if you wanted to, but you could really skip to then the meat of the issue, right? With the high level action and then some of the sub recommended actions that are a little bit more of that detail. And then we could then have what have we done, right? All on one page, because as we, it's good to have a paper document, but I'll be honest, when I don't pull up the paper document, I pull up the framework, right? Which is the placemat that you all were looking at earlier today. And so I didn't come up here because you said anything wrong. It was more because I was like, yes, that is exactly an area that I would love to hear more about if you all have ideas on that. Another thing that the natural resource agencies, actually the water core team is talking about is, so all agencies are required to do strategic plans. This is something we'll be talking about more. And our strategic plan is going to be due June of 2024. And so the strategic plans, we are seeking to have stronger ties to the IWRS across ours does, but I think we've even heard that ours could be more explicit. And then we're also seeking to have that conversation with other agencies. And that goes to that, some of the other comments I heard from you all earlier, which is that we need to make it so that, other agencies are seeing this as part of, they're all pointing towards this document, right, is part of their guiding strategic plans. So I just wanted to at least bring that into the conversation, because it is an area that is like, I would love to have everything just be a one pager, right? That's because I'm a policy person and we move fast and we need to know where to go, right? And so that might not be the right answer, just because it serves me well. But so I really like where this conversation is going and all the comments that you all have been providing, and we're really thinking about the structure. So I just wanted to bring that into the conversation if you all have thoughts on that as well. And I also don't recall if I introduced myself for the record. Okay, so I'm remembering that now. So I am Recovery Ancier. I'm the Deputy Director of Strategy and Administration for the Water Resources Department. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Just to add to what Raquel said there and picking up on the comments about maybe this is too detailed and should fly a little bit higher and somebody should be able to go somewhere else to get that detail. I'll share with you conversations that we're having at the water core team. And that is that agencies really should be doing the work plans that are called out in the integrated water resources strategy, and that's where that detail should reside. And so Water Corps team is looking at how can we help the natural resource agencies with their work plans to integrate. Again, we're all integrated, we're all natural resource agencies sitting down, talking through all of this. So let's look at the strategy itself at that higher level, but then provide the support needed for each of these agencies so they can keep this on the front burner and work through some of these work plans on these different issues. And so that fits right in with what your comments were earlier.
I
Go ahead, Jim.
I find that very encouraging. And to go back to one of the first things you all said in this report, the consistent feedback you were getting was the appreciation for local presence. Because I think for most Oregonians, for all Oregonians, that is the nexus. It's in their communities and the decisions they're having to make, and at whatever level or use of water. And that level of specificity shouldn't be in a strategy document. But recognizing that when we get to the point where strategic objectives can be spelled out so that staff at the management level and at the field level can see the direction the state wants to go, what's important, and say, okay, now I'm going to creatively use the discretion I have at the field level to implement with my annual work plan that's tied to whatever level you all do, that different realm. So I have bravo, I don't know what the word is, that I do think that's the direction to go. Pare down the strategy, really focus on what's really important so that people have sort of guide stars to follow, but then let them figure it out at the local levels.
Yes, Jan.
Yeah, I would like to see something like Raquel was talking about. I would see it as a policy portal, and it could be compact, but it needs to be online. So then you can link to agencies' strategic plans, maybe for all of the natural resource agencies, and link to the work plans. And then people can go to whatever level that they might choose to. And also if it's online, it could be updated instead of waiting 5 years. There may be pieces that could be integrated sooner.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, a one pager could be kind of the headlines with, with specific tasks and specifics in other documents. I guess I don't have as clear an idea, probably in the strategy, but maybe if there are work plans coming, that they get linked as well or are available. But I would like to see slightly more visionary headlines along the lines of what we've been talking about this morning. Partly because the strategy really is increasingly becoming front and center. And so let's really put it out there, what are we aiming at here in a broad sense. And then
For future conditions.
future conditions, what do we want to see?
Can I ask a very specific question about that? Because you're a state agency, if you have a internal work plan and you want to post it online, do you have to post the same thing, or can you have different outward facing documents from what is internal?
Maybe a question for Doug. I don't know the answer to that.
I think that's an interesting question. I don't think that there's anything that prevents an agency from having a very detailed work plan and then summarizing that information, for instance, posting that online.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want you to post every level of detail of your work plans online. It's not helpful. I think we should all have Legos when we're discussing this too.
Oh, yeah. Like those would be good, yeah. Yeah. More diagrams of Legos, yeah, okay. But no, seriously, some, diagrams, kind of, maybe showing how things are tied together would be helpful. Show the integration of the plan and collaboration. And again, that might give somebody, you know, especially, oh, well, oh, I need to go talk to this agency instead of us or to wherever. Could be helpful. More labels.
Yes, Doug.
Chair Reeves, I don't want to stifle the conversation, but we have a break scheduled for 10.
Oh, we do.
Yes,
Okay,
And still in this session.
and then we come back and we continue.
okay. That works. We can do that now. So
I
let's
I'll
go
just
back.
put a pin in saying, I really appreciate that you all carved out this much time for this
Mhm. Yeah, me too.
discussion. I feel like this is one of the most productive discussions we've had in a long time.
So let's come back at 10:15. Doug, thank you for the reminder about the break. resume our conversation. So, Mikey, are we finished with question 2 and ready to move to question 3? More, thank you, Julie.
One more. And I apologize if I'm on my phone, it's not because I'm not paying attention, because I'm looking at the integrated water resources plan on my phone. I'm just curious, we're talking about climate change, climate shift, and wildfires, and healthy forests, healthy watersheds, source water protection, looking into those types of topics. And I'm not sure how much we go into that in the current plan or in the current strategy, and if it's necessary to go into that. It is becoming more, and it could be under that climate change category, but looking at forest management in our watersheds and how we're protecting those watersheds, which then protects our water quality and our supply.
So yes, those are covered
Okay.
in a different category than
Okay.
climate change, which is interesting. Yes, so the healthy ecosystems
Yes.
category, it's got a recommended action that talks about, essentially healthy watersheds.
Mhm.
And within the narrative of the document, that's where it does talk more about
Okay.
forest management.
What if we can link those a little
Yes,
bit more?
yes,
as we're talking
absolutely.
about wildfire and how it's impacting supplies
Yes.
or
I
could
think you-
potentially impact. supplies.
Right, I think you've hit on exactly the challenge with how it has been framed in the past where just having it as a separate standalone kind of does imply that that it's a separate thing, but really it is infused into all of the other
Mhm.
actions. The source water protection also does come up, so that's under public health. Protecting water or drinking water, safe drinking water there.
Yeah.
So it is kind of,
It's in there.
it's in there, yeah. If you read the whole thing, everything's in there somewhere.
I think going, yeah, so I know,
It
this is
is.
a really wonderful plan.
Yes.
So as we're talking
It's
about
very
this, it's great, and it's been a great working document to have. Just as we've all experienced these wildfires more in the last few years, that is a topic that everyone may be more aware of or interested in going forward.
Yeah, and I think it just something else I'll add to that is the role of doing an update is, there are guiding, policies that are mentioned. And so the private forest accord is a new one, and there are new requirements and protections, source water protections. So that's the kind of information that would get
Get put into the-
incorporated, right?
in the
There's
plan.
a significant new policy, and there is an implication for water. So we'll make sure that gets in there. Yeah.
That also speaks to another federal nexus, considering the headwaters is so much federal land. Maybe
Yeah, and
maybe
those
that-
collaboration between agencies, because it takes a lot of collaboration between several agencies to work on forest health and forest management for the protection of many things, but also mainly, in this case, water resources.
And cities are starting to put wildfire planning in their comp plans.
Is that the one last thought I had that we were just talking about? In both the ongoing work and in frustration expressed again in the feedback to you, the plan addresses timeliness in management decisions. And that starts to get pretty granular against what I was arguing against. But I do wonder if there's not a way, if it shouldn't be called out. The reflection was, there was continued emphasis on process, I think, was one of the observations, and I do think that just many of the issues we're still dealing with today are decades old issues, and we haven't resolved them, and I don't know if within the strategy that could be called out, and we could really make an effort to systemically change our sense of urgency and timeliness. And the attorneys in the room are gonna be like, uncomfortable with that. But
Well, I'm not uncomfortable with it at all. I just think it would be a really big lift
Yeah.
to make that happen.
yes, well, yeah, that's what strategic plans I think are for. So
Right, right.
but don't you think it's a problem?
Oh, yes, I do think it's a problem. The processes that are in place legislatively and I guess through implementing rules have become very, very Byzantine.
Yeah, I mean, just the assumption that we're gonna talk about soon that, you know, the groundwater issue, well, it's gonna start with a contested case hearing. Oh, you got 3 to 5 years there. It's like, well, no, let's not start with that assumption.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a criticism that we have heard, is that there's, again, it's that dance between strategy versus plan. There's really not a clear priority given. So the strategy outlines a bunch of things. It clearly outlines some challenges and some solutions. And it doesn't prioritize. At the end of the day, it directs agencies to develop work plans to do that piece. So that's an important distinction, and that's what we have been doing, to this point. Should we change that though? Should we try to infuse some priorities in there? I feel like that's an opportunity we have with the public outreach and engagement component, right? We're having this opportunity, this window to hear from people about their most pressing issues. So does it make sense that we reflect that into some kind of, try to start to prioritize things a little bit in the document? So that's a question. The other thing that I wanted to mention too is that the timeline piece is another thing that's also closely connected with metrics. And that's another criticism that, there's a very general statement being made, for example, in a recommended action saying to do something, but how do we know when we've done it? Are we ever going to check the box and say we've done that, now we can shift to something else? Many of these actions are actions that are really ongoing things that do need to continue to have resources and attention. And we're accomplishing things along the way, but maybe that's not clear. Like that recommended action just could be listed in perpetuity for something that we need to continue to do.
Yeah.
I'm curious if there's an opportunity for pulling out certain projects. And I have one in mind, but trying to just present a timeline for things that we do know are kind of long-term, about the timeframe of an IWRS iteration or longer. For example, basin studies. We've already outlined, identified the basin studies that we want to do as an agency, and we're calling those out. The last version, it's nice to see that we had identified some and we've done some of those, but we still have more to do. Could we show a timeline and just be honest about, these don't get done in a year. They're not all just, even if we had all the funding put at them, they're not a 6-month thing, right? So just presenting some things like that might be helpful, because we do need to know certain pieces of information before we can move on to some other actions.
I'm certainly supportive of that because it ties to your accountability goal,
Right, yeah.
to hold ourselves accountable.
Right.
So I think more thought needs to be done in terms of the opportunities to do that. My goal, if we are going to do that, would be to try and also infuse the multi-agency effort so that it's clear that there's collaboration happening, because those are the big moves that do take a long period of time to happen. And so if we can clearly see DQ's working on this, WRD's working on this, like we all have plans in motion. And we're trying to move towards this, but if it's just written in narrative, it might not be clear to folks that that's actually what's happening.
You talk at the core team level about joint accountability.
Not specifically. We cover a lot of territory and haven't really driven into the accountability piece that we're working towards what it is that we're going to be working on in the future, but I think there's very much a place for that.
Crystal, before we leave this one, we've been talking about the kind of granularity and how many, like whether these recommended actions should be picked back. I think I said earlier, my issue was more about including the more visionary stuff and not necessarily paring these back. But if you do decide to pare them back, I would be cautious about leaving in place things that have to do with agency actions. Because I think the document gets used appropriately as an advocacy piece too, for things like funding and, you know, just dealing with communities and the public, et cetera, about what the agency needs to do. And it's going to be, if it's expressed in the document, then it's a more compelling case.
Move on to the next one.
Yeah.
All right. It's a big one.
Thoughts on this one? It's a big one.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
from infrastructure comes to mind, and water equity and just planning, land use planning and developing communities. And looking at areas that might be marginalized, that aren't, you know, maybe plans are being taken to repair infrastructure in one area of a community and not another area of the community, making sure that agencies and everyone is looking at those, to make sure that it's being done in an equitable way.
And following up on that, I'm curious if House Bill 3293 from 2021 has ever been used where agencies provide funding. There has to be community planning to consider underserved populations, et cetera. And that applies to WRD as well as ODFW and several other agencies. But I have not heard anything about how that ever worked out.
Rolled out, just something I could have Raquel come up and she called Raquel, give some more info on that. Charities, commissioners, for the record, Cal Rancier, Deputy Director of Strategy and Administration. So House Bill 3293 was passed in the 2021 session. It is part of the workload that we are still continuing to work to implement for the 2021 session. It actually has 5 other agencies involved. And essentially allows us to be able to use or to provide funding for community engagement associated with any of our other funding programs and for water infrastructure, essentially. And so we currently do have work underway on that because we had so many items coming out of the 2021 session. That one we ended up hiring a temp to help us. And so we have essentially some best practices being developed around community engagement for this bill. And then the next step is we will be sharing that with the other agencies. And then the next step is we need to do rulemaking. And so we're actively working to implement that bill, but it hasn't been implemented yet.
Thank you.
Yes.
So,
Oh, go ahead. Was there any conversation in your outreach about the kind of historical the inequity that results from the historical allocation of water, the system that we've been using in the West from the beginning? And, you know, it obviously it got the West developed, but it also favored the communities who were out there developing water at the time. And that did not include marginalized communities then. And, you know, kind of hangs over. And I just, you know, I don't have a solution for this at all, but I'm just wondering whether there was any, did people bring this up? Was there any conversation about it?
Yeah, did you hear anything specific? I can go after.
I mean, I think the sort of remnants of that are there, right? Like people may not connect everybody may not connect the dots, but the consequences people talk about. I
Yeah.
would say. And I think that'll be more fleshed out once we look at everything together, but certainly in the conversations that I either was in personally or heard about, I think that those are. I think you'll smell that.
Yeah.
I was hearing it at the public meetings sprinkled in just with people, every type of water user just coming to the realization we're over allocated. There it is,
Yeah.
right? The water, there's not enough. We all have uses, needs for this water, and there's not enough.
Yeah.
Sprinkled in.
I know, I
Let's see how many times we can get into it.
I was gonna ask a similar, same big picture question,
Yeah.
but a slightly different sense. I think when we use the term equity these days, we immediately go to marginalized communities, and that's the equity issue.
Yeah.
Out there. And yet, I think the elephant in the room when it comes to water distribution is really the big three buckets we talk about, which is agricultural, industrial, urban, and in stream. And that historic situation leads to a huge question of broader equity when it comes to resolving some of these problems, because the historic right so much is associated with agriculture and is vested in a very small number of people relative to the larger population. And like, how do we, I think quite frankly, that's a bigger issue from a true distribution of water standpoint, and maybe even more intractable because of Western water law.
Yeah.
And I'll just stop there. I think that is I think that's probably the closest thing we have to a wicked problem.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the solution is to that. But you're starting to see the courts forcing the issue with the tribes and water rights associated with time immemorial. And so I do think the strategy needs to wrestle with this, grapple with it, because it's going to hit us more and more. It's going to force us into contentious legal battles, and that doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. And if we could acknowledge that and reckon with it in a progressive way, and thinking ahead of how do you get ahead of this and make it a priority, to your point, Crystal, calling it out, I think is valuable.
Yeah, I think in the case of tribal rights, those rights, in some cases haven't been determined. In the Klamath Basin, they've been determined, and a couple of other, and they exist in some way, but they may not have yet been quantified or determined in other places.
Right.
So those adjudications will need to keep moving if those rights are going to get recognized. And then there's the category of people who just didn't have access and don't. I mean, because the resource is fully appropriate. So they're kind of in somewhat different categories. But
So I think the scale of the issue could be way off, but I think arguably the scale of the disenfranchised, marginalized peoples and lack of access to water is quite frankly smaller and is addressable with engineered technical fixes. With the other one, we're talking about major shifts in what communities are. Agricultural, traditional last 150 years, agricultural communities are now on the margins of not being able to self-sustain anymore, except for these odd sort of corporate-driven farming places that. But we're getting forced into this recognition that does it really make sense to pour so much water on the ground for whatever name the product when there's so much demand, and someone with the water rights can go to the market, which increasingly pays premium for water, and completely shift away. So we're really tied to land use and just how we see ourselves as a state. how people are distributed and where they live.
And within that, I think you touched on that is then the question comes up, what is beneficial use of water? How do we define that? Who's defining that?
That's
Yeah,
important. one.
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
critical one.
And that's an equity
And
question.
everyone has a different opinion about what beneficial use of water is.
Yeah, and that who's defining it, I think, is the fundamental equity question, the bigger picture equity question.
That ties back to, okay, what do we mean by equity?
Yeah.
You know, well, you kind of have to define that first, you know, okay. Is what we're doing pointing to that, or are we going in the opposite direction? If you don't have a definition of what you mean by equity, how do you know that you're? And I think that's gonna be a harder, bigger question to answer. What do we mean by equity?
I think you're absolutely right. I mean,
You know?
there's a
I
big
mean,
range
yes,
of
we've got
possibilities.
the equity of,
Yeah.
okay,
Right.
distribution and making sure everybody's got access to water. Okay, that's one version of it, but then there's the other, you know, of the three big, you know, quote, buckets.
Mhm.
How do we make sure all that's equitable? First in time, first in right, is that really equitable? No, but then who's defining that? You
Yeah,
know,
I've got-
where do you go in this big picture to kind of get your arms around it?
And I've had, even just in community meetings, suggestions of, well, those three buckets just get divided evenly, and then they just need to figure that out.
Yeah.
You know, if only it was that easy, you know, it's
Yeah,
just,
that's right.
it's not that cut and dry. So a lot of variables there, but, and so I think that, again, like you said, Kathy, that equitability is different to, the term equitability, the definition of that is different to different people and
Right,
groups.
right. And
Well, maybe, oh, go ahead, sorry.
no, just, okay. How do we make sure that we get enough voices in to define that term, so it's not just our very middle class white faces here defining that? That we make sure that we get everybody's, so we understand what we all mean by equity.
Well, it's gonna be pretty important to get to the bottom of that. If we're gonna incorporate it into the strategy, right? Yeah.
You know,
Crystal, how are people out there viewing this question of water equity? Would you say or Wendy, either of you or both of you, from your conversations?
We haven't posed this exact question to
Yeah.
folks. We're kind of coming at it from the other direction of asking people what their water concerns are so that we're understanding where everyone's starting point is. And yeah, so just to be clear, that the questions that we were posing to the commission here today are not the same ones that we've
Right.
used in the public meetings. But we have really, just in terms of trying to hear from folks that have not traditionally been involved, that was a huge step in that direction of trying to hear from people that are not always the ones that are, you know, sitting in on rural advisory committee meetings, et cetera, you know, things like that. So the wider reach was one approach. Having all of the other work that's happening, you know, all of those initiatives that I've mentioned, there is a lot of work happening at multi-agency levels right now. We have a team, so in our interagency team, we've pulled together the DEI folks from their agencies as well to participate in the review that we were doing. I mentioned earlier where we had a temporary person really digging into the IWRS, who herself is, I don't know if she would call herself an expert, but very well informed about equity issues and been working in the space for a very long period of time. So her recommendations have really dug in covered, past references. A lot of work has been done in the space in the last couple of years. So other people collecting data. So we're kind of using secondary data to, be clear on that. But it is a tough one. We're making some we're using the states already tried to wrap their arms around this big question by putting together that action plan. And that action plan does give us all guidance on how to try and do this. And it's not super, detailed down to, oh, I know exactly how I need to refine my DBRS, but it's a bigger picture. And it's the things that we have been talking about, like accountability, that's huge. Normalization is another one too. A big word there, apparently I'm struggling with, but it's that concept just being exactly what we're talking about here. Things have been, what is the history and why are we where we are now? Let's just talk about that history instead of brushing over it and just saying, well, here we are, we don't know what happened and now we got to deal with it. So that has been encouraged as something that we do need to attend to. And I think that is a perfect fit for the IWRS. We are already trying to tell some stories here about the past and build that story about our water institutions and the policies that we're currently operating within. It's a perfect place to just fill in that history more. And then I'd say the other big move, the direction that we're given from that state level is really how we look at data. And that really applies to the IWRS in terms of, 3 buckets of the 4, objectives that we're trying to attend to are really data-driven pieces. And so just thinking about that, and every time we have an opportunity to collect data or analyze data, are we also having an equity lens with that? Sometimes that means gathering more data, sometimes that means looking at the data differently. So kind of those are the 3 kind of big arching categories that I feel like we have some clear direction. Of course, a lot of other details are fuzzy and we're still filling it in. And I am excited to hear, see what the public is saying with both the meetings we had, but significant number of folks have responded to the survey too. Are they providing some helpful direction for us there?
A couple of other thoughts about that, just about sort of the community engagement specifically. I mean, one thing is, of course, a bunch of water justice work has been done over the last couple of years that can inform, your thinking and the thinking of others. But I think one thing you'll be able to see is, you'll get the summary, and then you can always come back and say, can you really drill down on crosstabs for this and say, what are the distinctions between what communities are saying? And then it'll probably help with defining equity, right? As you start to see different community, what different communities, however you divide that, however you define that, whether it's identity communities, geographic communities, whatever. You're looking at where things diverge rather than where things converge is a really helpful way to start to think about like what for you to define equity for yourself. And then I think the third thing is as the questions come up, like, oh, we're really grappling with what equity looks like in a really specific context. That's a great way to return to folks, right? And continue the conversation and show that you were listening to them and to sort of put a finer point on some of the broad values questions that we've done now, and you've done recently. So those are the 3 things that I can think of.
I think there's a good principle around defining equity for public good situation. It says that you take care first of the people with least needs, and if that's your priority, is to ensure that those who, and this came out of the fires. This is one of the things that came out of the fires. That if we develop fire emergency response to be based first on those with the fewest means, the least amount of assets and means, you'll be able to take care of everybody else. And so that's why I feel like in some ways the marginalized community question is in some ways I think more manageable, because I think it can be defined. There is data around it. and the volumes of water that we're talking about are small relative to some of these bigger changes in the historic use of water in the West, which is agriculture. And so, you know, if in the plan, and I do think it should be defined, and I get a little concerned if we leave it up to, well, you can define equity however you want. I think that'll be hard for staff to implement on the ground and for communities to implement. If we have a strategy that says, here's what we mean by equity, and one of the pillars is those that don't have access to clean, healthy, affordable water will get it, for example. And then you move on to some bigger questions like, all right, now with changes just in the dynamics of communities in the West, what does it mean when we are saying to someone, no, you can no longer have the water that you and your community have depended on for 100 years because it's simply not available, that kind of thing, without harm to others? That becomes the bigger equity question. But I do think we need to define those difficulties.
There is a helpful piece of guidance in the memo that I have here, summarizing this analysis. And one of the first things that has is recommending that we include an equity statement in the document. So just right up front, having that. I realize that's going to take a lot of participation from other people, but I think we all needed there agreeing like that makes sense to do for this iteration.
And not just we're committed to equity.
Right,
But
exactly.
here's what we mean.
But
Here's
it
what
does
we're
that. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean equal,
No,
right?
no, it does not.
And I think that's
Equal-
important for people to
equal and-
understand,
yeah.
that is a different definition.
It is, absolutely. is. And that, you know, the thing about your highlight, that's where I think too, equity again becomes it's a human-centered, community-driven thing. But when you begin with the river, begin with the source, and ensure that there's equity, you know, how do you do that? I think we need to grapple with that.
But, well, I don't know, that really seems like a different question to me than people having access to.
It is,
water.
it is. But it's also, that's what I feel like, here's what we mean by equity. It's going to be more than one statement. It's going to be, here's what we mean. We see it at this scale, it means this. At this scale, it means this. At this scale, it means this. And so I guess one of the ways that it's most often described when you talk about that bigger scale is intergenerational equity. That the decisions we're making about water today affect how someone 100 years from now is going to be able to live her life.
We have data from 200 years ago, or 150 years ago that demonstrates that.
Right?
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think that we see some adaptation occurring by incentivizing programs. So municipalities get money to do things with their infrastructure to conserve water, and agriculture folks get programs that reduce their water need.
Yeah.
And if we keep doing more of that, then we add to our supply.
I think that's important actually to show the community, that we take this seriously. We're not just asking community members to reduce their usage or use water efficiently, that agencies, that municipalities are actually taking those efforts and implementing them. And so in that maybe I could see communities saying, well, that's equity, knowing that they're not doing it on their own. Right. And to your point, well, if AG's not doing it, then why should I, or vice versa. And then moving on from that, some of the comments that I've heard is confusion on senior water right holders or junior water right holders and senior water right holders, and why senior water right holders don't get asked to do any type of efficiency efforts or conservation. Why are they not required? And it just falls on the junior water right holder. I think sometimes maybe that could be the case, but I think also that education is needed because some of those senior water right holders probably are looking at efficiencies. And it's just an assumption that they're not doing it. And so knowing maybe more of who's doing what and understanding that it's not, just because they have a senior water right doesn't mean they're not trying to use their water efficiently, you know? And so trying to provide that education for the community is important, but I can see that coming up as what people in the community and all of our communities are wondering, is this being done equitably? You know, are we all being asked to conserve or to use water efficiently, or is it just on the junior water right holders?
Maybe it's the extension of the accountability piece, right? It's
Yeah.
not just agencies, you know, being transparent about their actions and accountable to doing what they say they're going to do, but also we do have this complex network of water users where some of them are measured and some of them are not. And these questions that they versus them have about how much, I don't know how much water you use, I'm gonna assume it's a lot, or, you know, just things like that. So just not, people not understanding because there's not transparency and there's not accountability.
Right.
So,
And it's easy to just assume, you
Right.
know, you see
Yeah.
something, you hear something, and that
Yeah.
must be how it is, but,
Right.
you know, again, that just comes back to education and communication.
You know, this conversation is making me think about the Harney County, the Harney place-based planning, groundwater plan that we're gonna be hearing about later this afternoon. I mean, those guys have, I don't want to get ahead of us, but that's a pretty good example of a community dealing with equity, essentially. I mean, you know, they're kind of coming up with tools for people to, if they want to get into the prep program and other things that there's an upfront recognition that there is not enough water here. And then there's suggestions for how to kind of modify the use.
Redistribute.
Yeah, exactly. Without, you know, nobody's forcing redistribution, but they're making tools available to foster redistribution. I just, and so we were talking about this, I was thinking,
Yeah.
we'll see, we're gonna hear about this.
Yeah, I'm glad-
One approach.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That was something I was thinking about too, just in terms of both the place-based planning. Yes, that concept was developed in line with the IWS, but also the public outreach and engagement input that we heard, where some people were just outright saying, we want regional rules. We don't feel like it makes sense to have these state rules that are trying to apply to every unique situation. And that just goes to say that, of course, people in their community know their communities best. And I think that really does make sense that we have communities with all of these different water uses that are, you know, they need to make some hard decisions. They're the ones making the decisions together, because that picture is going to be so different in every community about how much water maybe needs to be conserved, or, you know, new sources need to be developed, or whatever the case may be. Every community is going to have a different picture there. So yes, place-based planning, sounds like there's a lot of support from the public for that more regional scale, either formal place-based planning or some other smaller scale.
Yes,
I would just remind us that we look at this as a community, that they have difficult decisions that they need to make, and how it is that they are going to move forward with the limited supplies that they have. But I think we need to acknowledge just how difficult those conversations are. And they commonly do not start off amicably. You know, we really do have very different positions because they come from different sectors, and it's you know, we want ours, but they're working through it. And I think we need to celebrate those successes where they come, because those are difficult. They're very, very difficult.
oh, yeah. I think a huge amount of time, energy, emotional investment has gone into that plan. So,
And that gets back to incentivizing again, because they're using a kind of a water marketing approach to reallocate water.
Right, right. Well,
I don't think we have time for the next.
we can go a little bit, we have permission to go about 15 minutes longer. If
Okay.
you guys would like to do that? Yes.
I apologize, Madam Chair, but when we suggested that before, I was under the impression that the grant funding was the next item. It is not. It is the legislative update.
Oh, and we can't, are we gonna run into a?
I know you're gonna want to hear about that as well, so however you want to approach this, we can make it happen. We could come back after lunch and have some of this discussion as well. I'm happy to see some of the director's report time, and that's when we do have the grant
Oh,
funding
okay.
following that, so
Well, but we do
Can we
have
go to
another 15
11:15?
minutes
Yeah.
on this agenda.
on this agenda, item,
Yeah,
we do.
yeah, we do. So we're
Just
good there. Oh, but you're
providing some
saying just don't
options
go further beyond that. Okay. And we could also, but yeah, that works. We're not taking a break. Yeah. So we have time for this one. Or the next one, I should say.
This one.
Yeah.
There's also the other one too, if you prefer number 5.
Let's start, but can we see, I would like to do number 5 first to make sure we get to it and then come back. Is that right? Did you have something?
Yeah. Are Eric and Woody on?
No, neither of them are here.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just realized that.
Oh, no.
I'm thinking, I didn't just
That would have
realize.
been a terrible
I
sharing.
just wanted to be sure that we didn't miss anybody who was on the.
Yeah, yeah. Madly raising your hand.
Yeah.
Star six.
All right, so let's talk about this question, and then if we have time, we can go to number 4 too.
I do get a little concerned about part of it's visual and structural, the ease with which it could all be siloed. Different responsibilities with different agencies, rather than sort of collective responsibility for, I think back to, what was the name of that case? The in-stream dam east.
Oh, the East Fork
Valley.
East Valley. And I just remember learning about that process where there was water resources activity, then it got punted to EFW for their time, and then it got punted back, and it's just up. And it was just, it's so siloed. And I think it led to the decision that we made, like, this doesn't work. And so I don't know if it's in this presentation or if how it's interacting, how the agencies interact, and what we've talked about getting commissions together and how the core team works and all that. But I sure hope, so the change, I don't know if a grid that says this agency has these X's and this agency has these X's is necessarily the way to do it. Now, I'll just leave it at that. It feels confining. It feels like we're just sort of encouraging, if not forcing, silos across the agencies.
One addition I could make to that is the piece that we've talked about in Water Core Team about all of the collaborative groups and teams that are working on water issues right now. And those aren't really illustrated anywhere. They're happening at various levels of government as well. So there might be an opportunity to highlight those and show where we are, to list the multiple agencies that are involved and what the problem is that they're working on, as opposed to just, this is what this agency does, right? And I hear you, just in terms of avoiding the silo approach. I think we really, because this is the integrated water resources strategy, we need to use this document to show how we're working together, not how we're off and doing our own thing.
Yeah.
Right. So it definitely is going to be a challenge, but I understand that.
Just the presentation of it may help.
Is will expose my ignorance. Do agencies currently have work plans related to the strategic plan? Or is that something that will be new in the next generation?
Work plans related to the IWRS plan?
Yeah.
No. So in that has, let's see, so the 2012 version, there was a work plan that was created, but it looked like it was just, it was incorporating other items that agencies would do, but it wasn't their individual plans.
And
correct?
they didn't develop it? like
As far as I
the
know,
social
correct. So they're, by nature of the recommended actions already being some things that agencies do,
Mhm.
they are doing those things,
Yeah.
but whether or not they're pointing back to the IWRS and saying we're addressing this action, that's a separate issue. So I'm hopeful that this, the desire for water agencies to incorporate the IWRS into their strategic plans that's really promising. I think that's one step. And of course, yes, the work plan development would be fantastic too. And whether or not we have, slice off individual agencies to do their own, or we all collectively try to do one work plan together, we will see.
Yeah. Yes,
When
Julie.
you're referring to agencies, are you referring to state agencies?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify.
One thing that, this is more of I don't know what this is, kind of a way to keep the IWRS on everybody's radar, would be, on agenda items for commissions, for example, to identify the IWRS action or goal, or whichever it was that the staff report is about. And for that to happen in other agencies as well. I think it just helps, I don't know,
Remind
keep it
us.
in front of mind. So that might help.
I am going in front of some boards and commissions this summer, so I could pose that question and see
Yeah.
what their response is to that.
I think it would be helpful for us. I'd like to see us do. So do we have other, we do have a request for public comment on this item. I want to make sure we get that in too. But maybe we can go to question 4 just quickly to see whether, other than what we just talked about, are there other things that we'd like to hear from what we'd like to hear, get feedback on from the other commissions, that kind of what we think of that.
If it's helpful, I do have a meeting, so I will be presenting to the Environmental Quality Commission in July, the Land Development and Conservation Commission also in July, and I believe in August, Board of Ag.
Okay.
Woody F&W will be in the fall. I don't have the date for that yet.
Well, I don't know whether it works to go into these other boards with a specific request for feedback. Maybe they're not necessarily interested in doing that. But to the extent you get any, I'd be interested to know they're thinking about that collaboration question that we just talked about too. That would be useful.
And does it benefit them when they are talking with their boards or their commissions to point out that their request or their plan also correlates with the IWRS or this other plan? And so it's a multiple benefit to them and could potentially help them move their plan or project forward by saying this project falls under these guidelines of all of these plans. That's helpful when I go to my
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
I would just like to try and think of how you could pose it without it being a trick question. But quite frankly, I'd like to know if they feel like that they have ownership in it. Do they look at the IWRS as theirs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bet money on public record that they don't. That people will say, oh yeah, that's WRD. That'd be my guess. But I'd love to hear that, because then that begs the next question as well. Actually, it is, and so how can we in this next iteration and make it something that every agency feels vested in. Truly vested in, that it's ours collectively.
Maybe you could get a member of their staff to ask that question.
But even their staff, it's the same question as their staff.
Yeah.
We do have their, the interagency team does have their representatives, So there is that great line of communication and I will say that it is variable because other the agencies that have historically been on the interagency work team are the ones that I would say would probably say they feel some ownership, right?
Yeah.
And then it's those other agencies who still have very important roles in water management across state that just haven't been at the table and as involved.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I think there's still work to be done, yes, to make it our document and to have water ownership.
Well, how about if
It
we
would be
just,
interesting to know how they would define equity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what does WFW think equity means, or does, because that would probably also help define that term for how we focus our energies. Okay. I know, I think in some of our work plans we put to the legislature, we say this is addressing recommended action such and such in the IWRS. Do the other agencies use that as well when they're going to the legislature?
There's only one that I know of.
So that,
But
if we make it a plan that we're all supposed to be integrated and working at, it would be probably helpful to the legislature that all of the agencies are pointing to it and going, yeah, see, we're doing it. We're asking for money to do this. That would, be another thing to kind of bring up to the other commissioners. It's just, can you do this? Are you doing this? So, you see how this can help.
We have as an agency have benefited by taking that approach, constantly putting forth our ask tied to the IWRS. And we do that regularly, consistently. I don't think all of the other, I know all of the other agencies haven't embraced that same strategy, and it's unfortunate because it's an opportunity. And I think it's being missed.
Yeah,
Take that.
that makes the plan, more useful to the other agencies if they're actually getting funding through that.
Yeah. So let's, take public comment. You guys don't need to change chairs. Kimberly, would you like to join these guys at the table? And Kimberly Priestley from Waterwater.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission. My name is Kimberly Priestley, and I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. I'm actually going to cede most of what I was going to say because it's been such a fantastic conversation today. You touched on many of the points that I wanted to raise. So I did want to thank the commission for their thoughtful discussion. There were a couple of things though. Just to build on what Commissioner Cahir just said is on the question of granularity, from Water Watch's perspective, it's actually really important to have specific directives in the integrated water resources strategy, just because it's really helpful for stakeholders, whether conservation groups, irrigation districts, municipalities, to have that document to take to the legislature to advocate for budget items in particular, but also it's also, I think, helpful as far as moving forward agency initiatives that are in the strategy. So definitely appreciate the conversation about, sort of these higher level directives and agree with the recommendations that were made today, but keeping the bullet points from our perspective is helpful in moving forward with this plan. And then I guess the other point, just really quickly, is, and I think most of you know this, but I just want to say it on the record, is, you know, the integrated water resources strategy very purposefully is to understand and address both in-stream and out-of-stream needs. That was in the 2009 law that directs the program. The 2012, 2017, the 2012 sort of bones of the strategy, as well as the 2017 upgrade, really kept that balance. And so, and I'm hearing today that, you know, it appears that that balance going forward is important to the state. But the one thing I did want to say is, you know, I appreciate that there is an effort to use, you know, what we've heard as like plain speak to reach out to the public, agencies, etc. But we are a little bit concerned, and I've talked to, you know, Wendy a little bit about this, that we're losing some of those in-stream words that are really important in eliciting conversations. For instance, I think the word river doesn't show up in the survey at all, and in other documents that we've seen. So I would just encourage the state as they go forward, you know, and speak, I guess the remaining conversations are with maybe with the agencies, but just to be really explicit in, you know, what the purpose of the plan is to meet both in-stream and out-of-stream, and use the words that will evoke conversation. Just because without that, I think some people don't necessarily know what is included in the scope. So it's more just to trigger conversation, and then continue the balance that the state has done such a good job so far in keeping in the strategy. So anyway, with that, I will stop. But again, thank you for a really great conversation.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question to follow up? Because I wanted to make sure I understand your point about granularity. When you say directives, what level are you talking about? Are you talking about, so to use the words of the strategy, are you talking about the, what are they called, recommended actions?
Yes, directives maybe was too strong. So I would say recommended actions. And like, for instance, you know, there are recommended actions in there that the state should do more groundwater studies. And that was really important in 2019 and 2021 to go to the legislature and say, hey, we need funding for this. And, you know, legislators used it as well. And, you know, I think that helped with the big funding pot of money that you guys got on that. And there are other things. I mean, even things as granular as needing more water masters on the ground. People have also used that to get budget pointed in that direction. So it is actually really helpful. And then on some of the policy direction, you know, I think it provides political backing to agencies where there might be pushback from certain segments.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense, and I agree with that, but not to the next level of, and you need to go to this one basin and do X, Y, Z. in this basin.
No, just sort of the, you know, there's the sort of the, you know, the broad, like water management, and then underwater management, you know, there's 5 or 6 bullets.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Crystal and Wendy, I cannot say enough good stuff about the work you're doing. It's really impressive. And you just seem to have such a good handle on what you're working with. And I just really appreciate you having spent this much time with us. As you can see, we have a lot of interest in this. So thank you very much
Thank you.
for everything you're doing.
Yeah, looking forward to talking with you more about this.
Great. All right.
Thanks for including us today.
Yeah, thank you. All right, next up, we have a legislative session update with Bryn Hudson. And well, I guess I'll let you guys introduce. I'm not sure who's coming to the table.
Speaking of legislation.
Legislation, right, exactly. We need a legislation first.
They just got a forum on the second floor.
You're on your own for this, huh?
Yeah.
There's something in the chat. We need to check that. Sorry.
What was that?
There was a comment in the
Yeah,
chat, and I'm not sure if that was
I
something.
think we did, I thought we did not have the chat
Yeah, I thought
active. I don't really know. We don't have anybody to monitor it today. I don't think.
Christie should be, I think, looking at that.
I'm pretty sure in the past we have not had the chat
Right.
going, right? Yeah.
Screen sharing's paused. Oh, okay.
That's progress.
Yep.
Sorry, look at us. There we are.
Hey, Blinky, blinky.
Here we go. All right. It's in presenter mode. Sorry, there's too many things open in front of me. It's all right. All right. Good morning, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. For the record, Bryn Hudson, I'm the legislative coordinator for the agency. I'm here today to provide an update as to where we are at with the 2023-2025 legislative session, as well as the budget. I've got Lisa Snyder and Danielle Gonzalez behind me to answer any of your tougher questions that I'm unable to answer. So we'll go ahead and get started, and then feel free. I think the best thing to do for this presentation is just jump in if you have any questions, because there's going to be a lot of information, so it might be hard to keep track of all of it. So I'll start by providing a quick overview of sort of where we're at in terms and give a little bit of a governance 101, just to orient the group. So there are two chambers in the Oregon legislature. There's the Senate, which has 30 members and is led by the Senate President. House of Representatives is the larger chamber with 60 members. Their leader is the Speaker of the House. Those chambers are each split into caucuses with a majority and a minority party, largely split along partisan lines. Right now, the majority party in both the House and the Senate is the Democratic Party. The minority caucus is the Republican caucus. Each chamber is then further split into policy committees whose memberships and chairs are appointed by the leader of each respective chamber. These policy committees are largely responsible for hearing legislation, amending it, and passing it out of policy committees. There is a small exception for the Joint Ways and Means process. That's kind of a separate committee process that are bicameral committees. And so those are the committees that are largely in charge of making appropriations, evaluating fiscal impacts, and essentially writing the checks. We are currently in what we call a long legislative session. So there are two types of sessions that can take place in Oregon. We are currently in the odd numbered years, which means we're doing a long session. Typically sessions will start in January. This session started January 17th, and they may not exceed 160 days unless extended by a 2/3 vote. So as if you can do your quick mental math, we are quickly approaching the constitutional sine die date, which is the 25th of June. There's an unlimited number of pre-session bills that can be filed, which means we are often tracking hundreds of bills at any given time. There's a lot going on in long session. It's kind of like a marathon and a sprint all at once, is how I like to describe it. During these long sessions, we typically see biennial budgets being passed, as well as large policy issues. So right now, the legislature is working to craft agency budgets for the 2023-2025 biennium. Once those get set, they will run from July 1 of 2023 through June 30th of 2025. So that's what's happening right now. So in terms of where we are at this point in time, at the beginning of session, almost 3,000 bills were introduced. At the beginning, we were tracking more than 500 of those. There's a little fun factoid for you all. There was over 80 bills at the beginning of session that had a direct link to our work. So it's been a really, really busy session for us, to say the least. It's really been an all hands on deck situation, and we have had immense collaboration and coordination across the agency, and it's been a real team effort, to say the least. Right now, as we are approaching sort of the end of session, about 200 of those 500 bills that we were tracking are still alive. Many of these bills that we track are largely due to their what we call a relating to clause, which essentially defines the scope of the legislation. And so you'll see anything from really specific water management bills all the way up to statewide bills related to things like employment, contracting, public records law, rulemaking requirements. So we keep track of all of those. We're going to highlight the water management specific legislation today because I don't think you want me to share what I know about 200 bills. But if you look in the staff report, attachment 1 provides some really high level information about approximately 100 of those bills. That information is a little out of date because as soon as you pull a report from the legislature, it becomes out of date in about 2 seconds. But for the most part, the main pieces are retained in there. And if you have any questions on any bills in particular, you can ask those today, and I can do my best to answer what I know about where they live right now. So I'll first, before I highlight what's still on the table, I will highlight what bills and what legislation is passed to date. So as a reminder, bills must go through both chambers, both the Senate and the House, and then be signed by the governor in order to become fully effective and enrolled. Bills that have a fiscal impact, so basically they require resource appropriations beyond what the agency's current service levels are, must go through the Ways and Means process to receive appropriations, and then they'll get voted on by both chambers, and they'll go to the governor's desk for signature. So a lot of the bills that are still alive and have not been signed and are not yet dead are theoretically mostly jumbling around either on the Senate floor at this point in time, or they are still in Ways and Means. But before I get into what those are, I'll highlight the handful of water related bills that you all might be interested in that have been passed and signed by the governor to date. The first I'll highlight is House Bill 3164, which initially started out as an agency priority bill. This is a bill that repeals the sunset for our authority to process and offer split season in-stream leases. So that one passed early on in the session. That's been effective for a few months now, or it was signed a few months ago. So that one made it through. House Bill 3097 really is focused on in-conduit hydro and allowing for municipalities to apply for in-conduit hydro on water rights that are not their own. So it's really about municipal infrastructure sharing when it comes to in-conduit. So that one, it passed as well. Senate Bill 718 relates to forfeiture and drought, and basically at a really high level, the bill essentially pauses the clock for forfeiture, that 5-year clock, in counties where there is a governor declared drought emergency. Senate Bill 326 and 954 are really the culmination of the House Bill 3000 Cannabis Task Force bill and the work that was done by their Natural Resources Subcommittee. So these are two bills that there's a lot in those bills. I will just be highlighting the water components, but they're pretty beefy bills that have lots of law enforcement provisions that I am not qualified to speak to. But the Senate Bill 326 kind of expands on some of the work done in terms of increasing penalties related to water use on illegal cannabis. So looking at increased civil and criminal penalties for water use without a water right on cannabis that's not registered. And then Senate Bill 954 really deals with interagency coordination around cannabis sites. So one of the pieces that are the most relevant to us as an agency and our field staff in particular is around the authority to accompany law enforcement when they have a warrant to visit a cannabis location. And the bill basically specifies that other agencies or relevant organizations may accompany law enforcement if they are needed on site without being named directly in the warrant. So that allows our water masters to come along with law enforcement, human services, things like that. So that is particularly relevant to cannabis operations down in Southern Oregon primarily is what we're seeing this be really helpful for. So that's what's passed to date, meaning it's received a signature. From this point on, everything else is pure speculation. It has not been voted on. It is either cleared the House, it's waiting for a vote in the Senate, or it's sitting in the Ways and Means Committee. Nothing is final. The function of this update is really just to provide you all with, the suite of things that are on the table that have legs at this point in time. So that's my grain of salt, big asterisk by this presentation moving forward. So as I mentioned, there are big interests in water. This slide really has kind of a snapshot, not a full, not the full summary of all of the different water related legislation that is currently still alive. So it's made it past all of those session deadlines that we've been meeting over the last 5.5 months or so. So this is just kind of a snapshot of the bills that are either on the Senate floor, on the House floor, or in the Joint Ways and Means committees that still have legs and could receive a vote. So I'll just at a really high level run through some of these as you may be interested or you may have seen kind of bumbling around in the news. So House Bill 2929 is a bill related to injunctive relief. It essentially grants the department the authority to seek an injunction for certain water use violations. House Bill 3099 really relates to standing up a planning process in the Chewaucan Basin. So that is a process that is, as the bill states, to be run through Portland State University, not through us. So we have a role to play in terms of helping and engaging in the process, but the so-called planning process that will be facilitated and run through Portland State University. House Bill 3100 is relating to the integrated water resources strategy, a great segue from the last agenda item. There's a number of things that this bill proposes to do. It adds certain provisions of things that should be included in future iterations of the IWRS, including processes for developing things like work plans, provisions for engaging with environmental justice communities, provisions for better engaging with federal entities and tribes, things like that. Another policy piece of this one is that it extends the deadline or the timeline for an IWRS update from every 5 years to every 8 years. So it kind of stretches that timeline a little bit and to allow for more space to actually implement some of those actions, given how extensive these updates often are. So that's in House Bill 3100. House Bill 3163 really delves into place-based integrated water resources planning. So some of you may remember that the sunset for us to actually authorize grants and support that work sunsets June 30th of this year. So this bill repeals that sunset and essentially establishes a more holistic program around place-based planning. House Bill 3130 directs the department to take an active role in facilitating voluntary groundwater agreements. That one's pretty straightforward. That's pretty much what the bill says. House Bill 3231 directs the Department of Environmental Quality as well as us to basically engage in sort of a technical analysis and a technical review of water reuse and recycling and provide some recommendations as to how we can better promote the use of those tools. So that's what that bill does. House Bill 3575 directs the department to increase our offerings of the water project grants and loans grant opportunity. Currently we do that on a yearly basis. The bill directs us to do it no fewer than 2 times a year. So it kind of increasing the offerings and availability of that granting opportunity. Senate Bill 85 is a bill that has gotten a lot of attention in the news. This is largely a confined animal feeding operation agricultural bill, but there are some water components, including a cap on the stock watering exemption for groundwater use for new confined animal feeding operations, as well as some new provisions on that exempt use and confined animal feeding operation expansions within critical groundwater areas. So there are some provisions in that. It's a pretty beefy bill. So if you have more specific questions, I'm happy to answer those But that's one that's largely being led by the Department of Agriculture, but we are tangential in it. And then Senate Bill 956, which is a bill that establishes a state intent and willingness to support and engage in the Walla Walla 2050 strategic plan. So it's a lot of bills. I will note that there are two important ones that I think in terms of tracking and keeping track of everything are the two most important. So House Bill 2010 is what I am calling the water omnibus bill. So it basically takes a lot of these bills that all have bipartisan support, rolls them all up into one bill and smushes them all together. It's an administrative tactic, so you only have to vote once on the floor rather than 15 different times. But so while a lot of these bills we've been referring to as, 3100 is the IWRS bill, you'll see a lot of them actually die in Ways and Means, but they are part of House Bill 2010, which has moved out of the Ways and Means Committee and has passed the House floor. And so it's now on the Senate side to get a vote on the Senate. So I think what I will preface is a lot of these bills in the bill numbers that I just described to you will not be moving forward in that iteration. They will likely be moving forward in the form of House Bill 2010, or maybe another end of session bill as that comes together in the next week and a half. So that's just a more of a technical, if you're tracking the bills more closely, you can expect to see that. I'll note that all of the bills on this slide, with the exception of 2929, the injunctive relief bill, 85, the confined animal feeding operation bill, and the Walla Walla strategic plan bill, all of those other bills are included in House Bill 2010. And House Bill 2010 is really the culmination of a session-long effort, really spearheaded by Representatives Helm and Owens, to get some bipartisan support around integrated water funding. So in addition to all of those different types of things that you can find in 2010, it is a 50-page bill. So I'm going to give you the elevator pitch of what else you can find in there. Other pieces that are in that bill include the expansion of eligible wells for well abandonment, repair, and replacement funding. If you remember, that's a new funding program that we have. Another piece of this legislation that expands eligibility to include wells that are impacted by drinking water quality issues. So expanding up it to a water quality component. There's also provisions that direct the department to update the scope of work and cost estimates related to implementation of the 1993 Water Stewardship and Supply Initiative. It's a pretty old initiative. I did some research. Commissioner Lee, you were on an advisory council to actually update that. So I'm sure you remember every second of it. But so there are provisions for us to do some work to update the scope of work and cost estimate on that document. It also, a provision of the bill also expands the eligibility of those who are allowed to sit for a certified water right examiner test. So it expands that to include folks who have been employed by a defined district for more than 7 years. So irrigation districts, drainage districts, things like that. And then the bill also provides the department with the authority to require water use reporting. So that's another policy provision that's in there. There are other pieces not directly related to the department. Those are the ones directed specifically at us. And I'll get into like what the resources associated with that look like in a little bit.
Sure. Question, Brent, on that. Does it allow the department to require water use measurement reporting on any water right?
Yes, that's correct. Okay. So you may recall that that's been a long-standing issue. But so this bill actually seeks to kind of settle that. Oh no.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I may have missed a little bit of the conversation, but Bryn, doesn't the bill, it's a nuance. Doesn't the bill allow us to require measurement and reporting where we already require measurement?
I'd have to pull the.
I think
it's on like section,
because this has been
28 of the bill.
This has been around for a while.
Yeah.
My recollection is there's a little bit of a nuance there. So
yeah.
And the way then we get to Bryn's answer is that the Water Resources Department has separate authority to require measurement. And that is through our water master authorities. And then, of course, we also have the separate serious water management problem area authority, which also allows for measurement and reporting. So just a little nuance there that I thought I would clarify
I'm sorry,
if I'm
can you
remembering
repeat
it
it?
correctly.
Because I don't understand the nuance.
The nuance is that the bill is written, what's passing is, if I'm recalling it correctly, it says that where the Water Resources Department is requiring water measurement, the agency has authority to require reporting of water use. So really, it's only giving us authority around reporting. And we have separate existing authority around water measurement and the ability to require that. So
But no
thank you.
new authority to require measurement in areas where we don't already have that authority.
There's no new authority associated with measurement.
Okay.
However, the water masters can require, and I need, Doug probably knows this one more than I do. Sorry, Acting Director Woodcock probably knows this one more than I do because it ties into the water master orders, which he's much more familiar with. But I think it's tied to if we need water measurement for water management, for example, that is, we have independent authority to require that today. In addition to what you all are very familiar with, our rulemaking authority for broader areas. So. Yeah.
Wow, big technical nuance there. So, thank you, Raquel. So the other bill I'll also highlight is House Bill 5043, which is the department's budget bill. I'll note that both of these bills, both 2010 and 5043, have been passed out of the Ways and Means Committee and have passed through the House. The last hurdle is really passage from the Senate, then to the governor's desk, where she will sign, basically, or not, but I would venture to guess that she would not veto a budget bill for the agency. So that's kind of the last step for those two bills. I'll note that there are many other bills that are just out and about. Again, attachment 1 has kind of that full list if there are ones in particular that you're looking for. But these are kind of the snapshot, most precedent ones for kind of what you might see.
Yes,
Just have one question, if I might. There's also a climate omnibus package. Are there any water-related bills in the climate package?
Commissioner Lee, that's a great question. I'm doing a quick mental scan. If I remember, that one's 150 pages long. If I recall, I believe the most relevant piece, there's a water quality component for harmful algal blooms associated in that one. I believe the bill number is 3409, is one of the climate omnibus bills. I think more broadly, if I am recalling, that bill focuses more on greenhouse gas reporting, greenhouse gas reduction efforts for state agencies. So that's really where there's a nexus with us, and that we've got, fleets and we have buildings and things like that, that's how we're more tied in, and we have reporting requirements to the Global Warming Commission. But in terms of directly related to water, there's a provision for harmful algal blooms, but from a quantity perspective, 2010 is really where the meat of the work is for our agency.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I will pop over now to proposed investments, the good stuff. So again, as I mentioned, and as I stated, these are proposed investments, nothing is final. This is what we know as being on the table that is passed out of the Joint Ways and Means Committee. I will note that there's also a variety of factors to consider, including end of session, Christmas tree bills that just kind of will throw. Sometimes how we've seen in the past is, odds and ends, dollars for specific projects, positions for specific work at the end of session. There are also lottery bonding bills that have yet to be passed, and those contain things like the lottery bonds revenue for water project grants and loans, and feasibility study grants. So you won't see these in here. Those have yet to be passed at this point in time. But this is just what we know right now, with the understanding that a lot could change with the end of session bill and lottery bond revenues as well. So
I'll just kind of start from the top. These are proposed investments in House Bill 2010, which is the water omnibus bill, as well as our budget bill. So that's really going to be the focus of this. The first is an IWRS specialist. If you all recall our policy option packages, this is POP 101. And what this does is it makes the limited duration integrated water resources strategy specialist position that was received in the last biennium as a limited duration. It just makes that position permanent. And this position is really focused on, I think Crystal did a great job of kind of showing what this position does, really focused on updating, implementing the IWRS tracking interagency work, things like that. I'll also note that there was some staffing included for place-based planning in the form of a water supply specialist. So this is linked to the policy directive for us to continue integrated place-based water resources planning. That is, that program is included in House Bill 2010 as one of those carry forward policies. So that's what this position is linked up to, is that authority. There's also 2.5 basin coordinators, complex basin coordinators. Those are high level classified NRS natural resource specialist 5 positions that are really kind of, the dream is to place them all throughout the state in order to have that more regional knowledge and regional point of contact for the agency. And so we received 2.5 basin coordinators. Half of that, so 1/2 of those positions is a limited duration position. And I'll get into that in a second. But so the 2 permanent positions that you see here are focused on the South Central and Eastern region of the state. That's one. And then the other position is focused on the North Central region of the state. And that one in particular is linked up to the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation water rights settlement work. So if you recall, policy option package 115 in our budget had the dollars to 1.5 million to facilitate that work. A position was also garnered in order to help support that work in the beginning, since that process will not go on forever, but the primary bulk of that position's work will be focused on the CTUIR work. So that's what that NRS 5 for this North Central region will primarily be focused on. And then the other position is going to be focused on South Central, Eastern work. So things like that Shiwakan planning work, Klamath issues, just to name a few. So there's a lot of work waiting for that position. The half limited duration position is linked up to, or it is accompanied by the voluntary groundwater agreement policy directive. So this position is a limited duration, but will be focused on kind of the beginning work related to establishing and facilitating voluntary groundwater agreements. We also received some exciting resources for grant and fiscal staff. So this includes 1 program analyst associated with the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund. Right now, we have a limited duration staffer working on running that entire program. Those programs are often more time intensive than our typical granting opportunities because you're offering a magnitude more of one-off grants for domestic wells. So there's a large workload associated with that. So this offers a permanent position to help support that program. In addition, there are 2 natural resource specialists that are really going to be focused on facilitating grant agreements and giving that grant support within our agency, especially given all the new provisions associated with offering water project grants and loans more frequently, this WARF opportunity being expanded and becoming more permanent. So investments in kind of that foundational staff to ensure that we're being timely in responding to folks who have inquiries about granting opportunities, processing those types of applications, responding to folks, things like that. And then there's a part-time administrative specialist that's also included to help support and provide some of that much needed just administrative support for the policy or the planning, collaboration, and investment section of the agency. They don't have any administrative support. So this provides some much needed support there. And then there are also 2 accounting staff that will be added to the administrative services division of the agency to really focus on fiscal tracking and transparency. We We also received a Klamath Basin Region Manager, which was initially proposed in the agency request budget. If you, I'm sure there's nothing else in your brain besides what our POPs that didn't make it into the GRB, but that was POP 114. And this is basically a region manager that will serve to split the South Central region, which is currently managed out of the Bend office, to split that and then give Klamath, that area, kind of its own region and own kind of high level managerial support. And then lastly, there's a part-time limited duration policy analyst associated with the water reuse bill that directs the department as well as DEQ to work to provide some recommendations to the legislature on how water reuse and recycling can be further promoted and further utilized in the state. So there's some part-time limited duration capacity for us to support that work from a policy perspective. We're not done yet. A big one is proposed investments for the water availability reporting system. So this is what we lovingly call the WARS update. This is the full investment in POP 109, or excuse me, not 109, 111 from our agency request budget. So our agency request budget had a lot of resources in it, big 9 positions. The governor's recommended budget cut that in half. Legislature has decided that they want to fund the full policy option package. So I'll walk through at a really high level what's included in here because there's a lot. The first, from the technical perspective, there's an investment in a hydrographer, a research hydrologist, as well as a data scientist in the technical services division in order to do the science data gathering and modeling associated with actually updating the model. There's also a software engineer that's proposed to be added in the administrative services, the information services division of the agency to support that back end, software database infrastructure component that we are so sorely missing in the agency. So it's great to see that investment as well. There's also been a great investment in management and administrative support. So this package also adds an assistant surface water manager. With just a little aside, with all these investments, including investments from the last session, our current surface water manager is supporting something like 20 staff, which is a lot. So this package adds an assistant manager to help kind of spread the love in terms of management capacity. And then there's also a part-time administrative specialist to help within the administrative services division to help with the hiring, payroll, HR things associated with all the increase in staff that are now being added. Additionally, there's 2 assistant water masters who will serve as hydrotechs to support things like data collection, field ground truthing, things like that. And then there's also a program analyst to support the technical services division that is located in the director's office. So kind of giving some programmatic analysis support for TSD. So that's the staffing. There's also a variety of contracting dollars associated with this. $425,000 for Agromet contract costs, as well as stream gauge maintenance. So that data collection component. And then there's some one-time funding for Prism and Google data. That's just a pretty small amount, but it's just expanding our access to all the other types of data that's out there so we can refine the model further. That's one package, but we wanted to give it its own slide so we can fully walk through it because this is an exciting one. We also received a carryover, if you remember and recall, package 105 was just a $15.9 million carryover from American Rescue Plan Act funds, just to make sure that we're able to expend all of the funds that were actually allocated to us in the 2021 session. So this includes funding for one-time funding, all of this is one-time funding for continuance of place-based planning for the existing groups, fish passage, funding for the well abandonment repair and replacement fund. The bulk of this is $6 million for the ordinance project out in the Umatilla County. There's also $1.5 million to support fee-based programs, which includes funding for 8 water rights staff for 12 months. So limited duration on that. There's also 2.5 million for flood methodology and inundation assessments. So that's really being handled by our dam safety program, that kind of technical work. Those are contract dollars. $1 million for water measurement cost share funding, as well as 2.6 for surface water and groundwater data collection. So that is all carryover funding that was appropriated in 2021 and is going to go into the next biennium so that we can actually get that funding out the door. Other investments, largely within 2010, but also some within 5043 in our base budget bill. So you'll see the $2 million for place-based planning that's associated with the establishment of the actual grant program. That's within House Bill 2010. So those are grant dollars. The 1.2 million for the CTUIR settlement and complex issues resolutions. This is a one-time funding. If you recall, the initial package was 1.5 million. And it didn't include a position. As I mentioned, the NRS 5 position that is a basin coordinator is linked up to this funding. So we reduced the facilitation dollars a little bit in order to make space for a position to support that work. So we just kind of skimmed that little off the top to provide some capacity for a permanent position. So that leaves 1.2 million for the CTUIR work, as well as facilitation dollars for other complex issues. Other complex water issues across the state. There's also $500,000 related to the contested case backlog work. So this includes funding for DOJ or Department of Justice, as well as the Office of Administrative Hearing costs to really get those cases through the judicial process. If you recall, package 108 was part of our budget. It had some positions. This does not have any positions associated with it. It is just the one-time funding for Department of Justice, as well as Office of Administrative Hearings. And then the last piece I'll note, this also has a conjunction with that limited duration half FTE basin coordinator that I mentioned. We also received $100,000 for voluntary groundwater agreements to just like facilitate that, whether it's contracting dollars, legal expenses, things like that. Just funding to kind of support that work in addition to the staff to support it. So those are the dollar values that don't really have positions associated with them. The not so fun part, every addition comes with some reductions. So these are the proposed reductions that are on the table. There's a position, an evapotranspiration hydrologist, as well as 475,000 general fund for ET, evapotranspiration projects. Those of you who are keeping tabs on all of the different sessions, this cut comes from funding that was initially appropriated during the December 2021 special session. That feels like a zillion years ago at this point. But this was funding initially linked up to cannabis. And so that's why this is a proposed cut to that funding. We still retain some base budget foundational dollars and staffing linked up to evapotranspiration work, but this is just the additional appropriations that were made during that cannabis package negotiation. So that's what that is. We still retain our base budget funding for the ET work that we have been doing. There's also a $250,000 general fund reduction for groundwater study outreach. So House Bill 2018 from the 2021 legislative session had a bunch of different appropriations in terms of staffing, contracting dollars for groundwater studies. This is just contracting dollars. Staff and outreach staff are retained. This is just that extra little bit of contracting dollars, communication dollars, things like that. That's a proposed reduction. And the last thing is just short of $450,000 funds for groundwater investigations, really focused on new observation wells. So that's where that funding is. So largely focused on contracting dollars, with the exception of that one position. That's where we are seeing the largest reductions, is really in those contracting dollars. Trying to retain warm bodies, as I like to say. So I'll just note that, again, there's still a lot of uncertainty, but what is very clear is that there is a lot of new and continuing interest in investment in the work that our agency is doing, which is really exciting. again, as I mentioned, what we went through today, unless it's been signed by the governor, is still up for grabs, up for discussion. There's still lottery bonding bills, end of session bills that could be coming on the horizon that may impact some of these investments that we've kind of gone over today and policy issues that we've gone over today. I'll note that constitutional sine die is June 25th. So next Sunday, I believe, is when the doors need to close, basically, with the exception of there is an option for the legislature. If they get a 2/3 vote, they can extend the session in 5-day increments. So if work isn't finished, they can extend, or if work isn't finished, they can end, call a special session in July or September or whatever they want to do it. I will note that the legislature has passed a continuing resolution bill at the beginning of session that provides some emergency board funding to keep the government open until September 15th. So those of you who have been watching the news know that we are in the midst of a walkout. I will note that I was on my phone, and not because I was texting, because I was watching the floor session. They had a quorum today in the Senate. So that's no promises as to how much work is going to get done, but that is promising. So that is to say things are moving quickly over in the legislature. Once we do have some final numbers and a good idea as to what the fate of the agency's budget and other policy items are, we will be sure to provide an update once it's final.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I will provide an update that Britain's yet to see. It is that 2 press releases did just go out. The Senate and House leadership, so Senate President and the Speaker's office, did send out a press release saying that there is an agreement. And the Senate Republicans also sent out a press release saying there is an agreement. And so we anticipate, based on what was stated in the press releases, or they are anticipating, that there will be a quorum for the remainder of session. I'm happy to send that press release out to you all so you can see the details of it. But that does mean that it looks like we're going to be back to work here to hopefully close out this session.
Thanks for doing it. I was dying not knowing. Breaking news, yes, exactly. So that is all I have for you today. I know that was a lot of information, but it's been a busy session. So I'm happy to answer any questions or any comments that you all may have related to this marathon sprint that we've been doing.
Questions, comments?
So I was just
Yes, Julie.
excited to see the Klamath Basin regional manager proposal. So I hope that goes through because I think it's needed in that area.
Yes, Doug.
You were going to say something.
No, I
Please
was just gonna thank Bryn because I thought she did a great job. I don't have any questions.
go.
but-
I would just like to point out that this is Bryn's first session,
Oh,
first legislative session that she has done, and you can see that we are in good hands.
No kidding.
She just done
She has
fantastic
an
job.
encyclopedic. About what's going on.
I wouldn't have known it was your first.
I just see bill numbers when I go to sleep at night, that's all.
And proper numbers.
Yeah.
We'll work on that. Sorry to hear that.
Dreams and nightmares sometimes, it's okay.
And you did a really good job with the stakeholders even prior to the session.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Team effort. We couldn't have done it without the full manager and staff support. So we have a lot more cooks in the kitchen, I think, than we normally do because of all the work. So it's been a fun one. Great.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So, let's see. Guess what? It's time for lunch. And we're reconvening at 1 o'clock. Are we upstairs for lunch?
We're upstairs.
Upstairs. Okay. Cool. All right. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Adjourn for that. Okay, all right, we're ready. Okay, we're reassembling for this Water Resources Commission meeting. And our first agenda item this afternoon is Director's Report. Douglas?
Very good, commissioners. So we've heard a lot of information this morning. A lot of good conversation around the IWRS and Bryn's presentation as well about everything that's going on in the legislature. And I just want to say, I'm really speaking to the legislative piece. There's just a lot of really good news in this budget for us, as you heard. It also terrifies us. And the reason there is ongoing workloads from the 2021 session that we are still operating under. Still a lot of unfinished business. And you can see from the director's report that just between the last meeting and I think the end of May, we brought on, or we hired 27 positions. Now, a lot of that is, movement within the agency. So there are a few people that are new to the agency, new to state government. But nonetheless, that reflects a huge commitment of our managers and our HR group to be able to make all this happen and be able to onboard all of the new people and onboard actually even for existing staff who are sitting in new positions now, just trying to get them up and running. So we've got this backlog of project work that we're operating on, still trying to recruit. I think we have 23 vacancies right now, some of them being held open intentionally to be able to pay for some other work that we want to do. But point is, those vacancies are still out there. There's still positions that ultimately someday will be filled. And so it's an ongoing commitment of the agency just from the biennium that we are just wrapping up now. And you saw from what Bryn was presenting that there's a lot more work that's going to be coming our way. So all that to say that we've been very busy and we're very tired. Our managers are tired, staff are tired. So we are just trying to manage these ongoing workloads.
So how many new positions do you anticipate from what's proposed in the budget?
I don't know that I have seen a total. And hi, Lisa. And I don't know that I have an answer for you in the short term. There were 9 positions. There were 9 positions in that one package that Bryn talked about this morning. Just our WARS package, our water availability.
Wow.
And then there were a whole smattering of, 1, 2, 2.5 positions here and there. So it's going to add up to 20 something more. At this point, I'm going to transition here. I think we have Rachel Levelford with us here. And the reason why I'm calling on Rachel here, and there she is in a really small window up there. There is in the director's report, there is a drought status update. That was put together in early May, mid-May, a month or so ago. Rachel is going to be talking a little bit about yesterday's water supply committee and some of the new information that came out of that. So she has the latest and greatest. So Rachel, can we hear you?
Yeah, good afternoon, Commission. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Chair Reeves, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Rachel Levelford. I am the manager for the surface water section, and I regret to share that Ryan cannot make it today, so you are stuck with me instead. So my apologies. I will do my best to answer any follow-up questions you have here and make sure to follow up on those ones that I cannot address. I did want to share, as Doug said, with you, some updates on drought conditions around the state since we put together the notes for this, this director's update. Since the change in conditions is pretty dramatic in some cases. So the two, I'd say, most exceptional shifts are that we have really reduced drought status across the state overall, 26% reduction in drought status, including the removal of extreme and exceptional drought from the National Drought Monitor. So great news. That doesn't mean there aren't still some parts of the state that are experiencing drought, but certainly a change in severity. And this is improved since the director's report came out. So we still did have some extreme and exceptional drought at that time. The other change in conditions that we are currently seeing play out across the state is due to the rapid melt out of snowpack that has occurred over the last month. It was faster than normal. This resulted really in some good things, some bad things for water supply. So reservoir storage has improved significantly, really across the state, with the exception being in the Deschutes, so Wickiup, Crane Prairie, Crescent Lake, and additionally in the Rogue, where we're still at below average contents for a variety of reasons. What we are also seeing that the evaporative demand drought index is indicating some pretty rapid drying in northwestern Oregon due to some really pretty high temperatures in May and high wind. And this is showing up in some record low flows in those areas, including around the Scoggins Reservoir area, where we are having some issues with filling in that reservoir as well. So those were the major condition changes since the director's report was put together. I'll also share that we now have 8 declared and 1 approved drought declaration. That approved one is headed to the governor's office now. That is for Jackson County, but Crook, Deschutes, Grant, Harney, Jefferson, Lake, Sherman, and Wasco all have declared a drought declaration that has been approved by the governor's office. So that is the major changes since that report was put together. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about those, the impacts of those changes or the changes themselves.
Rachel, I think we have no questions. Thank you for that.
Easy.
Very clear.
Great, and you can, Ryan helped pull those together, so thank you, Ryan, if you're listening. Well, I know he's not, he's in another meeting, but I'll just want to give Ryan some credit for helping pull that information together. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great, Rachel. Thank you for that latest and greatest. I want to touch on something that I've spoken with some of you about when we did our check-ins. But I want to make sure that everybody is hearing this, because this is something that some of you may remember. We had a meeting last summer whereby we had come to the agency requesting to adopt temporary rules around the issue of automatic stays when somebody files an order, when somebody files a petition for judicial review against one of our orders. And at that time, we were coming to you with a notion that there were 2 types of orders that we received: regulatory and what we call permissive. So regulatory would be those where we are slapping down an order saying, stop using water, stop diverting water from the stream. And the water user might turn around and file a petition for judicial review against that order, which would stay the enforcement of that order. That means that that person, that irrigator, could continue irrigating even though we had shut them off until they had their day in court. So that kind of knocks things out of the prior appropriation because now you've got a junior user continuing to irrigate. The other type of order that we issue are what we call permissive orders, and those are orders whereby we are authorizing somebody to use water, such as through a water right, a limited license, a transfer. There are a number of these things. And we, at that time, our thinking was because the language in the statute says that the filing of a petition for judicial review stays the enforcement of that order, we were taking that very literally. And we don't enforce permissive orders. We issue you a water right. We don't force you and enforce that. We don't make you use that. It's entirely up to you. So reading that literally, we were thinking that the automatic stay provision would not apply because we're not enforcing that order. Well, we brought this to the commission. We were going to have this agenda item, and then we had provided the materials around this issue, and it caused a bit of a dust up. Many of the water interests thought that was an incorrect interpretation. And we may recall, we pulled that agenda item from the meeting, and we said, we're going to go off and think about this. Well, we've been doing that since then. And we have come back, come around, I should say, to the notion that let's just keep this simple. The statute says that the order is stayed, says enforcement, which we're going to look beyond that. But we are taking the position that if you file a petition for judicial review, that order is stayed, permissive or regulatory. And that way it's a level playing field for everybody who files that petition. And so we think that that is more transparent. And I'm bringing this back to you, even though we've spoken with some of you about this. I'm bringing this back just because the last time that you heard about this, we had a very different interpretation. And so there's no ask of the commission here. This is just an interpretation of the statute. And we think it is pretty straightforward here. We have issued one, well, let me tell you a little story here. So recently there has been some litigation in the Deschutes Basin where a water user had filed for a temporary transfer of water. So water from one location, bringing it over to this other location. Somebody filed a petition for judicial review on our order approving that transfer. And so the water user, thinking that it was automatically stayed, and so they couldn't use the water because it had been filed, that petition had been filed, requested that we lift that stay so they could go ahead and use the water. We issued an order denying their request to lift the stay. So I just tell you that because that puts us firmly in that camp, that permissive orders, so our approval of their temporary transfer, that permissive order was subject to an automatic stay. If that all makes sense. Before we were saying that it didn't apply. Now we're saying that it does apply, and we officially issued this document, I guess, that says that we are not going to be lifting that stay. So just wanted to get that out there on the record for everybody. Any questions on that? It's kind of a confusing issue.
No question.
Very good. Very good. Bad back glare here. So in the director's report also, we touched on the field staff survey. And in there, it talks about there has been a number of reported issues from staff in the field. I'm not talking Water Resources Department exclusively. These are agencies across the natural resource agencies have all complained of some bad interactions out in the field when they're out doing their business. And some of these are really scary, involving guns, involving being pursued in their vehicles as they're trying to get out of the situation. And so Director Walker from Department of State Lands raised this issue with the governor's office and the Natural Resources Cabinet. And we all responded that, yes, we are experiencing this as well. So she spearheaded a survey of field staff across the natural resource agencies just to see how bad is this and where are the gaps in all of this. And so that survey is in. I raised this, even though it was in the director's report. I raised this because we actually have the report now, and I haven't actually provided it yet. So if you are interested, I will share that out electronically with you, and you can take a look at it. Within that document, it talks about a lot of things, but it also identifies that what are some next steps here. And some issues here are that there needs to be more training of field staff on how to recognize a dangerous situation and how to extricate yourself. It's apparent that not all agencies don't have the same level of training. We're not consistent across the enterprise. And it lays out, not in that document, but in some other conversations that we're having, we're putting together a strategy moving forward on how it is we identify consistent training across the enterprise, but also where are the gaps? What do we need in terms of going to the legislature and getting the resources necessary so that the proper equipment is distributed to the agencies and their staff, and that there are consistent best practices when you're out in the field as well. So this is a very important issue. We're taking it seriously, and I will be sure to forward that to you, and you can take a look at that. And please, I apologize about not getting it out ahead of the meeting, but if you have any questions about that particular report, please reach out. Another item I will touch on, which is kind of interesting, new to conversation here with the agency, and that is the federal government. So Department of Interior has approached the department around the potential for a Yurok settlement. So the Yurok is a tribe in Northern California that has strong ties to the Klamath River. And their rights have not been, their Federal Reserve rights have not been adjudicated, have not been quantified. And this Department of Interior team has approached us, letting us know that they are conducting an assessment as to whether a settlement should be pursued with the Yurok. And it's very early. It's very, very early in this process here. But it has potential impacts to Oregon, because we don't know. Obviously, the Klamath River originates in Oregon, flows down into Northern California out to the ocean. And we don't know the ramifications of what a settlement will actually look like. It could, I mean, it could be very broad, could be very narrow. It could just adopt the numbers that are there now for the biological opinions that exist on the Klamath River. But it could also reach up into Oregon and potentially impact the Klamath tribes and their work. And so this is very, very complicated, because we are in the middle of an adjudication with the Klamath tribes right now. The Yurok chose not to participate in that adjudication. And so what potential is there for another tribe in that settlement to impact what is going on with, you know, a 35-year process we've been working on, longer than that, even, longer than 35, process with the Klamath tribe. So more to come on that. I just raise it because it's just another one of those very complicated water issues that we deal with.
Doug, are the Just, this is just a notification to the state that this is going to be happening?
A notification and an invitation.
Oh, an invitation to,
Just get us thinking about this process.
yeah,
And we would need to decide to what degree we want to participate in this. Do we want to stand in the wings and just watch this take place? Do we want to determine what Oregon's interests are here and actually participate in this in a formal process through our what's called ORS 539 process? And that's the ability of the agency to negotiate with tribes that claim to have a federal preserved right. So
What's the timeframe? What's a likely or not timeframe for such a settlement?
I don't know that there is a time frame at all. I think the Department of Interior is just now starting to figure out what are the binding mechanisms around all of this that would cause them to, jump in all the way. So again, this is just very early notification.
And Klamath Tribe wasn't similarly invited.
Not to this meeting. Interior has held other meetings. They will be talking with the Klamath Tribe. They'll reach out to everybody they can think of who is impacted by this. Any other questions? What was that?
there's always, it's just the basin, there's a lot of stuff going on all the time, yeah.
Good job.
Basically,
Right.
Plenty of work.
that's
I
right.
just think we would want to be a part of the conversation and looking at what Oregon's interests are. And how
That we would
that we would want to be, yeah.
Does the federal government then have the right to intervene in the adjudication that's going on right now to stay it or something until the decision is done?
I am not going to speculate on the impacts there. Initial thought is no, they don't have the right to intervene in that. But this is just really unknown. I mean, one question that was posed to them was, do you have examples of situations where you have one negotiation going on and then later on another tribe comes in and they want to create their own settlement which could overlap, and they could not address an example. They have lots of examples of where they've done settlements with tribes, but where it gets very complicated like this, they were not forthcoming in examples and how that played out. And then there's no guarantee that there's a one size fits all in that scenario anyway.
The federal government they are claimants in the Klamath adjudication. They have claims that have been determined
Yes,
for
they
their
are.
own reserve rights, so they may not want to stay in that adjudication. Right.
Yeah, they may not want to intervene in their own
Their own-
self-interest.
stop their own-
Yeah.
Stop working on their own things.
It's a fascinating issue.
Right.
Okay. I wanted to touch on just one thing real quickly, and that is tribal task force report. I noted in the director's report that it was anticipated to be released June 1. It still has not been released. A number of reasons for that. And we hope to get it out soon, but there are a few things going on and we're just trying to make sure that we are checking in with all the right people before that gets released and there are no surprises. So we've sent it out to all of the tribal chairs, hoping to get some input back from them on that if they have any questions. There is the changing currents. Thank
I
you.
just looked
Yes.
at my
thank you.
notes because I
Changing
wanted to
currents.
ask you about that. Okay.
Changing Currents conference is coming up, the tribal conference coming up in Coos Bay here the week of the 25th, sounds right?
Yeah, that's right.
25th. And so we will have several staff down there working on that as well. We'll be checking in with some of the tribal members at that opportunity as well. And just like Crystal mentioned that she is going to be checking in, this is an opportunity to continue to get more input from the tribes for the integrated water resources strategy. And ultimately, in the, well, I say short term, we'd like to pull the tribal task force back together again because we have some recommendations that are in the task force report, not released yet, but one of the recommendations is that there be a state and tribal work group that continues the work of the tribal task force, because there's a lot of good work that was done there. But just as far as capacity goes, let's pull together a state tribal task or work group, continuing that work. But there's been talk about not pulling that together until a position is completed in the governor's office. It's a tribal advisor position. And I don't know what the absolute time of that position being filled, but it's supposed to be very soon. And once that is completed, then we want to make sure that we have that person's support in the governor's office to help us moving forward. Want to touch just a little bit on the protest backlog work that we've been doing. So recall that the department in all of its activity that we do around the allocation of water, there's a lot of due process in there for people. So we will issue an order, and those orders can be challenged, like I was just speaking about a moment ago. And when those get challenged, when they are in a contested case, so the orders like our water rights, for instance, those are in a contested case. So what happens is a protest is filed and they may request a hearing as well. Historically, we have not been able to keep up with the number of protests that come in. And so we've developed a backlog of these protests. And that just means that we've got these orders that are out there that have been challenged, they've been protested, in some cases requests for hearings, and they just sit there. They're just stagnant. So our worst offenders are a number of in-stream water rights that we have proposed to issue that have been challenged, that have been sitting there since the mid-90s, and we've not been able to get to them. And so we developed a pretty significant backlog of more than 100 protests that were just stacking up. In the 21-23 session, we got some money to start chipping away at that protest backlog. We got one position, one limited duration position, and we basically created a second limited duration position. So we could work with Department of Justice and the Office of Administrative Hearings and start chipping away at this protest backlog. And I will tell you that it took quite a while to get this machinery up and running. Some of these were ARPA dollars that we were using, and it took a while to get clarity on how we could spend those dollars. Then we had to hire people. Department of Justice had to hire people to be able to work on this as well. Office of Administrative Hearings had to square away their judges to be able to work on water. In other words, move some judges around. I think they hired some as well. We provided training for the Office of Administrative Hearings, their judges. We had a whole slew of their judges, and we just stepped through who we are, how it is we do our business, what our authorities are, yada, 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 to try to bring them up to speed. Typically, I want to say that we resolve about 25 protests a biennium. And a lot of those are just through settlement, because we've only been able to really, because of funding capacity, we've really only been able to move or refer a couple, 2 or 3 cases, a biennium, over to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So the real work is done on just settlement outside of the Office of Administrative Hearings. Because when we refer things over, we're responsible for paying for the Office of Administrative Hearings work. We pay for DOJ time to work on these as well. And we just haven't had the legal budget to be able to do that work. Now, we've got a pot of money to work with. We can pay OAH, we can pay DOJ. We've got a couple of staff that are dedicated to this now, and we can start working on this. Well, it took us almost a year to get that up and running where we could start moving things. And when we did, and we started working things through, we've got some numbers to help tell a nice story, I think. We have referred, let me get my numbers over here. We've referred 43 cases over to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Again, that's over the last year plus. That's unprecedented. That really is unprecedented. 27 protests have been resolved through sending things to the OAH. That's not that they've all gone through hearing. Very few of them have actually made it through hearing yet, because that's a long process to get through. But what happens when you send somebody over to the Office of Administrative Hearings, now they're on the hook to act, and they've got their attorneys, and they've got to pay for them. And what happens is all of a sudden settlement becomes a lot more interesting. And so we have, again, resolved 27 of these just through that process. We've resolved another 11 outside of that. So they weren't actually sent over to OAH, but there may have been a threat to do so. And then thus we've resolved 38 this biennium so far. 1 extension, 10 in-stream water rights, 4 transfers, and 23 water right applications. And today we've got 16 protests still sitting at Office of Administrative Hearings. So what that means is, so we had funding for this biennium to work on this, and we did. We worked very diligently on this. But to send something to the Office of Administrative Hearings, again, is a long process. We've got 16 of these that are going to go into the next biennium. And so we worked with the legislature to see if we could get some monies to help us out with paying for this work, paying for the Office of Administrative Hearings, DOJ. It looks like we are going to get some of those resources, as you heard from Bryn earlier. So that's really good news, because we want to continue to make progress on this. And that's a great story to tell. In talking to the legislators, when we do these one-on-ones, they say, okay, you've done all this work, so what's your backlog? And our backlog through all of this work has grown up to 223 cases now. And the reason is we don't control that number. So ODFW files 100 new in-stream water right applications. We turn around and issue orders approving them, and they are immediately protested. And our backlog just went up by 100 instantly. So we don't really control that piece, but we can continue to work on it. And I think we've made the case with the legislature that this is important work. Somebody shouldn't file an application and then be there 20 years later, still waiting to get some resolution on that. So what we've seen so far is the legislature is interested in this, pursuing this, and we're going to continue to do so. Hopefully they will continue to fund this work. So any questions with that? And that is my final agenda item for this topic today.
I have one question, Doug, about the protests. Is there a formula for how we prioritize what cases get taken first?
So we have a wide variety of types of things that are protested, from in-stream water rights to all kinds of water use authorizations. And they come in at different times, and they have parties that have different motivations. And so some of these want to, I'll back up just a little bit. Some folks, these are in a mode of just sitting there and nobody is motivated to move forward. Others, they've got parties that are very motivated and want to move forward, and they've got the money and inclination to do so. And so we do a number of things. We will move things forward where we think it will get some resolution through settlement. And we'll move some things forward where the people are saying, we want to go, we're ready to go. We move things forward based upon the simplicity of the case. And we will move things forward based on if we have a whole number of cases that are very similar to this one, we perhaps could have one contested case that could apply to a whole number of other contested cases. And so there are a lot of calculation that goes into what it is that we're moving forward. We do not do it strictly by priority date. You know, if you're the oldest case, you go first. We try to certainly chip away, but not all of those, this is going to sound funny, not all of those really old ones are ripe.
Right. Any other questions? Thank you, Doug.
Okay, thank you.
So let's see, our next item is feasibility study grant funding recommendations. And there. That screen's not up there yet. There you go.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. For the record, I am Kim Fitzogran and I manage the planning, collaboration and investment section. And today with me is Adair Muth, our grant coordinator. And we are bringing to you funding recommendations for feasibility study grants, asking you to make funding decisions. Just a reminder and some background, feasibility study grants was authorized in 2008 through Senate Bill 1069, and its purpose is to provide funding to evaluate the feasibility of a water conservation, reuse, or storage project. Funding can only be used for those 3 project types. And we typically offer this funding opportunity every year with a deadline in the fall. This past year it was in November, and come to you in the spring with a funding recommendation for your final decision. When we're talking about feasibility studies, an applicant applies to receive up to $500,000 to investigate the feasibility and really determine whether or pursue their own named feasibility study goal. This funding opportunity is really broad and flexible for what aspect of feasibility is studied. The restriction comes in the project types. And so when we're talking about feasibility, they're determining if a project is worth pursuing. Is it financially feasible? Politically feasible? Is it feasible from an engineering standpoint? Is it feasible in terms of, is there enough water? or they're working on preparing for implementation. How might this be feasible? Maybe doing a little bit of design work at the tail end as they prepare to pursue implementation. In terms of the review process for this funding opportunities, applications are reviewed initially for eligibility and completeness by the Water Resources Department. And then a multi-agency review team evaluates the applications and gather together for a review team meeting where they first determine whether or not an application is appropriate and ready for funding. Then those applications are scored and ranked. And I'll talk a little bit more. I use that ranking to make an initial funding recommendation, which the agency posts for a 30-day public comment period before bringing the funding recommendations to you for a decision. When we're talking about that fund, do not fund vote, the application review team considers whether the proposal is for a feasibility study, or maybe the application, the proposal veers too much into implementation and therefore isn't appropriate for us to fund. They ask the question, is the proposal ready for funding? Is there enough information for us to have good confidence that the study will be completed successfully? They'll be able to answer their central question. It's a good investment of public dollars. And then the final question, is water available, or is that going to be evaluated in the study? So for example, in the past, there have been storage projects and they're interested in pursuing storage. And so it's a good, is there any water left? And, or maybe often the storage study is exploring what water might be available when, what space is there for a potential storage project. So those projects that receive a majority fund vote from the application review team are then scored on 4 areas: their study goal, the water need, the community benefit, and then the bulk is on that technical planning and preparedness, because often this is technical work that is proposed in the study. And the projects are ranked and by the score, so 1 through whatever number, and then we overlay the funding availability to see and fund, all of those that are able to be funded based on the amount of funds we have to award. One of the things I noted, I might not be on a different slide. The application review team, I mentioned it's multi-agency. It consists of the Water Resources Department, Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Agriculture, Department of State Lands, and the Oregon Health Authority. And
That's Water Project Grants.
Water Project Grants a month. Sorry, we're in the midst of our other funding cycle as well, so we got to keep the two teams straight. So they bring in different expertise and have some really great conversations in the evaluation. For this year's funding cycle, we have approximately $900,000 available in funding. We received 4 applications this year requesting just under $650,000 in funding. So that's 1 conservation study, 1 study that's looking at both reuse and below ground storage, and then 2 that are specifically below ground storage. And it's been interesting over the years. We've had a mix of the 3. Some years there's lots of conservation studies, other years there's lots of storage, and below ground storage was the popular one this year. And with that, I will turn things over to Adair to talk more specifically about the applications that were received and recommended for funding.
Great, thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Adair Moon. And as Kim mentioned, these are the 4 applications that we received requesting feasibility study grant funds. I won't read all of their names, but this slide shows you the study name, the project type, and the funding requested. And I'll go through each of these and provide a little more detail. So listed in alphabetical order by the study name, the first application received from the City of North Plains
It's a below ground storage in Washington County. And this study would assess the feasibility of constructing an aquifer storage and recovery, or ASR, facility on publicly owned property. With ASR, they could inject and store water underground during the winter when demands are low, and then recover that stored water in the summer when demands peak. So this feasibility study would include hydrogeologic and engineering services to determine the potential for ASR to work in this area. The next application is from Oregon State University in Umatilla County. This is the study that's both reuse and below ground storage. So with this study, OSU is proposing to demonstrate the implementation of managed aquifer recharge, or MAR, through a dry well MAR approach. So they are proposing to install a monitoring well to evaluate water quantity and quality improvement by aquifer dilution through a dry well MAR. They would evaluate using non-contact wastewater from a data center as an alternative water source for this dry well MAR. And then using data collected, evaluate dry well MAR's ability to infiltrate, recharge, and improve water quality of the aquifer. The next application was from the East Fork Irrigation District. This is a water conservation project in Hood River. They are looking at evaluating the feasibility of reducing suspended sediment in their district's irrigation water. This is a problem that they have in the area. And also looking at eliminating a major overflow in their delivery system. So they would be evaluating options for both of those items and determining a preferred alternative and next steps. And then the final study was from the city of Silverton. This is also an aquifer storage and recovery study in Marion County. And the city of Silverton actually completed an initial feasibility study grant with us looking at potential ASR sites. And this is a follow-on study to complete further work and drill exploratory wells at 2 locations to determine the potential yield at those sites. And then based on the results of that, they would complete a pre-design level and cost estimates for the site that has the best ASR yield. So as Kim mentioned, our application review team met for an all-day meeting to evaluate, score applications, and all 4 applications are recommended for funding. So after that application review team meeting, we hosted a 30-day public comment period, and we didn't receive any public comments on these applications. We also notified the tribes of the funding recommendation and invited them to provide comments for your consideration. And we received 1 comment on the Oregon State University application from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And they requested that OSU consider include a review of the State Historic Preservation Office database of recorded cultural resources so that the dry well is not excavated in a known site. So we provided this feedback in the evaluation summaries, and if funded, cultural resources would be a condition in the grant agreement. That's a standard condition of our grant agreement.
So the alternatives we have for you today are: number 1, adopt the staff funding recommendations contained in section 4, table 1 of this report. Number 2, adopt modified funding recommendations. Or 3, direct the department to further evaluate applications and return with a revised funding proposal. So our acting director's recommendation is number 1. And with that, I want to thank you for your time, and Kim and I are happy to answer any questions. Any questions?
To make a motion. Please do. Make a motion to adopt the staff funding recommendations contained in section 4, table 1 of this report.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, let's take a vote. I'll start with Commissioner Tahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Wall.
Yes.
Commissioner Joe.
I was just thinking.
Commissioner Smith, yes.
Just joking.
Jan, I realized that I don't know your present last name.
Weinberg.
Weinberg, thank you. Lee
Weinberg.
Lee Weinberg or Weinberg?
It's just Weinberg,
Just
but
Weinberg.
I put the Lee in there so people know who.
Well,
I
no,
am.
you. Anyway, your vote, please. Pardon, your vote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I will vote.
I
aye
didn't
as
hear you
well.
call on me. I apologize.
Aye, and the motion carries. Thank you for that very clear and straightforward management of the process and presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank
Can we
you.
have some follow-up?
Follow-up,
questions?
yeah,
I have
sure.
A couple questions, comments outside of the decisions.
Yeah.
One's technical. I don't understand, and maybe technical services director, maybe you could answer this. I don't understand why suspended sediment, where's the problem with suspended sediment in the irrigation system? Is it clogging of pipes and things that they're trying to overcome? Is it filter? Is it-
It gets into the, nozzles, or the spray nozzles. And they're not getting, they're
Clogs everything.
So
It
it's not
clogs
distributing
them,
as much?
it is not distributing properly and wearing the nozzles out, so.
That's helpful. Okay, thanks. The other one is just the question we've raised a question before, what can we do to get more applications?
Mhm.
Wondering, got reiteratively finding that out, and I think I saw that we were in line to get twice as much money for the grant program with the current omnibus bill. Did I not see that?
Maybe, I don't know if it was for feasibility.
Oh, was it for implementation? I thought the
There's
grants
been a-
program was gonna get doubled. Did that?
Yeah, there was, I think there was a boost, but I'm not sure which category, if any, it was in.
Yeah, Terry's Commissioner Mall, that's a good question. I think in the conversations at the legislature, the budget, what I've heard in terms of what's coming to our funding opportunities has varied over time, but it does seem like there is going to be some investment and potentially a significant more investment than we've seen in the past. And we were anticipating this question because we too saw like 4 is lower than what we normally see. We've desired to increase even beyond what we normally see, which is about 10 applications. And I'm going to be talking with the commission more tomorrow about the planning, collaboration, and investment section and the journey we've had over the last biennium. But I'll note with all of so we had a new funding opportunity, increased direct appropriations, a lot of asks on grant staff and only one grant staff person initially. And so I, working with others in the department, made the decision to prioritize, okay, we're going to maybe decrease the outreach this year for the funding opportunity so we can free up space to stand up our well funds and other things. As we've gotten more staff on board, it's been exciting. We were able to do a little bit more outreach for water project grants and loans this year and saw an increase in applications. And I've already been talking about more outreach that we can do to get the word out for feasibility, water projects, and our well fund in the future.
Great. And then the last piece was of the list of reviewers. I can't remember if we talked about inviting DLCD that require rule or something to get DLCD into the review chain on that review team.
Yeah, Terry's Commissioner, we have not specifically talked about DLCD. For this particular funding opportunity, the agencies who participate in the review team are not listed in a statute. I think we have some flexibility, and we have over time brought in different agencies with different areas of expertise. So that's something that we could easily consider doing, and then would just make the ask of them and they would get to decide if they have the staff
In
capacity.
the name of the IWRS, it seems like land use is an important consideration that we should, so I would encourage you to consider that if you can.
Thank you.
So the legislation that provides for the opportunity to hold 2 of these fundings a year, is that permissive so you can decide if you choose to do it or not?
Yeah, Terry's Commissioner Weinberg, I believe the legislation that you're referring to is talking about increasing the frequency of the water project grants and loans funding opportunity, which is the sort of partner to feasibility study grants. My understanding of that language that is in House Bill 2010 is it would require us to offer it twice a year. So it is not we currently have the ability where we just need to do at least one annually. We've only done one annually due to capacity and funding limitations. So this would require us to do it twice a year.
Thank you. I think that, Doug, please.
Chair Reeves, it's been brought to my attention that during the vote, with all of the laughter that was going on, it was not clear that there were 5 ayes. And so I was wondering if we could, for the record, get 5 ayes and 2.
Can we do a voice vote?
Sure.
All those in favor and then all those opposed?
And you have a couple of excused as well.
It looks like we can.
Yeah. Chair Reeves, commissioners, we already did get the vote on record. It was just a little hard to hear. So if you could just summarize for us that there was 5 ayes of the present commissioners and that Commissioner Wolf and Commissioner Quentz are excused and did not vote today. That will give me sufficient information on the record to make sure that we were very clear that we had 5 aye votes today.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. So, as Raquel just said, we have 5 commissioners present today. Commissioner Quentz and Commissioner Wolf are excused, and we voted on this agenda item, which is the feasibility study grants funding recommendation. And we had 5 votes in favor and none opposed, and so the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so a point of logistics. We have a break right now, and then we have, but we're very early, basically. What I'm getting at is whether we can go ahead or we have guests for the last agenda item today, and so they may not be ready to go early. So I guess we'll just take the break, come back, do the Willamette presentation, and then we'll see what develops. And what's happened in the meantime. How about that?
Good.
All right, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break and come back at 2:15, please. No. Yeah, that's right. Wow, 2:15. Yeah, 15-minute break. 2:15. Cool. Yeah. The challenge by this. Like this. So, yeah. Are we good to go, Raquel? We're good. All right, thank you. All right, we're back in session. Welcome, Alyssa, here to talk with us about the Willamette Basin Situation Assessment and what.
Good afternoon, Sherry. It's good to see you again and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Alyssa Micken. I am a basin coordinator for the agency, brand new position from the 2021 legislative session. And my area is the broader Northwest region of the state, but the Willamette River Basin is my key focus area. Today, what I want to give you an update on is some work that we did in 2022, initial situation assessment. And we talked to different agencies and staff and stakeholders to kind of learn and understand what the main water resources challenges are in the basin. So I want to give you an update on that project. From that project, we created a 5-year work plan for what our agency will work on in the Willamette over the next 5 years. And as part of this, I also want to give you an update on the Willamette Basin Review study, which many people call the reallocation study. We've created a work plan for that as well for what we need to focus on for implementation. So that'll be my focus for today. So just a bit about the Willamette River Basin. It is a very complex, large river basin. The Willamette is the 13th largest river in the United States. Runoff, it's one of the top rivers for overall runoff for its unit area of size. Very populated river basin with 70% of the state residing in the Willamette River Basin. We have a very diverse agricultural region. I think there are over 170 different agricultural commodities produced here in the basin. So highly rich setting for growing crops, both irrigated crops and dryland crops. Recreation is also very popular. We have a lot of lakes and reservoirs that people like to recreate on in the basin. But we also have our issues too. So we have several species that are listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. So winter steelhead and spring chinook are 2 species that are highly managed in the Willamette River Basin. And then we're also blessed with a very large federal reservoir system. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers owns and operates 13 reservoirs in the Willamette Basin, 11 of which store water. They're primarily a flood control project, but they provide benefits for water supply too. Recreation, downstream flow augmentation, irrigation use. They're an incredibly important water management tool in the basin. So switching gears, starting with the situation assessment, this really was our agency's way of saying, okay, we've got a new staff resource here at this agency to work on complex water management challenges in the basin. What are we going to focus on over the next couple of years? So we decided to start with an initial assessment to really kind of figure out and talk to different stakeholders, agencies, staff, just what they see as the key water resources challenges facing the Willamette and what they view as their priority, what the agencies, our agency in particular, really should be working on. We also wanted to talk to people and find out from their perspective, what role should our agency play in some of these complex issues? Where should we act as a lead agency, maybe a lead convener? Where should we plug in and support local efforts to help build relationships, provide technical assistance? And where really should we just be tracking or have an awareness of issues to understand how certain actions might have impacts or implications for water and water management? So again, we started last summer and fall interviewing staff, agencies, and stakeholders. My colleague, Emily McCain, who works in the Deschutes River Basin, she was in front of you in February, and she walked through kind of a similar assessment. We both interviewed basin stakeholders to figure out how to develop our 5-year work plan. So the work plan is really geared toward what can I work on as a new staff person for this agency in the Willamette, by recognizing that I may not lead every single project, that some projects might be better suited for a surface water section or maybe even our groundwater section. So when I say basin work plan, it's not everything we do in the Willamette River Basin, but what some of our priorities will be with the new funding resources we have. So who we talked to just about everybody within our agency. So I met with our water masters. We have 5 water master districts in the Willamette. I talked to our well construction section and our dam safety section, but also staff within our water rights services division. So that would be those working on transfers, new water right applications. Spoke to staff in our surface water section and staff in our groundwater section. I got field services. So all together, trying to reach as many people within the department who somehow work or intersect in the Willamette. For state agencies, we spoke with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon DEQ, Department of Agriculture, and OWEB. And certainly we could speak to more. There's lots of natural resource agencies that play a role in the Willamette. So again, this was an initial assessment. We knew we couldn't reach everyone in the Willamette. And we hope that over time, we can just start building those relationships, talking to other agencies and partners, and learning more about what people care about and what the issues are and what we should be working on. From a federal agency standpoint, we talked with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation, both of which have been key players in water resources issues over the last several years, and the U.S. Geological Survey. And then for stakeholder groups, we tried to reach as many as possible, across representation of interests. So conservation groups, irrigated agriculture, small municipal, large municipal. Really, it's just I would say like a sample size. Basin as complex as the Willamette, even just thinking about how to reach all of the counties. There's nine counties in the Willamette River Basin, but 13 counties somehow intersect with the Willamette. And we also sent invitations to Oregon's federally recognized tribes to participate in these discussions. We did a formal letter last fall, and we didn't hear back. No one took us up on our offer to talk about Willamette Basin River issues, but we did do another invite, just saying if you missed our letter, there's still opportunities. This is a current gap, is just tribal engagement and trying to continue to work on that to build relations with our tribal governments. So here you'll see in your staff report, there's a much longer report on what we heard through the assessment process, but these are the key themes. There's about 16, 17 altogether. When I look at this list, for me, working on the integrated water resources strategy, I see very common themes. People are concerned about groundwater use in the Willamette. Many of our stakeholders are supportive of the groundwater allocation policy work that's underway. People are closely watching what our federal partners are doing with the federal stored water management. Lots of different themes and issues resulting from this situation assessment. And that's why the work plan is so important. We wanted to create a transparent document so people could see over the next 5 years, where are we going to focus our efforts with the funding and staff resources that we have, and what are the projects or issues we just can't take on over the next 5 years. So I'd encourage you, if you want to see what folks said specifically, it would be in attachment 1 of your staff report. So attachment 2 of your staff report is actually the draft work plan that we have in front of you. So I mentioned earlier, my colleague Emily, working in the Deschutes, the two of us sat down and decided we've got to figure out a way to winnow down this list to something that's more manageable as a staff person. So how are we going to do that? So we came up with a consistent prioritization criteria where we're looking at factors such as, how does this issue or project fit into our agency's strategic plan? Is it a recommendation? of the 2017 Integrated Water Resources Strategy. How complex is this issue? And what are the drivers for this? Are there any deadlines in which we have to get this work done? So going through that process, we took those draft, I guess you could call them project proposals, to our agency's management group to see if we had some general support for moving forward with these projects or issue areas over the next several years. And then from there, what it resulted in for the Willamette River Basin are 7 projects that I'll walk through with you, along with 2 issue areas that are important, but not quite fully scoped. So we need to have some more discussions about what we can do with these 2 issue areas. And then, as I mentioned earlier, it's important for our agency to be able to say, here's what we're working on, but here's what we're not working on. That's always been a struggle for an agency like ours it's been historically small. We tend to take on more with less. And so we wanted to make sure it was really clear that yes, these issues are important to us, but for the next 5 years, these are the projects we will not be undertaking. So going through each project, there are 3 projects that will be led by Water Resources Department. These are in no particular order. But the first one is the Willamette Basin Review Reallocation Study, and I'll come back to this at the end. I'll give you some details about the work plan. But for those that may not be familiar with this study, it has a long history. It was initiated in the mid-1990s and put on hold in 1999 when 2 species were listed under the Endangered Species Act. And partners thought at that time the study would just be on hold for a year until the federal agencies consulted, but it wasn't until 2008 that a biological opinion was issued for the Willamette Basin project reservoirs. So by that time, the study partners had no funding in place to pick up the study again and run with it. This really is the whole point of the Willamette Basin Review Reallocation Study is we have stored water in the Willamette Valley Project reservoirs. There's 1.59 million acre feet in those reservoirs, but less than 5% of that water is under contract today. And the only user of that stored water is irrigation. So from a state perspective, the support from stakeholders, we've really long identified the federal reservoir system as a way to meet long-term water supply needs in the Willamette, not just for irrigation, but for other uses. So finally, in 2015, we secured funding with help from stakeholder groups to start the study again with the Army Corps of Engineers, really looking at, with the amount of stored water we have today in this federal reservoir system, how much of it can be used for these other purposes. So we were looking closely at how much water can be set aside for future irrigation and agricultural related uses, how much water could be used for municipal or industrial, which is a sector that's never had access to stored water from the Willamette Project reservoirs, and then how much water can we set aside for that in-stream flow or that fish and wildlife need. Much of the stored water is managed and released downstream for flow objectives by the Army Corps of Engineers. So the study was completed in 2019, and it proposed reallocating stored water to those 3 uses. And because this is a federal reservoir system, Congress actually had to take action and approve the reallocation from what was called a joint use storage space. So no particular use assigned to it, to these 3 uses. And so now we're on to implementation, and which I'll talk about those tasks here in a few minutes. So the second project that OWRD is planning to lead relates to minimum perennial stream flows. This is going to be a project with high public interest, I would say, and it's primarily because this is something we should have done a long time ago. Back when the In-Stream Water Rights Act was passed in 1987, it required us to take all of these minimum perennial stream flows that have been adopted in administrative rule and convert them to in-stream water rights, which would then grant them a priority date by which the department could regulate and support that in-stream water right. The state did that in the 1990s. I think we converted 500 or so minimum perennial stream flows to in-stream water rights, but we set these Willamette ones off to the side, and probably for good reason. They're complicated. They call upon two sources of stored water, or excuse me, two sources of water, both live flow and stored water. But the stored water component is it's unspecified in rule. It just says up to 4,700 CFS from stored water measured at the Salem location, for example. It doesn't tell you the timing of those stored water releases. And we know that stored water is not released during the winter months because that's when the reservoirs are drawn down for flood control. And the amounts of the releases far exceed what storage is actually available in the reservoirs. So another important factor in this process is the state of Oregon, in order to protect that stored water for the minimum perennial stream flows, must enter into a contractual arrangement or agreement with the owner of the reservoir, being the Army Corps of Engineers. Army Corps has indicated to us that that's outside of what they would normally do. They don't enter into contractual agreements with states for downstream flow augmentation. So we have a lot of legal questions to wrestle with as we start this process. So we want to put together a very thoughtful work plan on how we're going to undertake this conversion process. Even rules and statutes have changed since 1987. So it's somewhat unclear on the process by which we need to take even the public involvement aspect of how to convert these minimum perennial stream flows. So we'll work closely with our other partner agencies. Department of Fish and Wildlife is a key partner in this, along with Oregon DEQ, because many of these minimum perennial stream flows were meant to support aquatic habitat or minimize pollution throughout the Willamette River Basin. It's a big lift, and so starting in 2023, we'll start mapping out that process and creating a work plan for how we'll tackle that work. The third project here is kind of a small project it's a good example of working across different sections of our agency. So in the Willamette River Basin, we have a number of groundwater limited areas, and I'm sorry, the map is so small. But these groundwater limited areas, a few of them allow what's called 5-year permits. These are limited duration permits that allow for irrigation use that's like drip irrigation only. The amount of water is limited to 1 acre-foot per acre. There's certain measurement and monitoring conditions. And our agency has the authority to renew these permits once they expire. Well, for a long time, and you'll see it in the integrated water resources strategy, the groundwater section has wanted to, instead of reviewing these permits on an ad hoc basis, they'd like to review them as a batch for a given groundwater limited area. So they can kind of assess the aquifer better than just doing these one-offs, and we can get all permits on a common expiration date, because when permits expire, that creates all sorts of complications both for the water user and for the agency. So it's a small project that we've been working on over the last several months, and we hope to really document the process so it's clear to both groundwater section staff and water rights section staff how these renewals should be processed. And it's good timing too, because we have a lot of new staff at the agency, both in our groundwater and our water rights section. So it's a good time to revisit how we process these 5-year groundwater permit renewals. So switching gears, those were the 3 projects that we intend to lead, but there's also value in supporting and partnering with efforts going on throughout the basin, both with our federal partners, but also with our local partners. So a very big effort in the Willamette Basin right now is development of a programmatic environmental impact statement that's being led by the Army Corps of Engineers. This is really looking at how they maintain and operate the reservoirs in a world of Endangered Species Act listings. They have not done a programmatic EIS since 1980, so it's long overdue. It's a very big project. They started in 2019, and they hope to complete the EIS and issue a new biological opinion from the federal fisheries agencies this time next year. So it's been going on for about 5 years now. Our agency is participating as a cooperating agency as part of this effort. So other cooperating agencies are Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon DEQ, Department of Agriculture on the state side, and several federal agencies are cooperating too. So we're reviewing various drafts of the EIS. We don't have access to the biological opinion drafts. It's a federal to federal effort, but providing comment where we can, and reminding the Corps and others just the importance of this resource, both for in-stream and out-of-stream needs. The second project is an effort that the U.S. Geological Survey is leading. We found out last year they were awarded funding to start up an integrated water availability assessment for the Willamette River Basin. This is particularly exciting because it's a national effort, and the Willamette is the 4th river basin that's been selected for this very comprehensive 10-year study effort. So they're just really getting going right now, designing their plan for how they're going to do this study. There's kind of 2 main components. One is a national level effort where they'll look at water use and water availability. So it's not like our water availability model, it's much bigger, broader scale, but they'll also have a chance to do some type of local topic study where they've selected looking at how human needs, how to manage human needs and while also maintaining ecological sustainability. So the USGS has been a fantastic partner in other river basins. So I'm excited that they're working in the Willamette. What our role is, I would say, is still yet to be determined. But we have a good working relationship. We've been talking with them over the last several months, trying to figure out how we can plug in and learn from the research and work that they're doing. With the funding, as part of this integrated water availability assessment, comes funding for monitoring, which is also very exciting. That might be a key role we play, hopefully trying to work with the GS on citing new gauges that can help improve water management and our understanding of water resources. So the third project out of 4, where we're supporting our efforts in the North Santiam River Basin. Folks there have been working on updating their drought contingency plan. This is a plan that they first developed and adopted, I think, in 2017 using Water Smart funds. It's a plan that I was on a phone call last week where Reclamation was on there saying that they're very proud of the plan that the North Santiam partners put together, and they often hold it up as an example of a good drought contingency plan for others that are putting together their plans. So these are typically on a 5-year update cycle. So with adoption and approval by Reclamation in 2017, they're just now starting on updating their plans. So they'll be looking at their drought indicators, how they do monitoring, what type of messaging they want to pursue as consistent messaging when it comes to drought, because you have different communities in the North Santiam, City of Staten, but you've also got the City of Salem, who draws upon the North Santiam River. And then you have Santiam Water Control District 2, which is provides irrigation water to their patrons outside the Staten-Almsville area. So we'll be participating in their monthly work group meetings. It's a good example where we can bring skills and expertise. We've got people at our agency in our surface water section that are working on drought. We heard from Rachel earlier. And our agency is also undertaking a statewide drought vulnerability assessment right now that we hope to complete in 2023 by the end of the year. So we can bring that expertise to this group and hopefully help inform their efforts. The last project in the support category is one that we added somewhat later in the process. We were, after talking with several stakeholder groups, we were learning that in DEQ2, that DEQ is undertaking temperature TMDL work in the Willamette River Basin that they started many months ago. But they have already convened a rules advisory committee And partly why they're working on this, not partly, but the main reason why they're working on this is all of the temperature TMDLs that they've developed were challenged legally in court for certain standards that they shouldn't have, DEQ shouldn't have used. So essentially, the temperature TMDL was disapproved by EPA. So now they're under a court-ordered action to redo these TMDLs across the state for temperature by certain deadlines. So they're starting out in the Willamette River Basin. They're going to focus on the Willamette sub-basins first. So they've convened a rules advisory committee. They've also started in the Sandy River Basin. They'll bring new rules to the Environmental Quality Commission later this year. And then they're under a court-ordered deadline to provide the new temperature TMDLs in the Willamette by January of 2024. Then they'll kick off another Willamette effort. They'll focus on the Willamette main stem and the other tributaries, and they have about another year to complete that. But I thought this topic in particular might be of interest to other commissioners because they'll also be working in the southern region of the state, but also in Eastern Oregon too. So what's our role in this effort? Mostly right now, it's tracking and awareness and kind of figuring out how will these temperature TMDLs impact water use or potentially water allocation. And secondly, DEQ has always been a great partner with us. They partner with us on application reviews, the integrated water resources strategy. If there's technical assistance we could provide, access to our data, streamflow data, temperature data, water rights, we want to certainly provide that as well. So we're still learning more about this. I would say our agency doesn't engage in TMDL development very actively, but because this is a big effort, we felt that it was important to be involved and understand what's happening in the Willamette. Okay, so that's the 4 projects we intend to support in the coming years. I mentioned earlier that there's 2 projects. I don't even know if you could, probably not correct to call them projects. There's 2 issue areas that continually came up in our interviews with staff and stakeholders. First one being just vulnerable drinking water systems. I think people are concerned that we've got these small rural areas in the Willamette where you might have one single well providing water to 10, 15 homes. What happens when the well goes dry or it fails? Our agency typically in that scenario is reactive or responsive. We get a phone call when the crisis happens and we try to provide technical assistance where we can. But perhaps we should take a step back from that and really take a look and do an assessment of these smaller drinking water systems in the Willamette River Basin to see if we need to invest more time or resources for these smaller community water systems that often don't have sometimes the staff or the technical expertise or even the financial means to upgrade their water systems. The second one here, water and land use development. This is a broad category. We could go a number of directions with this one. What we heard during many of the interviews is a concern for expanding residential developments in some of our smaller communities, wondering if there's sufficient supply over time with the changing climate to support that growing demand. We also heard about exempt use wells and how as more exempt use wells go in rural areas, what type of conflict will that create with, say, commercial irrigated agriculture. The other piece we heard was a lot of counties, I shouldn't say a lot, but a few of the counties in the Willamette are very interested in undertaking some type of water resources planning, perhaps place-based planning, if the funding were available. What can our agency do to help provide the water data or information to support potential planning efforts at a local county scale? And then just more broadly, you'll see this in the integrated water resources strategy too, because there's a whole topic dedicated to water and land use, but just how do we improve the coordination between local governments and the state when it comes to water planning and local land use planning? So because we have all these other projects that we've identified over the next 1 to 2 years, we are sequencing this work for a few years out, hopefully starting the conversation, but really getting going on this in like 2025, 2026, maybe 2027. So the transparency part of our work plan. These are the projects that we're not recommending for further work at this time. It's not that they wouldn't be in a future iteration of a work plan. We just don't either have the capacity or time to tackle some of these. So the first one being a Willamette adjudication. So there are many parts of the Willamette River Basin that have undergone an adjudication. Our west side tributaries, many of them have, but we have not done an adjudication on the Willamette main stem or some of the other larger river basins on the east side, like the McKenzie, the Middle Fork, for example. It creates a lot of uncertainty and you haven't quantified claims to water. If we had selected this project as the get-go, it would be the only project. More than likely we'd work on it. We'd certainly more staff resources and time to focus on it, but it's an important issue that people care about. So it's important to capture that. The second one, review groundwater limited or restricted areas. So I showed you that map earlier, with about a dozen groundwater limited areas. Many of those boundaries were delineated in the late 80s, early 90s, and haven't been reviewed since then. So our groundwater staff are interested in taking a look at, are these the right boundaries in 2023? Should they be adjusted? How's the aquifer doing? But in order to do that work, it would take staff time and resources and rulemaking, for which we already have plenty of rulemaking needs on the books for the agency over the coming years. So that one won't move forward at this time. The third one there, update the Willamette Basin program rules. These are our administrative rules that guide what uses are classified. When I say classified, I mean allowable when you're considering a new water right application request. So these are different rivers or streams that are classified for certain uses at different times of the year. We have, I think, 20 basin programs or so across the state. The Willamette Basin program rules haven't been comprehensively updated since 1992. So there's an interest to take a look at them. Are there ways to simplify them? They can be a bit complicated for planning related purposes, or what has changed since we last adopted the rules. But broadly speaking, we need to have a strategy for how to tackle that work. This isn't the only river basin where the basin program rules haven't been looked at. There's 20, some of which are older than the Willamette. And also, like the number 2 there would require an administrative rulemaking activity. So great idea, lots of interest, but at this time, that one's not moving forward either. Okay, so I started out with the Willamette Basin Review Reallocation Study. I would say for many of the stakeholders I talked to, that was a top priority for them, for the agency to work on the different implementation related tasks associated with the Willamette Basin Review. So what you have on the screen that's super tiny is what the allocation volumes are for what resulted from the study that were approved by Congress in 2020. So I'll read them out to you since they're so tiny on the screen. The first one there for fish and wildlife, which you can consider that downstream flows for flow augmentation. 1.1 million acre feet of water was allocated to that category, or about 69% of the stored water. The second category for agricultural irrigation, 327,000 acre feet, about 21% of the stored water. And the last category there is for municipal and industrial. This could be self-supplied industry outside of a municipality or even industrial use within a municipality. That's at 10% of the stored water available, or 159,000 acre feet of water. This really represents a compromise, I would say. I think when we started this study, some sectors thought they'd have a lot more access to stored water. There's quite a few different scenarios that the project team ran through. Ultimately, though, this is what was approved by Congress and what we have now for future water planning purposes. It at least creates kind of some sense of, I, as a municipality, could view this as a potential future water supply in the future. Or for downstream flow augmentation, here's the bucket of water we can use throughout the season to help meet targets on the main stem or in some of our tributaries. So starting out, we have 3 initial milestones for our work plan. The first one is convene an implementation work group. So during the 2021 legislative session, several stakeholder organizations representing agriculture, but also municipal use and conservation in-stream use, put together a letter supporting this concept of a position, but also a facilitated discussion where you could bring the state and federal agencies together along with the stakeholders to start answering questions that weren't resolved as part of the study. A key question out there is, how will we manage stored water during dry years when there's just not sufficient stored water to meet all the needs from stored water? So our agency will lead that effort and convene the work group, but we'll need good participation both from stakeholders and our state and federal agency partners. The second one here, submit a transfer application to modify the storage rights. The current storage certificates, there's 3 of them, but 2 of them only authorize irrigation use only. They're held by the Bureau of Reclamation. And so the next step is to change the character of use on those storage rights to not only authorize irrigation, but municipal, industrial, and fish and wildlife. The Bureau of Reclamation holds those water rights, so they'll be a key partner in that transfer application process. And then the third one here, develop a process for requesting municipal and industrial water supply contracts. I mentioned earlier that cities and industries have never had access to stored water. In order to obtain access, you need a water right for the use of stored water, but you also need a contract with the owner operator of the reservoir. So the Army Corps needs to put together the process by which a city or an industry can request a contract. And its additional work is involved too, because as part of the reallocation study, NIPS issued a 2019 biological opinion for the reallocation study, and it has specific conditions or limitations on the use of stored water that need to be built in to some of these contract mechanisms. So again, it's going to be incredibly important for our federal partners to participate with us on these efforts to help work on these, what I would call your pre-implementation tasks. So other tasks, I mentioned earlier, the conversion of the minimum perennial stream flows. You see it here again, because it's an action listed in the 2008 biological opinion and the 2019 biological opinion. And it's also a limitation or a condition. I showed you that slide earlier where there's 159,000 acre feet of stored water for municipal and industrial, but currently that is capped at 11,000 acre feet by NIPS in their biological opinion until we secure in-stream protections for flow downstream. So it's all interrelated. We also have some outstanding water management questions that stakeholders have posed during the study process and continue to pose. We talked earlier about how will we make decisions when there's not enough stored water for all the needs? How will the conversion of minimum perennial stream flows impact my water rate? We also have some pending reservations. That's could be a whole nother agenda topic, but reservations, we're putting water and setting it aside for economic development. And we have them adopted in other river basins, usually for storage or constructing storage. There are some pending reservations in the Willamette that were filed 1990, 91, 92. Some for irrigation, but some for municipal industrial. Those were never acted upon. They were never adopted in administrative rule. So folks want to know, how does that play in to the Willamette reallocation efforts? And then of course, people will need to apply for and obtain secondary water rights for the use of stored water. And this is not only for consumptive use, but in stream as well. And then more broadly speaking, we'll need to develop a more robust monitoring strategy in the Willamette. You know, we have not regulated water use in the Willamette below the dams or on the main stem because there's been excess stored water releases that have not been contracted. That will change in the future. We'll need a better accounting system for what rights are from live flow, what are from stored water, how much stored water do we have this season, how much did we use. So there's a lot of work to do in the coming years. And then the Corps will more than likely need to update how their own drought plans and their own water control managers, manuals for how they distribute stored water as more uses come onto the system. I think just in wrapping up, I was trying to go a little bit longer to buy some time for our next agenda item. But I don't know how well I did.
You did a great job.
Did I? So our work plans, you know, they're adaptive and they're iterative. We're doing the best with the information that we have. As we start working with our project partners, we'll be able to report out progress on how we're doing on the work plan, but we'll also have more specific in terms of schedule and duration and timelines. I just wanted to mention that we'll continue to update this work over time and show and demonstrate progress as we move forward on both the work plan and the Willamette reallocation work plan. So, pause for any questions, comments?
Commissioner Lee? Commissioner, right. We'll get it
Yeah.
right eventually.
Commissioner Jan.
Back in 1987, when the Mainstream Water Right Law was passed, many people went along with it because of the reserved water portion of that. And I know that Oregon Department of Agriculture filed quite a few reservations in the early 90s. And you referred to those being looked at during the process. I was just noticing that OAR 509 is only valid until 2036, so it sounds like we need to get a move on those. So they would apply for either irrigation or industrial, because any economic value, it says even both in stream or out of stream. So I was just interested in how those might be pursued.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, Commissioner, it's a great question. I think the challenging part in the Willamette is, unlike the other river basins, the reservations were formally adopted in the other river basins. In the Willamette, they still live as pending applications from 1992, 1994. They were never adopted in rural. I think even some of the what you can reserve has changed since they were first filed. Some of the applications potentially reserve live flow, but the law was later changed so that you could only reserve stored water. So it's a question that's been out there since the study really started, was how do these pending reservations play into the Willamette reallocation work? So I think it's definitely one we're going to need to address as we start working on those
I
questions.
think ODA filed on almost in every basin.
Yes,
And
yes, they did. And I think if I remember the reservation for irrigation in Willamette for storage is far more than what was allocated in the reallocation study. That's also something we'll need to deal with as well.
Question?
Yeah, no,
You
yeah.
do,
you-
okay. Before you go.
Couple of specific, minor, not minor, how, the formal letter you all sent to the tribes, did that go to tribal chairs? Do you know how it was addressed?
Yeah, Chair Reeves, Commissioner, it was a broader agency letter of all sorts of projects that were underway at our agency. I think it was sent in late November of last year, and it went to all the tribal chairs. It was a formal government to government request offering up consultation. So it talked about the integrated water resources strategy efforts, upcoming rulemaking, groundwater allocation policy work, the Willamette and the Deschutes. Hopefully, we were hoping a response back by mid-January, and didn't receive interest in the Willamette. I can't speak to the other elements. And so we tried again by sending direct emails to Natural Resources Director staff, just one more offer. If they'd like to interview, spend time with us, we're here. So it's a current gap in our, I would say, our Willamette work. We need to continue to work on.
Yeah, I think those direct contacts to folks in the field is still difficult for probably a better, I don't know, I get the governments are question stuff. So I think this is amazing and fantastic, and I can imagine how your head is spinning in terms of priorities. And I get nervous, I'm excited, obviously nervous at the same time, that two things that I think are sort of off the list are, again, examples of us, I think, organizationally leaning in where we're most comfortable and perhaps there's less uncertainty. And the land use piece, to me, especially in the Willamette Basin, kick the can down the road on that 4 years seems it just concerns me, because I think that I've talked about this before. I think it's more evident in the shoots because it's a more water constrained environment, but the same issue where so much financial capital is coming into the region with directed at water, that land use change could happen so quickly that we could be behind the 8 ball on a lot of things, and that concerns me. So I don't know if that's reason enough to elevate it to a priority and complicate the prioritization, but I just want to call that out. And the thing that I don't know where it necessarily fits among the priorities, but the other thing that I worry about is with the wild swings we're going to have in precipitation from drought to flood, with greater amplitude in both directions. In a system where we're starting to actually gain some ground and allowing the river to recapture its floodplain, we're going to run into problems where points of diversion move, and secondary right points of diversion may be needed, but then the process of being able to respond quickly to these changes, again, I feel like we have to get ahead of it from an emergency response situation, big changes. And obviously this is where I'm most familiar with things because it's where I live and where I work, but those two things, I feel like being so overwhelmed by the core and the biop and the other processes that we may be overlooking bigger climate driven issues that it would be good for us to get ahead of.
Thank you for your comments.
I don't know if that's helpful for you, this step or not.
It is helpful. It is helpful. And just real quickly, I think Raquel wants to respond, but the Corps is starting a new project called FIRO,
Yeah.
Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations. That I would hope could help us with the drought and flood forecasting. I don't know much about the project yet. They're just in the infancy stages of it.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that the Corps is managing those reservoirs with rule curves from the 1940s and 1960s, and they literally can't operate outside of those curves very much in a big year of and capture some of that flow and just temper it. And so, yeah, they were awarded, I think, a 5-year support program to get that rolling. So there is good opportunity there, because I think that does recognize, again, those amplitudes, the wild swings we are seeing, and recognizing that 11 dams are still not going to stop a flood that's going to come at some point. And so, but getting our day-to-day work ahead of that is worth some retreat level discussion, perhaps, maybe. It looks like I said something.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I want to acknowledge I've heard a lot today about land use, and we haven't had a lot of capacity in the past there's a lot to unpack on land use. not just specific to the Willamette Basin. And I have started some initial conversations with DLCD. And we're having a conversation after session that I don't have details yet on what all we'll cover in that, but we are having some conversations. So I just want to acknowledge that we are aware that land use continues to be something that we really need to start to engage on with DLCD. Fortunately, we also have our former staff over as director at DLCD, right? And they, of course, also have a lot of priorities. So whether this is, becomes their highest priority, I can't speak to that, because housing right now is really the high priority. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because I have heard several of those comments. We've also, the IWRS bill has added DLCD, if I'm recalling correctly, to the agencies that will be working, part of the group that works on that. And then of course, we've already added them to the IWRS project team. So we are moving in that direction. I know it's not as fast as any of us would like. The other thing I just want to acknowledge too is that the Willamette Reservoir component is the reason we got Alyssa's position. And so that is one of the reasons why it is the #1 priority here on the list, is because of that. And then finally, I think one of the things that our agency is trying to do is appropriately prioritize and not overcommit our resources, which is something that all of us have had conversations about, that we're really good at saying yes, but that sets you up to not deliver either on time, work your staff too much, or have a poor work product, right? And so that's why we're trying to implement better project management practices, and you're seeing that with our basin coordinators. So we can move some things forward, but that is a little bit just of context for you all in terms of how we're moving items forward. The other thing I want to acknowledge too is I did hear a little bit of discussion about floods, and not specific to what Alyssa was just talking about, but I will remind folks that this did come up in February. We did hear you, and we will be having an agenda item on the work that we're doing with our dam safety program and a consultant that will talk more about the flood methodology that we've been working on for Oregon, which I'm very excited that we have been working on that, because that's, to your point, this is a critical issue that we need to address. So hopefully that at least allays some concerns that we are working in some of these areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know what, we have a request for public comment from April Snell. You're welcome to stay put or.
Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. April Snell with the Oregon Water Resources Congress. I have been watching all day, by the way. It's just the convenience of being able to watch multiple things, which includes the legislature going back to work today, which is good. Just want to make a few comments in regards to the Willamette. One, I want to appreciate the work past, present, and future of Alyssa. She's one of the most qualified staff people we have in this agency, and as far as the Willamette goes, there's not a more well qualified person to help lead this effort. Now, you saw in there's a lot of things we have ahead of us, and I think the work plan that Alyssa has put together, there's a lot that's involved in that, and I think it's going to take multiple layers as she's laid out, as far as things that the department needs to be the lead in, as well as things that they could partner with other efforts and help advance things while we tackle very complicated issues. There's a number of things that Alyssa mentioned that are things on their own that warrant attention. The conversion of the minimum perennial stream flows, reservations, how we share the pain in the drought years, all those different things matter to all of us. And so while I'm here in my official capacity representing irrigation districts and other ag water suppliers, the issues, particularly implementation of the reallocation, but the other issues related to the Willamette impacts us all. And you guys know this, but for the record, the Willamette Basin is where we have the most fertile farm ground in this state. It's also where we have the most people. And we, as someone who lives here, I think we all tend to take what we have for granted. And it's not until there's a huge crisis that we're reminded of how vulnerable we are. And the 13 dams that are throughout the basin provide different benefits. And my hope would be that we can move forward with the work plan that Alyssa's put forward, including the most important aspect that she's got at the beginning, which is an implementation work group, getting stakeholders, all of us, conservation, communities, all at the table to work through these very complicated issues. Because if we don't, it'll be a frenzy for attorneys that will make a certain place down south look like a cakewalk. And I'm not saying that lightly. These issues are more complicated than Klamath and Deschutes and Umatilla and Harney all put together. And I really hope that we can find a collaborative solution. I will also mention that Alyssa has been very kind to the other folks and the long process that has led us to that. And we don't need to go back in the past, but by most accounts, the Army Corps process that led to the reallocation did not leave a good taste in anybody's mouth that I've known, and that I think is in every sector. Regardless, it's been finalized, and how we work with what they left us, which is a lot of work for the state and the department, I think it's going to require a hands-on approach. And so I say that to say that we're committed as an association and with our districts here in the Valley, as well as other places, to be a constructive partner. We've went recently back to Washington, DC, and have been advocating with both Bureau of Reclamation and Army Corps to make sure that they support their staff people here and in the region to participate in all these efforts. Because if we don't have both of those agencies actively at the table, we're not going to get very far with that. So I just want to, again, thank Alyssa, thank you guys for your work. And I think as this moves forward, I would anticipate that you're going to need a good chunk of time on your agenda to hear about some of these updates. And because the myriad of issues, whether it's the reservations or the basin rules, it's a lot of stuff that's frankly old and was done in a time that is not where we are today. And how do we open up some of that stuff, update it in a way that helps us meet our water needs today and in the future, but do it in a way that does not pit users against each other. And I say users as a holistic term because ultimately we are all water users, and whether we're in stream or out of stream, that would be my hope that we can do that. So thank you all for your time. That was a little longer than I anticipated, but important stuff, and I look forward to helping in the future. So.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Is that okay with you, the first question?
Yes.
Actually, I was gonna ask you.
Oh,
first,
okay.
But
Sorry.
I held back, but actually I would love both of your opinions on this. They might not be in the same place. Thinking ahead again to the Division 10 discussion around voluntary agreements. I think the assumption, as you said, is that all of a sudden the attorneys are going to be flying in. Valid assumption. But given all of the investment that there has been successfully in collaboration in the Willamette, simply because there's much more money here. What are your thoughts? That can we get ahead of that and approach some of these things and count on a more voluntary approach to things? Or is it going to be a free-for-all, a legal and sort of regulatory free-for-all, and it's just too big and complicated a place to not go that route?
I'll try that question, Terry's commissioner. I think in the Willamette, there is a spirit of collaboration, I would say, among the water users, both in stream and out of stream. I think the challenge that we wrestle with is how to take that stakeholder engagement and involvement that the state supports in the collaborative process and bring our federal agency partners along with us, because that's where it can become difficult. So as an example, we would like as a state to have a conversation, a real meaningful conversation with stakeholders and agencies about the decision-making process for how do we manage water during dry years? Who gets access to that water under their contract? Who comes first? How much do they get? That's a very tough question. And when you talk to our federal agency partners, when we convene the implementation work group with a series of staff and stakeholders, our federal partners have to be very careful about how they engage. For federal law, there's a law called FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, where they cannot abdicate some of their decision-making roles and responsibilities to like a local collaborative decision-making process. So I think that's really the challenge that we're going to wrestle with, is in the Oregon way of collaboration. How do you bring along federal agency partners that have some restrictions on how they make decisions or how they engage with partners on different issues? I would say in conversations with Reclamation to date, they work with water users all the time in other river basins. They're not a stranger to collaboration. They're excited to meet with stakeholders in the Willamette to hear and understand what their concerns are before they file the transfer application, so they can understand, you know, what is concerning to you when we file this transfer application. It's part of their risk analysis too, because as Doug mentioned, we have due process in our water rights application process. Once Reclamation commits to filing that transfer application, they also have to commit to a potential protest of that transfer application process. What does that mean to them? So I think they want to learn upfront what some of the concerns are, and I hope that helps mitigate some of the risks of litigation and protest. Like April said, though, it was tough to get to the allocation volumes and get that approved by Congress. It really was a compromise. You know, I think the irrigated agriculture sector had hoped for more stored water, considering the starting place where all of the rights were for irrigation purposes. And I think the fish folks too, were seeing the need for that stored water for ESA related purposes. So I don't want to predict what's going to come. I hope that we can come up with some collaborative solutions going forward on the reallocation. And I think the work group is a great place to start. And I think we've been fortunate that with the support of stakeholders, there's facilitation dollars available to help support those type of conversations going forward.
Well, I'll just add to that, Commissioner Moll, members of the commission. I choose to be cautiously optimistic because the alternative is not good. So I think on this and other things that it's not going to be easy, and the protests and litigation are probably inevitable at various phases, and those are tools that exist, you know, properly. So, but if we do the implementation group thoughtfully, I think we can get through, hopefully, and avoid what would otherwise just be a legal storm. And I think having some shared understanding of how Alyssa mentioned, you know, particularly in the dry years, of how that's going to work, giving us some time as a state to do outreach and education with the folks that would be impacted by that well in advance of that happening. And I think some investments in data and other things that will help you know, when it gets down to actually enforcing and implementing what's going to be necessary. That's a long ways off, and I think the department's going to need a lot of resources to be able to do all that effectively. But I want to hope that there's folks that have been at the table before, that I think while we've been on opposite sides, there's a shared appreciation for a thoughtful process. And there's a lot of new people that I think we hopefully can develop that shared understanding and come up with something that hopefully works. But I think this is also one that there may be, like other basins, where there may be some specific tools or strategies we need to do in the Willamette that helps balance those multiple interests.
It was interesting to see in your report that feedback from OWA specifically was noted that, well, the watershed councils have been involved in a lot of water quality stuff, but not really water quantity stuff, which I think I've called that out before. I mean, that's a reality, but the habitat conservation world and the water use worlds have been in parallel with very little overlap. It's growing, but I do feel like that there's been significant investment on the habitat side in collaboration that could perhaps, offer some new people at the table and perhaps some ways to get at how can we agree without the attorneys or, that sort of thing. So I would encourage you really to take that to and that's another reason for us to continue to collaborate more. And then as a part of that, the Willamette River Initiative, which the Meyer Memorial Trust and Bonneville Power Administration and OWEB and OEW drove for 10, 11 years, has now been superseded by Nisqually Willamette, which is an indigenous-led initiative, which has brought in more of the tribal and social justice concerns. So I do feel like there's a lot of rich ground there for sort of progressive collaborative approach instead of more reactive. This is mine. I like that. I choose to be hopeful. That's important. It is a choice. Yeah, it is important. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Both of you, April, Alyssa. Beautiful work. So, what's our next step? Are we gonna go with the tomorrow morning's plan presentation?
I think our people are here just out here ready to go.
Oh,
If you want to go.
I'll grab it.
Thank you. If you want to go with the Harney conversation, or if you want to take a break,
okay,
whichever.
let's take a short break.
Take
How
five.
about come back at 3:30? What time is it? Yeah, 3:30. Let's do that.
Very good.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
We're on YouTube. Was it?
We can take 3:30 on the phone.
She's on a plane there. Adventures.
I think I could make it.
She was very strategic. about it.
Let's do my best. Very
Where she wants,
Waiting.
Right. We should get going. So let's get started again. Welcome, everybody at the table. I don't think I have a complete list of who's here, but I know that we have Representative Mark Owens, House District 60, Brenda Smith, Executive Director of the High Desert Partnership, and I think we have Alexandria Scott, East Region Engagement. Great, thank you, coordinator. And this is, of course, on the groundwater portion of the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative's Place-Based Integrated Water Resources Plan. And I would ask those of you who, well, all of you, if you'd like to introduce yourselves and take the floor. And we appreciate you starting early too, since we got a little off schedule.
It's okay. Yeah, I kind of asked to join maybe a little bit late at the last minute. My name is Karen Moon. I'm the coordinator for the Harney County Watershed Council. And I haven't come to see you guys since we were first applying for the place-based planning grant. So it's been a nice day to take a trip away from Harney County.
Thanks for coming.
Oh. Oh, I get it, okay.
Yeah, welcome, and thanks for having us. I'm Brenda Smith, Director at High Desert Partnership, co-convener of the Harney County Place-Based Water Planning.
Good afternoon, Mark, as Nick said, farmer in Harney County, and also co-convener with Brenda Smith.
For the record, Alexandria Scott, I'm an engagement coordinator with the Oregon Water Resources Department, focused on the East region of the state. And in that role, I support the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, as well as the Upper Grand Ron Place-Based Planning Group.
And hello again, I'm Kim Fritz-Ogran, and I manage the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section of the Oregon Water Resources Department. And I believe Alexandria is going to kick us off with some context before introducing the Harney folks who will give the presentation on the groundwater portion of it.
Chair Reeves and members of the commission, we are giving an update today on the groundwater portion of the place-based plan for Harney County, and also giving an update on the ongoing surface water planning efforts in the basin. So undertaking place-based integrated water resource planning is a recommendation, action 9A of Oregon's integrated water resources strategy. The legislature provided authority within Senate Bill 266 for a pilot phase of place-based planning, and one of 4 groups selected through a competitive application process were chosen to pilot this approach, and that was the Harney Collaborative, as well as the Upper Grand Ronde, the Mid-Coast Planning Group, and the Lower John Day Planning Group as well. So those were the 4 groups selected to pilot this new and innovative approach to water resources planning. This planning is voluntary. It is locally initiated and led, and it includes balanced representation of water interests in a basin or a watershed, and they work collaboratively in partnership with the state to complete the 5 place-based planning steps. Since 2016, the collaborative has been conducting place-based planning in partnership with the state, and following the 2015 draft place-based planning guidelines, the collaborative approached place-based planning differently from the other groups, and they split their surface water and groundwater planning. So in August of 2022, they submitted the groundwater portion of their plan
for formal review by an interagency review team. That interagency review team consisted of staff from the department, the Oregon Department of Fisheries and Wildlife, the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, the Oregon Department of Agriculture, and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. The plan review team was tasked with determining whether or not the plan demonstrates that the collaborative followed the 2015 draft plan guidelines and is consistent with the principles of the integrated water resources strategy. So using the 2019 planning step guidelines as a evaluation tool, the plan review team identified strengths, considerations for implementation, and required improvements in order to receive agency recommendation for state recognition. The collaborative has either addressed these items or noted how they intend to address them through surface water planning. Because of the unique nature of the collaborative's approach, these state agencies want to acknowledge that the work done to date and the groundwater portion of the plan is in alignment with the requirements for state recognition, and the collaborative's interest in sharing progress with the commission. And with that, I'm happy to introduce the representatives of the collaborative to speak on the groundwater portion of their plan and give an update on surface water planning.
Thanks, Alexander. Chair Reeves, members of the committee, Director Woodcock, for the record, Mark Owens. We're probably not going to be as polished as Alexandria was there today, but we'll start us into a conversation. The topics for today, as you can see, is we'll go through a PowerPoint presentation. There's 4 or 5 things there, but we really want to spend some time on the last one, is a conversation with you guys, figuring out how we can continue to partner. As you guys been on the commission and gals, you've got a lot of updates on the Harney Basin. There's a lot of moving parts there that we hope we can start bringing together. The implementation of place-based planning, the recognition of the groundwater plan, the rules advisory committee. There's been a lot of community investment there. The place-based planning has just been one part of it. So we'll get to the place-based planning part and hope to just have a conversation. Harney Basin. So I'll talk a little bit about maybe prior to May 26, 2015. Either May 26, 2015, the department came into our basin and said, hey, there might be an issue. Since the mill shut down in the 90s, the economic stability of the area and the communities have gone down. We used to have one of the highest average mean household income in there, and that was through an extractive process of timber harvest. There'll be a lot of us that will recognize that probably wasn't sustainable. What happened is they shut it off overnight and immediately and caused a downturn in our economy, a downturn in our social environment, and a downturn in a lot of effects. What replaced that since the 90s, honestly, was groundwater extraction. So it was another possibly, and as we know now, unsustainable natural resource extraction. When three-phase power came in there, we had a lot of development. In the 90s, we had a lot of development. When hay prices came up, we had a lot of development. But a lot of development, 3 times the word development, now 4, is probably wasn't sustainable. We started to see some domestic wells that were starting to dry up. We started to have a few community members that started to complain, hey, something's not right here. Maybe we need to do something different. Most of us, including myself, didn't pay much attention. There was more and more conversations that we got 2013, 2014, but probably we're just in a drought. Maybe just our wells are going bad because they're old. But 2015, the department stepped in and said, hey, we probably have an issue here. At that time, they showed us a blue bar graph. That blue bar graph said there's approximately 260,000 acre feet of recharge that comes into the basin. Of that, 89,200 acre feet of that goes to springs and streams, leaving a remainder of approximately 170,200 acre feet for all other uses. Doesn't sound too bad until we correlate it to what had been allocated. At that time, 278,000 acre feet had been allocated. We looked at that and we said, surely this is a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. We looked at it and said, well, surely this hasn't happened before. Why did it happen to us? We started to react. We started to see it had happened before. So we started to work towards different goals. Probably the most revealing thing to me on that was if we had the information, if we could produce that simple basic hydraulic budget, why did we allow this to happen? And honestly, probably a lot of causal factors there. There's nobody to blame for that. The only reason we'd have blame going forward is unless we try to do something different. So I was working towards the policy. I started to become a commissioner. There's others that started a collaborative process.
Yeah, we're gonna go back and forth. So Chair Reeves, member of the committee, Director Woodcott, for the record, I'm Brenda Smith, again, co-convener of the place-based planning. I remember when we first presented to you all, and I know one of the questions was, you know, how do we sustain this? Let's see, I think I've been through two terms as Watershed Council. I've actually rotated off Watershed Council at this point. But in my role as director at High Desert Partnership, we convene 6 different collaboratives. So there is a collaborative culture in Harney County, engaging partners in community, working together, having sufficient funding is all critical to meeting the challenges that the Harney Basin faces. So interestingly, one of our High Desert Partnership collaboratives recently embarked on helping to tell Harney County's story. And what came out of it is this 3-minute film. And I think the best way that I can characterize our community is let our community speak for themselves in this really short video. So we're gonna see if we can open that and let them take it away. And all those speaking in this film are members of our community. So.
And we'll tie this into place-based planning eventually.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
When you share screen, there's a choice down below that says share video too, I think, before you share screen or with that choice.
There we go.
I think what we need to keep in mind about Harney County is that there's not just one thing.
We're about the only place between.
Mhm.
I think it was fine.
Harney County is that there's not just one thing that defines us.
We're about the only place between here and there. And we are a nice oasis in the middle of the high desert.
The revitalization of downtown is central to getting people to want to stop and spend time in our community. And I hope to see that continue to grow.
We care about people that come to our community. We have compassion for those that live here, and we really enjoy the day-to-day routine that we have here.
It's just a different lifestyle here, and it's a lifestyle that grows on you out of just the peacefulness and the solitude of it.
Here in Harney County, you'll find things that you can't find anywhere else in the United States. My daughter's husband grew up in LA, and she brought him up here for the first time. And he said, I can't hear a plane, I can't hear a car, there's no other people. He said, I've never been in a spot like this.
Here in Harney County, we love the open spaces that we live in. It is diverse, and that's part of the strength. You know, as crops we grow, as we look at this soil that we have, that is what makes it healthy and strong, is complexity of it.
The recent restoration efforts that a lot of the land management agencies and other folks are doing really is in keeping with what our traditional values are. We will find a way to be able to share that knowledge because that knowledge is what sustains this landscape for millennia.
This community knows the importance of the resources that I have here, including Malheur Refuge, as well as the wet meadow systems that surround it. And they know the importance of it not only as a productive area for your agriculture, but you can also have a productive area for wildlife. And I think that's great to see because it doesn't have to be one or the other.
Because you won't find a rancher or a farmer in the basin that doesn't have a desire or a hope that they can give it down to their children and their next generation. We're not here for a short-term flash, we're here for longevity, and we collectively have to figure out in this new world how we can do everything sustainably.
I think there's this pride that people feel here when they look at the landscape. It's like you're touched by nature all around you, that you regard it as part of your soul.
We are gonna have our next meeting there. right?
Yeah, well, that's actually why we are here. One of the reasons why we are here.
You wanna know how I get away with everything? I work. You have arrived. Work. Sweat. Work.
Thank you for Anders.
Yeah, close those things, Mark.
I know it's always tricky. Thank you for entertaining that link. Tricky. So really the basis, Mark kind of gave you the, the, how we got here. I really wanted to give you some sort of a characterization of our community. We really feel that Hardin County was a good choice to pilot this place-based planning. We do have a culture of collaboration with at least 8 very strong collaborative groups that are operating in our communities. So with that, I think I'm gonna let Karen talk.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a long road, and as Mark and Brenda had both said, there was a reason that we split groundwater from surface water, and it mostly had to do with the designation of the area of concern for our basins. So we feel very fortunate. We have both the county court and the watershed council as conveners. We do maintain, after 6 years of working, almost 7 years of working, we maintain our variety of people who come to the table. Some of the partners, when the groundwater has kind of been finished up a bit, have not attended as much, and we have some new partners now that we're working on surface water. One of the challenges that we had throughout this and through this extended period is that we have had to seek other funding, in which we have been successful. We've had some federal dollars, grants that we have been able to obtain. We've had private foundations that have contributed, and we have pretty much doubled the amount of funding that we had received through water resources for place-based planning, and hopefully have enough to continue on through the end of the surface water portion. I think we're doing pretty well. We're fairly secure in that. And I also wanted to emphasize, like I said, we still have a really good diverse group of people. We have landowners, we have environmental groups, domestic users, irrigators, who are coming to the table and continuing to work on this project. And I wanted to let you know that since 2016, our volunteers have put in just short of 13,000 hours developing this plan. And we average probably 6,000 to 7,000 hours a quarter. So
So the investment in volunteers there.
Yeah.
So just to kind of line out, Alexandria mentioned we did follow the the 5-step planning process, starting in 2016. As you all probably remember, it started with build a collaborative, and we're continuing to build a collaborative, right? That's something that never really goes away. Because, as Karen said, you know, the groundwater concerns were acute at the time, because there was a groundwater study that was occurring in the basin when we started this effort. It really pointed us in that direction of let's focus on groundwater as part of the planning process. Water is not easy, whether it's groundwater or surface water, but combining them in Harney County just seemed to just like completely overwhelming. So we embarked on this groundwater planning effort, and as you know, now have a groundwater plan in front of you. Surface water planning is ongoing right now, and expecting to be completed by the end of this year ish, into 24,
Middle of 24.
yeah. So this is kind of just letting you know a little bit more about our groundwater plan, pretty much what I just said, and it has been now reviewed by the agencies. We did have some requested improvements when we had the plan reviewed. Those included, what do you see? I'm gonna have to look at my notes here. That we needed to better document outreach efforts. And honestly, it wasn't that we didn't do the outreach. We have, what, 13,000 hours of volunteer efforts, but it was just needed to be clearer in the plan. We created, had some misstatements around technical terms. We corrected that. We also did not identify cost considerations as we prioritize strategies in our plan. And we didn't describe how the feedback and the public and the plan review team is incorporated into the final plan. So all those improvements were addressed and satisfied to the plan review team's satisfaction. As to considerations from the plan review team to implementation of this plan, we had 10 different considerations that the plan review team asked our project manager to adopt and consider, and those also have been cleared up and to the satisfaction of the plan review team. With that, I'm going to go back to let Mark talk about our strategies.
Thanks.
Went too fast.
So we're going to talk short, midterm, and long-term strategy. But before that, I'll talk a little bit more about the strategy of why did we separate ground from surface water. Might be a little obvious, but one of the driving factors to place-based planning was the groundwater situation I referenced in 2015. In fact, in that presentation that, I forgot who gave it on May 26th, the last slide on that PowerPoint presentation said next steps. And the last point on that last slide said place-based planning. That was before we put in for the application. That was before Karen and Brenda, the Watershed Council, started talking about it. So maybe it was meant to be. So why did we push forward groundwater? Because we knew what was going to be happening, which is currently happening now, a rules advisory committee. So the 512 rules are being reevaluated right now. We wanted our community and our stakeholders to be able to develop a groundwater plan so we could be ready for that RAC. So we could be ready for when we look at that basin rules and basin programs, that hopefully we could figure out how we can continue to partner with the department in implementing this plan. Because some of the strategies we're going to discuss won't fit unless we get creative, unless we continue that partnership. So that's why we forwarded the groundwater portion of the plan. And that's why we also asked to come to you, because today you're not approving the whole plan because we're not presenting surface water. But we just want you to have an understanding of how we're going to look towards you so the rules making to support us more. Short-term strategies, a lot of stars here, a lot of things. As we started talking about groundwater, as any of you have gone through the planning process, most people want to jump to actions before we even start to get a shared understanding of the situation. In our case, it was harder to get a shared understanding of the situation because the groundwater study was running concurrent with the planning. So we were trying to plan on the information from 2015. So there's a lot of conversation. So a lot of the members, including me, wanted, what can we do now? We know there's an issue. So we started talking about, water efficiencies, technologies. How can we start actually making a difference as we're planning? So there's some of these strategies you'll see that are already ongoing. We've looked at open evapotranspiration that the department is using with Eddie stations to figure out how we can design down more efficient systems to use less water. We probably have over 100 pivots that have those systems installed now, where we used to put on about 2.8 acre feet of water. Now we're raising crops at 2.1 acre feet of water. Is that going to solve the issue in Harney Basin? In a lot of areas, no. Will it help in a lot of areas? Yes, it is. We're also trying to make sure there's a community understanding of how the groundwater portion of the plan was coming together with the study. That probably took a lot of effort. There's a lot of things going on. The other thing we started talking about is if we're giving this planning opportunity, how are we going to utilize it? If we're so far out of balance, the state comes in and regulates off. Why are we doing this? Why is the state investing this time to work with us? So we started talking about volunteer agreements. That's an ongoing discussion. We'll get probably a little more into that as we have conversation. So a lot of our short-term strategies were developed as we were planning and starting to implement. There's still some that we got to get to. Our midterm strategies are a little bit higher level, and we knew they were going to take more community involvement and more farmers and domestic users coming together. A lot of them are, well, we see them. Let's talk about one. Explore groundwater market. Actually, I think it's 2 more slides, so let's pick a different one. Work with Oregon Water Resource Department on abandoned wells. So we started talking about commingling of wells. We started talking about when we learned more about hydrology, shallow and deep wells, but you look back at some of the old well logs and they were perforated from 30 feet to 500 feet. So a lot of conversation, if we're going to leave, top water for domestic or bottom water, how do we do that? And we started learning there was just a lot of holes drilled in Harney Basin that are just there. And honestly, the working with the department to figure out how to abandon a well, most people are going to turn around and leave. It's kind of tough. It's kind of expensive. So if you find one, you ignore it, but that's not right. So our community started addressing that. As we're in a 1,200-year drought, there's a lot of conversation in our community is, well, if we just get out of drought, we'll be fine. But as we learned from the groundwater study, that's probably not accurate. So we started talking about what mitigations could we also have drought as we start to reduce groundwater. So some good mid strategies. Long-term strategies. These were one that I imagine that each one of you guys have talked about. So as we look at groundwater, it's a little different than surface water. If I'm a user that decides that I want to use less water, and I have an allocation of 3 acre foot, I decide I want to use 2 acre feet, what ensures that groundwater stays in the ground? Nothing. The next user can use it, just kind of like the surface water goes down the stream. So there's no real protection that even in voluntary agreements, if you're not regulating off, how do you keep the water there? It poses an interesting dynamic as we work through. Another one that's going to be controversial, but how do you fund some of the projects that are needed? How do you get a remediation fund for domestic well users? How do you look at just projects that are going to take a lot of money? So we said we will even investigate possibly a user fee on one. is we're gonna have to figure out how to be self-sustainable too as we work through this. All right, now we'll get into the couple of the ones that we did a little bit more time in. Let's start with the groundwater market. So we hired Aspects Consulting that came in, and there's a gentleman from Australia and a different person from Bend. If any of you have looked at groundwater and you look at the Diamond Valley, Nevada, the Diamond Valley, Nevada was probably one of the first Western states that looked at maybe something that's going to be done different than prior appropriation. Maybe they're going to have a little shared sacrifice. They're the ones that actually set up that program. So it's a groundwater market with declining shares. If I get this much allocation of water, I get this many shares, and it's known as time goes on, I have to use less and less and less. And everybody was going to get a certain amount of shares compared to priority date and stuff, but it's pretty neat stuff to figure out how you can set yourself for a generational trajectory to work out of a situation that could ruin an economy further. They did a great analysis on it. One of the things in that analysis that we found out is there's going to have to be some sort of board. There's no water districts in Harney County, but we're going to have to figure that out. But they're probably not current rule, law, and policy maybe to allow that to happen effectively. I'm not sure there's a current water market or groundwater market in the state. That's probably something that we need to look at as we develop these rules going on. The other one we looked at, and I got Ken Beerley here because he's the expert on the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. So we've been partnering with the department for several years on that. In fact, the department approved some stuff and they went through environmental assessment, out for comment period is done. So all that being said is now it's pretty much approved. 2018 Farm Bill allowed the funding there as part of the CCP program, so the funding's not going to disappear. In the next couple of months, we get to start accepting applications for CREP. We have secured in 2021 a $500,000 state match. He's in a CREP program, it takes 25% state match and 75% federal match. There'll probably be a real slow uptick on that program. In fact, the Water Resource Department has granted out the community working on that. The reason I say it's probably a real slow uptick is Mark Doverspike, who's a ranger that's been involved in the communities. The community has a good idea of what's going on, but when you give them a recommendation, they should probably dry up their water rights permanently and be paid. It'd be a little tough conversation. Until it bites them in the ass, they're probably not going to want to entertain that thought. So as we work through the Rules Advisory Committee, and the department puts out a couple of scenarios where it becomes clear and evident, even through conservation efficiencies in a lot of programs, we're going to have to dry up some acres. That's when the CREP will come. And what does the CREP do? The CREP allows people from going bankrupt. The CREP allows, pivots and irrigated from going to noxious weed patch. The CREP allows some strategic investments in where you can dry land up. So there's extra investments in cases by groundwater dependent ecosystem. If it's by a spring, there can be higher state payments in those areas to try to figure out where you could incentivize people to dry up. It's different than some of the CRP programs, but this would be permanent. You'd be entering a contract with the state that says you're going to voluntarily give up your water right for a 15-year payment. The state payment could be in advance. Another one we're talking about is domestic well fund. In fact, House Bill 3096, I believe in 2021, the collaborative members wanted to help the domestic users. A lot of them can't afford to keep chasing the water in some of the basin. As you've heard, some of the water dropping 8 to 10 foot. So collaborative worked with myself, worked with the department, worked with the legislative process, came up with a legislative concept. That was passed in a bill in 2021. Not quite off the ground yet. The state focused on House Bill 2145, which is a well abandoned repair program, the statewide, which is a good program. Working with the county, can function that. Not going to throw them under the bus too hard, but we're hopeful. We're hopeful that one will be started here pretty soon in this next biennium. The last one is understanding volunteer agreements. So as you guys know, there's two ways that currently the department has the authority, maybe authority is not the right word, to start to make steps towards reusing the state. Critical groundwater designation, regulation by prior appropriation. That's what has been done in the past. Annual sustained yield is what you'll be governed off of. Has that been successful? I'm not going to answer that, but I think a lot of you know in different areas what the success has. We don't want to do that. Our community, most of our community doesn't want to see that action taken forward. We want to figure out how we can work with the department and try creative things. Try prep programs. Try efficiencies. Try a bucket of water. If I have 1,000 acre feet and now I have to use 500 acre feet, do I have to use that on half the land? If I could grow an economic crop on 1,000 acres, should I be able to use that water on 1,000 acres, even if it's only coming from 1 or 2 points of diversion? By law, that would be called enlargement or spreading. It's not allowed. But if I'm actually reducing my water and it's all the same water in the same area, shouldn't we have the flexibility to try to figure out how we can keep economics going? So that's alternative crops. But none of that works unless we figure out a non-regulatory approach with a volunteer agreement. The regulatory approach has to go parallel. So there has to be some accountability on where you're going to have trigger points that if the community doesn't meet this, this is going to happen. I think volunteer agreements is authorized in ORS. We had a group come in, Environmental Defense Fund, with a Colton company, I believe, and did a whole write-up on volunteer agreements. We might still be waiting for the department to get back to us on that one. Got back to us now? Cool. Thanks, Kim. So, but the thing on volunteer agreements is you're the ones that are going to decide. The department's going to work with us. We're going to come up with some alternatives and we're going to present it to the commission. There's no rules on how volunteer agreements are set up. There's no case study in our agreements once ever been approved. We're still working through and still struggling. If you read the document, does it have to be 100%? Does it have to be 90%? What is it? Some in our state, some in our community say it has to be 100%, otherwise you're going against prior appropriation. I don't think it does. I think we can figure that out. Community impacts. I think they talked about that. I mean, we went from one of the highest average mean household incomes when timber was shut down. Now we're one of the lowest average mean household incomes in the state. If groundwater is taken away from us the same time timber was, I don't know where we go. I'm not saying that we don't dramatically have to use less groundwater in our basin. Not saying that at all. I'm not saying that we don't have to depend and start figuring out groundwater dependent ecosystems to making sure domestic eaters have quantity and quality of water. But we got to work with you guys. Otherwise, I don't know where my community goes.
Yeah, so I think, really just to kind of wrap this up, is to invite a conversation. That's what we do in collaboration. Interested in hearing from you all. I wanted to show that short film. Harney County is a county of resilient community members. Definitely interested in figuring out, how to work through a lot of things. They've been through a lot of things. They keep on coming back. And I just hope that we can continue to work with the department, with you all, to have the flexibility to go ahead and continue to implement this plan. We have the appetite to do something different. We seem to always want to do something different, but yeah. I do think it is because, we really do try to work together to try to figure out, some of these really challenging and complex problems. So with that, we just hope we can visit.
Thank you for that presentation and for all the work that you're doing too. So commissioners, is anybody?
I just wanted to respond just to what you just said, is like coming up with a lot of these creative ideas, and it's because I think we've been forced to come up with these creative ideas, really, you've been put into a place, into a situation where you got to think outside the box again. I like the direction that you're taking with this and thinking outside that box. The House Bill 3130, it sounds like relates directly to this, and it's hasn't passed through the House, or has it passed through the Senate yet?
The ones that's going to be in the omnibus?
Yes.
So,
I think so.
if I may,
Yes.
possibly it was brought into House Bill 2010. House Bill in
2010,
2010, Chair Helm and I co-carried on the floor and it passed. The Senate came back today, they're moving stuff through. So we anticipate that it will be passed to the Senate by the 25th and the governor will sign sometime shortly after. 3130 allows the department to contract out or provide services for volunteer agreements. It's approximately a little under $300,000. And we hope that that funding, we believe the intent of that funding, how that is used, can actually start to work through the Rules Advisory Committee also. As I've tried to work that RAC in the next year is going to be fundamental to figuring out that we can do volunteer agreements. So we're hoping some of that funding can be used through that process for facilitation or just whatever we decide.
Explore that, yeah. Thank you.
To the points you guys were talking about, creative ideas, needing some flexibility on both sides, basically. And I guess I would just say, we are in a fix. Harney Basin is, but across the state, it's either here or coming for everybody. And it's real, I think we're long past time to start getting more creative with the constraints that we think we have and talking about how to move around them or through them in different ways. So I guess I would just say as a general matter, I'm really in favor of trying to do some things differently. I think we just have to. And in fact, this morning we were talking about the integrated water resources strategy and the equity component of that. And your plan that we're talking about right now came up as an example of a community who's really got equity on your mind, equity in the broad sense of a water for everybody. Now, I'm not talking about the types of groups that are getting water or whatever. I'm talking about water for the community. And how do you deal with that when water is fully allocated and your plan is coming up with some ideas for how to deal with that? And I would just applaud that. And like I said, we talked this morning about how this plan is an example of what can be done along those lines. So.
Our reputation preceded us.
Very much so, yes. We knew you were coming. Other comments, discussion? Yes, Commissioner.
LW.
She's down right here. I had to remember where I wrote it.
I think your plan will be a great model for other areas as we continue to see climate change. People are going to have these problems all over the state. And so really appreciate all that you're doing to help all of us.
When did mill get shut down?
What's that, Joe?
When did the mill get shut down?
Oh, the mill went through a couple different owners, but
1980.
last late 80s, early 90s.
I was just looking, so it looked like the population peaked in recent years, in 1980, when you were born, probably, Mark, right?
Pretty much.
1990,
1995.
But the interesting thing is, since then, it really hasn't changed that much. It hasn't dropped that much. The population hasn't. So you described the shift of center pivot direction. But I'm curious from a future perspective, what kind of, you look ahead 20 years, and is the vision that it'll continue to be 7,500 people, 5,000, 10,000 people, and you know, what are the high school kids dreaming of? And there was some farmer on that video who was quoted as saying something about, you know, we all want to make sure our kids are going to take over our farms. Do they really want to? I'm just curious about that. And it's interesting to me because the assumption would have been, oh man, you probably have a tenth of the population you did when the mill shut down, but that's not the case. So it kind of proves the point that it is a magic place.
We did 75% public lands. And
I want to ask you about that separately.
I gotcha. Well, one of the collaboratives that High Desert Partnership convenes is the Youth Changing the Community Collaborative. And that group has really worked closely to create career connections, primarily in natural resources and essentially like this restoration economy and stewardship economy we're working on wildfire resilience in the forests, on the rangelands, wetlands, restoration. There's actually a lot of opportunities in that area. And I think there's going to continue to be, even for agriculture and the farming and ranching, to continue that.
So I'll address a little bit, maybe the good or the bad, however you want to say it. So I probably know that guy that said that most farmers are take over. I don't want my kids groundwater farming in Hardin Basin. I don't. Some of you don't know, I'm a first generation farmer. I didn't know what center irrigation pivot was until I was a sophomore in high school. I've been allowed to live the American dream and been very blessed. But I've come to the realization about 4 or 5 years ago, when I worked all my young adult life for, it's probably going to disappear over the next 20 or 30 years. I can see my own farm being a quarter the size or less than what it is. My equity is just diminishing quickly. Everything I worked for. I hope to carry my wife and I to retirement. I don't want my kids groundwater farming on a basin. But we need a generational glide path to figure out what comes out. So I do hope, Joe, in 20 to 30 years, we're still at that 7,500, or as a former county commissioner, maybe 8,500. Because you need some 0.5% or 1% growth just to maintain the basic services that communities have. And if we can't figure out how we can reinvent ourselves, we're in trouble. There are some ideas, there's some projects there. So I mean, there's a company coming in, they're looking at about 6,000 acre solar site. There's not enough transmission line, but maybe they'll build renewable hydrogen. So maybe there's opportunities there. As Brenda showed in the video, I mean, we're going to have to go back to more sustainable farming practices. That can help. We can look at different type of crops, hopefully. Where I'm talking, I mean, I'm going to get yelled at from some people, but the water spreading. That if I can, grow a crop on 6-8 inches of water that's still viable, I need to be able to spread that over as much acres as I can while maintaining a reasonably groundwater stable situation. So Joe, I'm concerned what we look like in 30 years, but there's a lot of good people in Hardin Basin that I think agree that given enough time, we can reinvent ourselves. And that would be maybe a place where my daughter, who's a freshman in college and studying education, will come back and teach in Hardin Basin.
Can we shift to the federal nexus question just before you were outside? We were talking about the Willamette Basin and I suppose Alyssa in April sort of crystal ball on whether or not the Willamette Basin could in fact take some of the voluntary agreement approach and not just sort of bring up the attorneys, which is common practice. Interestingly, they expressed that despite all of the collaborative efforts, say, among state and councils and such groups, it was very difficult with federal agencies because they just, some of their limitations and what federal agency folks can do when it comes to collaboratives that also have a regulatory side of things and other sorts of things. And I'm just curious if you all have found, given the closeness of the community, that there's more discretion and flexibility among your federal partners. And you see hope in that or not. Maybe that's something you don't want on the record. I don't know.
We have a wildfire collaborative, we have a forest collaborative. I find our federal agency folks that we work with locally really leaning into collaboration and even understanding, we're talking about very large landscapes, and this cross coordination across these multiple boundaries is pretty crucial if we're going to be making significant restoration efforts on those landscapes for resiliency of, the climate change. But yeah, they all have, I know you've worked a lot with Forest Service on the forest plans but my personal experiences has been that they value that collaborative effort, and we've made some good progress.
I would bet that the relationships between the community and our federal partners is stronger than most across the state of Oregon and across the West. From our BLM employees to our refuge employees to our Forest Service employees, they're community members. They take the effort to reach out to the community. And what started HDP as a partnership was the refuge coming together with some ranchers and the refuge manager and saying, hey, we want to look at how we can manage it sustainably and still keep cows there, still keep the economy there. And that is rolled on. Our BLM does some very interesting grazing for fire danger, fire capacity. Our Forest Service is working towards more of a holistic forest plan. So I think it is good. They're under a little bit more constraints from different regulations, but the relations locally are strong.
Yeah, it's one of the things we talked about as well with the integrated water resources strategy update, that the federal presence, it's not really too present in the strategy, and maybe it should be, given these sorts of situations, especially now that you're getting into surface water. I was the federal partner there at the refuge is going to be an important voice in that.
Yeah.
You know, really working with our congressional staff and the agency folks. I think even we've got some progressive people heading up the reclamation now, and even within the Corps, you're not the only Corps. But in that sense, we as evidenced by the conversations, we, in talking about the Willamette, we're referencing and continue to learn from the Harney Basin. And I just want to thank you for that, because you think that you can say the Willamette is bigger and more complex, but it's just people and people trying to do, take care of what they have and look ahead. And I remember asking you all 3 years ago, 4 years ago, probably tired because it was this same people shifting from one collaborative to another, essentially the same people.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that you still at it, knowing that you're tired.
Can we talk about that for a minute?
Being tired.
Well, no, well, that, yeah, but no, I mean, one of the things that I think about a lot with respect to the place-based planning process and the products is really like the desired future conditions structurally in the basin for how, like if you were, well, ideally 10 years from now, do you have a vision of what you'd like to see in place for how things are running? You know what I'm saying? It's very labor intensive, the work that you're doing now, and whether it's ever going to get less labor intensive or whether people are going to, I mean, I just, what does the structural future look like in here? And maybe it's too much to ask that at this point. If you have a thought, I'd like to hear it.
The next couple of years, maybe, are going to be tough.
Yeah.
Because there's a more of understanding of the situation out there with the groundwater study. There's been, good conversations occurring. But change is hard. And when the reality comes out, when I'm assuming the department is going to make some, recommendations, A, B, or C, compared to what hopefully community desired conditions will look like. Those recommendations are going to be tough on a lot of people, whether it's voluntarily or regulatorily or but in parallel. We're going to have a lot of community members that are going to push back hard because it's going to become real. But we'll get through that once they understand, and once we start figuring out how we can lower the rate of decline of groundwater, we can start proving to our community that the groundwater study is accurate. So the above actions aren't causing that groundwater to come up a lot faster than what some would think. That, if we reduce 30% of irrigation, we've reduced the rate of decline by 30%. I think reality will start coming. I think we'll be able to figure out where do we want to be in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? What are our goals? I think it's unfair to ask the community for a long-term goal now until we get through the next 5 years. Because we got to build that faith in the system that we're trying to develop. And there's going to be some of our conservation friends that are going to have concern with that. There's going to be some of our domestic friends that are going to have some concern with that because they're going to want to see change faster.
But they're friends, and that's good.
That's right. Yeah.
I like the way you put that.
Yeah.
the CREP program is gonna net you, what was it, 20,000, 60,000 acre feet, if it was fully subscribed, am I remembering that right? 60,000 acre feet more or less, so that's, so we're drawing, we've got an overage of, what was it, 100?
110,000 acre feet over appropriated, currently approximately 145,000 acre feet being used for irrigation.
So the CREP program fully subscribed gets us to about half of the overage. So
Right.
That's real, that's significant.
Yeah.
It's creative as hell. There was a great story this morning, yesterday, about just chat GPS, the AI stuff. But they convened a bunch of grad students talking about a discipline problem. It was a scenario. They wanted them to be creative. That kid was caught smoking pot in the school, and they had to figure out what to do with him and recognize that if he got kicked out, he would go to another school that wasn't as attentive and it might fall out of the system. And then so they convened the kids and they thought and came up with ideas. And then they said, all right, now listen to what this AI came up with. And it was almost the same thing. Real standard, by the book, this is what you do. And the recognition was that both the grad students and the AI came up with standards that were from the perspective of the regulator, essentially the school system. But nobody had the ability to step outside and think outside the box. And it was a good reminder, and I think you all have done that, doing that for us to help us see well beyond how can we just use the sidebars and rules and things that we have now to this is new territory. We really got to do some different creative things. And didn't think of that.
If I could encourage you to work with Doug and Director Woodcock, and the rest of the department is there's been conversations of volunteer agreements. There's been conversations of, as we work through the RAC or after we get the RAC, before we do a contested case, or as we do a contested case, we'll do the volunteer agreement. We need to start figuring out what that actually means and how that actually gets implemented. Everybody in the department's overworked. You haven't been able to fill all the positions, not because the department's fault, but unless we actually sit down and start doing more than conversation on that, contested case will go faster than a volunteer agreement. Once the contested case gets going, I'm not sure if we're successful in a volunteer agreement. So we need real good dialogue on how we figure that out in the next 6 months.
Do you also have plans for that, for continued work with CDF and whoever else worked on that voluntary agreement assessment?
We don't currently have anything going on, so we gotta figure out what the next step is.
I just want to see how many folks we can get up here. Chair Eads, Commissioners, for the record, Raquel Ritz, your Deputy Director, Strategy and Administration. We really need to make shorter titles here. So within, I want to say it was House Bill 2010, but it could have been our budget bill. There is funding for a partial position, so probably more like, we'd probably bring in a graduate student, but we'd have to figure that out. But there is funding for a partial position to work on voluntary agreements. There is also, I believe, 100K in there. And that is, we'll have to sort through how we spend that because it could be used for consultants. It could also be used for DOJ time to review agreements. And so there is some funding there, but we'll have to sort through that. It is something that Kim can probably speak more to. We've also internally started some work to do some scoping on this with an existing staff member. So we know this is important to the community. We're trying to sort through the how, and we certainly will be having those conversations here in the future. Thank you.
We've spoken in the past about our grants program and staff discretion, and this is the perfect example where I feel like if we have the assets available in the grants program, that we can somehow we have to come up with a mechanism that we could proactively say, you know what, you sound like you could use this for something like this to keep that momentum going.
Is this the kind of work that would fit into a feasibility study?
So as we talked
Well, Chair Reeves,
Yes.
as we discussed earlier, the feasibility study grants need to have a tie to a conservation, reuse, or storage project. So if there could be a tie to conservation, potentially. I believe a feasibility study grant helped fund some of the market research, because it was a similar thing. They would use a groundwater market to conserve water over time. So there could be some flexibility there. But what I want to also acknowledge, what I've heard from the Harney Group, is there are just some things with voluntary agreements that the department needs to sort out. That it is helpful to have consultants, but there is just a piece where we need to do some wrestling and make some progress. And what Raquel referred to is we've had a staff person start doing some of that work, so we could figure out, okay, what does the department need to dig into, maybe consult DOJ on, and what could we consult out, because it would be more appropriate there, so we can actually follow through on being that partner and laying that path out for Harney Basin and others.
But that's giving me a little concern, because nothing has been successful. So as a department works, the Department of Justice and figures out what is the legalese path, let's make sure we have those conversations as they unfold. There's always many solicitors out there to get different opinions, so we're gonna have to push this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Just
say.
be honest.
I think we need to bring a creative mindset to this and to convey to the Department of Justice that we're interested in the range of options that are defensible. Essentially, I mean, that's kind of the way I would think about it, if I were the person doing the work. So I would just encourage that.
Road trip to Diamond Valley.
We were expecting the commission to come out shortly sometime this year, and we're gonna make a couple field trips.
Well, I meant going, where was that?
That would be
Nevada?
Nevada.
Oh, Diamond Valley, Nevada.
Nevada.
So Ken's the expert on that one too.
We probably can't move in Nevada.
Big bus trip.
Yeah, so we can go down and back.
We can cross.
Yeah, just cross the line and come back.
And I say that of the comment about creativity as much about, I just like, it's time, we're in a place where we can start to explore beyond what we think are our current boundaries. And because some of these problems, these vexing problems are gonna need to, and if we need some really flexible approaches, and if they don't exist, then we need to see our colleagues in the legislature about what needs to change in order to make those possible, because it really does feel like time to start.
I love hearing that from an attorney.
So, can we also just talk for a minute about recognition, commission recognition? Yeah. Oh, Doug, I'm sorry.
I am reminded of the previous commission meeting we had, I believe it was February. We had a presentation by the Office of Columbia River Department of Ecology, CTEYR, and they presented on their collaborative effort, and the commission thought it appropriate to provide, commissioners made a motion essentially to encourage, to essentially acknowledge the good work that is being done and to encourage that work to continue on. And it may be appropriate to do that very type of motion and acknowledgement here today for the work that has been done to date. Recognition is a big word, yet the plan isn't finished yet. And we've talked a lot about what recognition means. And so I have been provided with a motion that perhaps the commission would entertain. I'll bring that over to you.
Well, that'd be great. And actually, I wasn't suggesting recognition today. I was suggesting more what kind of
I'm sure the chair would
consequences of
consider.
recognition.
I was about to, though,
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
So we don't have to go through the
Yeah.
process we went through in February.
Well, I mean, I don't know that there's anything more to be said about, let's do this. let me just finish my thought though about, I don't know whether there's anything more to be said in our current condition about what it means to have a plan recognized, how that helps a local community who's got a plan. And that's something we struggled with and all, all look at each other and there's no answers there basically. But, and I don't know whether there's anything in 2010 that talks about this, whether any of the potential recognition aspects we talked about made it anywhere in the bill.
Chair Reeves, if I may, House Bill 2010, last I saw the -6 amendments, which I think are the ones that passed. It does establish a water planning fund and does sort of lay out a number of things that would be continuing on place-based integrated water resources planning and incorporating some of the lessons learned from the pilot phase, and does speak to, I think, in rulemaking, figuring out more of what recognition needs and then formalizing it.
Thank you.
That came from some great work group.
Oh, that's good. Okay, so this is a motion to, thank you to whoever drafted this. It's a motion basically to encourage, I think, continue, because I haven't read it, but it looks like it's a motion to approve the statement of the Oregon Water Resources Commission that reads, let me just read it and we can talk about it. Following the June 15th, 2023 presentation by the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, the Commission agrees with the findings of the state agency review that the groundwater process and portion of the plan followed the state planning guidelines. The Commission encourages the collaborative to continue place-based integrated planning in the Harney Basin. So I like where this is headed. I would have liked some more glowing, glowing commentary about it, but maybe drafting that on the fly would be a mistake. And so, what are your thoughts about it?
So moved.
All right, thank you. Second, we have it moved and seconded. I'm just going to say the motion one more time so that. Anyway, so we'll make sure we get this right on the record. So it's been moved and seconded. What's that? To approve the statement of the Oregon Water Resources Commission that reads, following the June 16, 2023 presentation by the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, the Commission agrees with the findings of the state agency review that groundwater process and portion of the plan, that the groundwater process portion of the plan followed the state planning guidelines. The Commission encourages collaborative to continue place-based integrated planning in the Harney Basin. Do we have any further discussion? Nope. All right, let's take a roll. Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Weimer?
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves says yes, and the motion is carried. And I guess I'd just say thank you again. You're breaking some new ground. And we hope to see more of that, to do what we can to support you going forward. Thank you for coming here today, talking to us about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add just more that we are talking about coming out in September, if you will have us.
We'll get a little Diamond Valley. You might have to come a day early.
You mean that the Diamond Hotel in the outfit that?
No.
No, I know. That's not quite to the map.
Yeah. So, a point of order on the agenda. We do have a little more time. If you want to do your other agenda item today?
Yeah, just give you guys a little bit of time tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be great. All right. This item is a project implementation update from the Planning, Collaboration, and Investments section by Kim Fritzover, the section manager.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. As Teresa said, I'm Kim Fritz-Ogren and I manage the PCI section. We'll go with the acronym to save a little bit of time. And similar to other section managers who have come in previous commission meetings, I'm going to be providing an update on the work that my section has done in the last biennium. But because of the timing of when I'm coming to you today in June, I'm also talking a little bit about what is to come for the remainder of the year, given that there's still uncertainty as to what all is coming from the legislative session and where we might need to adapt further. So the planning, collaboration, and investment section, our submission within the department is to build partnerships and incentivize Oregonians to pursue integrated and innovative solutions to complex water management challenges and an uncertain water future. So speaking to that, be creative, collaborative, the partnership side to come alongside our regulatory functions. I think over time, we have all really come to see that you need both. If we want to successfully manage water in Oregon, you cannot solve that through pure regulation. And you also cannot solve it solely through partnership and collaboration. It is a both coming hand in hand. The service areas that we have in our section are these five. We have our strategic investments. So we're seeking to strategically invest in water supply planning, studies, and projects that provide social, environmental, and economic benefits. Adaptive planning. We want to advance water planning and implementation that involves and empowers Oregonians and adapts to changing conditions. Next is accessible information. We seek to connect Oregonians to available data and information to understand their water situation and explore strategies and solutions. Effective coordination is bringing people and resources together through a coordinated approach that achieves results in priority basins and projects. And then finally, cooperative partnerships, where we encourage Oregonians to partner with each other and the state of Oregon to reduce conflict and cooperatively manage water. There's been a lot of conversation today and in previous commission meetings about the significant investment from the 2021 legislative session and the similar, like just as much significant expectation and workload put on the department along with its existing work. And so in aftermath, I guess, of the 2021 legislative session, it was like, okay, we need to prioritize and figure out where we're going. And I just wanted to note really briefly what is guiding the priorities of PCI and how we're trying to sort out, okay, given the resources that we have and the tasks in front of us, how do we make change and get our work done? And so that includes the strategic plan. PCI specifically is supporting our strategic objectives to equip Oregonians to prepare for our collective water future and then investing in solutions. We have a number of legislative directives that were specific to my team that I'll talk about here. We were taking, as Alyssa presented earlier today, she's part of the planning, collaboration, and investment section. She was taking stakeholder input and sorting out plans. We also are considering the time sensitive and critical stage nature of the work. And then finally, because my brain is tired, I can be smart, like how can we be smart about what we're doing? I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. I'll note in the staff report, attachment 1 lays out a 2-pager that talks about the ongoing operations in the section as well as projects and then the work that we haven't been able to take on this biennium. Just briefly, our operations include the annual funding cycles for feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans, and then administering those grants and other direct appropriations that the agency has received over the years. We also support place-based integrated water resources planning. In the last biennium, 3 of the 4 groups received state recognition, and you just heard from the Harney Collaborative. And then we also have done internal department coordination in priority basins, and that is also now expanded to external coordinating with our stakeholder partners as well. When I mentioned the Be Smart, one of the very clear and what I think is a smart direction that we got from leadership in the fall of 2021 is we got this influx of resources and we have a lot of work to do. So let's be smart, let's hire people, let's increase our capacity and prioritize that work instead of trying to tackle all of the work first, right? And so I want to share a little bit of the story of PCI in growing our team over the last biennium. So in June of 2021, my section had 6 authorized positions. There were 4 filled, including myself as the manager. And we had 2 vacant positions. Now today, there are 10 filled positions. We have a temporary person working with us, and then I just received an offer letter, a signed offer letter this week for another staff position. So we now in this biennium have 14 FTE, so more than doubled. We specifically received the authority for 2 limited duration positions and 6 permanent positions. When I mentioned we added a temporary just because of some critical pressing work needs. Over this biennium, depending on how you count, I've run 12 to 14 recruitments, 3 of which failed due to the competitive market, and I've onboarded 10 staff. My section is really unique and interesting in that while we have a couple of folks who've been with the agency for a number of years, 8 out of the 10 staff have been with the agency 18 months or less. It's been really exciting to have new folks join. They're bringing great ideas, they're really excited, but there is a time to like get your feet under you and understand what's going on. And some of them are coming from the water world and that's great, and others are not. They're bringing different skill sets and they have to learn maybe the water side of things. Also in my section, we have a number of completely new to the department positions, which is likewise very exciting, but then there's figuring out, okay, this new role, how does it actually work on the ground? And for example, those are the basin coordinators and the community engagement coordinators. So exciting stuff, but it takes some time to sort things through. The next piece I wanted to talk about, I'm going to go through our service areas. I'm going to do a deeper dive into the strategic investments because you've heard more about some of the planning work that we've done just from the Harney Group. You heard from Alyssa on the Willamette, and so we'll talk about the funding side of things. So for this biennium and continuing beyond, we received direct appropriations that we needed to administer as grants in totaling $46.5 million, which is a huge increase in funds. And those came from different funding pots. So some were federal dollars, some were lottery bonds, some were general fund. They all have their different rules and they all have to be worked out with the specific grantee. So they can take a fair amount of time. Rep. Owens mentioned earlier that the Water Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund was authorized by the 2021 legislative session. It is a fund that can pay for a number of things related to well construction, repairing, abandoning, and replacing wells. And I think we had intended to take the biennium to stand that up because it's pretty comprehensive and had to pivot really quickly, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. more detail later, because we are taking a phased approach. Rep. Owens also mentioned the Harney Domestic Well Remediation Fund on House Bill 3092, and we're still working to stand that up. And that'll be a focus area in the coming months. We're also working on best management practices for community engagements on water projects. That was authorized through House Bill 3293 and brought in a temporary staff person to make sure we could keep that going and keep that as a priority. And then my section also is assuming responsibility for the Water Measurement Cost Share Fund, which was previously handled by our fiscal department, but it just sort of made sense to bring all of the grant and incentive programs into one place. We've also identified some needs to revamp that program for it to have more impact. But we'll talk here in a moment about the priorities setting and how to tackle that.
A quick, oh, it's still on that. Is that 46.5 million a biennial number for all of our programs that make grants or loans?
No.
What is that? What is that?
This 46.5 million are direct allocations of funding to specific entities or to a specific topic area or issue area that's not associated with a competitive fund. So, so this includes like the Big Creek dams and Newport received funding, and the Wallowa Lake Irrigation District received funding for its dam.
This is direct,
yeah. So some where they call out specifically the entity to receive, a couple of others. There were 2 allocations to place-based planning where they said place-based planning, not specifically which groups, but we worked out with before. And then some money for fish passage.
Okay, I didn't understand the direct appropriation because I was having a brain freeze while we talked about that.
Yeah, and it's not an area of business we talk about a lot, because in the past it's been pretty minor, like maybe 1 a biennium versus we're up to 15 this biennium. So on our strategic investment service area in the fall of 2021, this is the work in front of us, right? So manage these operations, these annual funding cycles, and the administering the existing grants, helping people get their money quickly, and then take on all of these projects. And I had 1 grant staff person to do all this work. So we needed to do something about that. And so we tried to be thoughtful as best we could, and tackle this in these 3 different ways. So we sought to increase our capacity. There was a period of time where the legislature acknowledged that we got a bunch of resources, and in some ways there might be duplications and gaps. And agency leadership looked at that. They saw all of this work involved, and they were really nice, and they gave me a second grant position. And that became my #1 priority hire. And I started working right away to hire a second grant person. Then you may recall, so we got a bunch of money in July of 2021, and then more money in September and December, or just December, yeah. And in that space, drought was a huge issue, and a number of household wells were going dry. And they said, hey, we just authorized a well fund. Can you use that to address this problem? And we said, yes, but we originally had this plan where, we weren't going to ask for additional resources. We'd stand it up over probably 2 years' time, and it would be a pretty comprehensive, where we could address commingling and all sorts of different issues. And the legislature said, okay, well, we want you to focus on addressing this high priority area and helping those with low to moderate income in areas impacted by drought or wildfire get water back in their homes. And here are some limited duration positions to help with that work. And so we got a position, another grant staff position, a limited duration position, and some limited duration positions on the technical side and the accounting side. Because our poor fiscal staff, additional $4 to $6 million just in direct appropriations, and then another 5.4 for work. A lot of payments they're processing. So we increased our capacity and then made a note, okay, we're gonna scale back where we can. And that speaks to the outreach and feasibility that we discussed earlier. We're like, okay, we have talked about increasing our outreach, but we're gonna take a step back for a year. We will get there once we have people hired, once we have these programs set up. And then we're like, okay, we have a plan on the resourcing. We still need to prioritize these projects. Some of them need to be sequenced, in November of 2021, I still had one grant staff person and another person was starting on December 13th. I will remember it because I was very excited to have more help. And so in looking at all of the things that we needed to stand up and do, we looked at that need and impact. And so for example, with the 2 well funds, we had a statewide well fund and a geographic specific well fund with the Harney Well Fund. And we're like, well, there's nothing where the Harney folks cannot apply for the statewide well fund. And in fact, the statewide well fund, as we've set it up, you can get up to $40,000 for your well. The Harney Domestic Well Fund has a statutory cap of about $13,000 for both abandonment and replacing the well. And so we're like, okay, we're thoughtful about this. We can help more folks with standing up this statewide well fund. We can learn some lessons from that fund because this is a new business area for us. We're used to giving out grants, but grants to homeowners is a different ballgame. And we can take those lessons and use them on the Harney Domestic Well Remediation Fund. And that's what we're doing right now. We're like, okay, we've had the wharf, is what we call it, up for a year, and we've learned a lot. Let's apply those lessons and be strategic in that sense. And we've just tried to adapt and reprioritize projects along the way. So the wharf program is an example of that. It was not priority number 1 in July, August, September, October for the department. And then legislature in December said, and we pivoted. And so we moved our 1 staff person, and her primary focus was onboarding our 2nd staff person with me and setting up the water well abandonment repair and replacement fund. Likewise, we had to do a bit of a shift in the hiring strategy. So I mentioned we got a limited duration position for the well fund coordinator. I had a really hard time filling that position. So it was a limited duration position we received in December. So I started trying to hire in January, right after the holidays. And folks weren't interested in a position that was only at that point 18 months. And so what we were able to do is be creative and offer a job rotation to another staff person in the agency. So that was a cool opportunity for them. It actually ended up creating another job rotation opportunity, which was good. And then the flip side is that when there's a job rotation, their position is open, right? And so there are impacts to another section as well. So just share that as a little example of what we've been navigating on the grant space in MIT. So I want to talk about then the impact of that just as very briefly. So we chose to stand up the water well abandonment repair and replacement fund through 2 stages. Stage 1 was focused on those of low to moderate income impacted by drought and wildfire. And stage 2 is everything else. And there's a lot of things. We got that up and running June 2nd, I believe, of 2022. We were really shooting for June 1st, but it didn't happen. And then, so in a little less than a year, or a little over a year, excuse me, a year and 2 weeks, we've received 252 applications and who have requested $6.3 million. We've awarded 151 grants and denied 69 applications. We've allocated about $4 million. And currently what is appropriated to us is $5.4 million. And we've closed out 78 of those grants and reimbursed about $2.4 million. We have also, we track a lot of stuff in the grant world. We've received over 1,000 phone calls from folks who are interested in the program, have questions, they want to find out more. Do I qualify? You know, we've had phone calls and conversations with neighbors helping neighbors, right? Hey, I don't qualify, but my 80-year-old neighbor does, and like, you know, this is a tricky thing to tackle and take on. So it's been really cool to see the impact on that front, right? So for those closed out grants mean that the home has water now, right? So 78 homes have water with, and I don't have the numbers of, we know actually how many people are in each household for figuring out qualifying, but it's been really cool. So that is on the funding side, and I'll just briefly talk because it is 5 o'clock on our other service areas. So in this past biennium, you might recall we worked on a planning assessment, as well as worked with a consultant on an independent evaluation of place-based planning. And we staffed the state-supported regional water planning and management work group work. We did a lot of, supported a lot of legislative discussions regarding the water planning fund. And when I put this PowerPoint presentation together, House Bill 2010 had not passed, and the Senate was not convening. And so there is still a question, like we need that bill to pass in order to continue to have the authority to do that work with place-based planning. We will do planning, but what it looks like, we'll need to see what that the legislature does. In terms of accessible information, we partnered with Oregon State University Institute for Natural Resources to develop a water planning explorer and water data and reporting tools, building on the work that the Mid-Coast Planning Partnership spearheaded. They were the ones that first reached out to OSU, and then we talked with OSU like, okay, well, if you're doing this work for the Mid-Coast, can we expand it for the whole state? And are there additional pieces that we want to look at so that folks can begin to more easily access data and information when it comes to water? I'm also very excited. We've hired now 3 community engagement coordinators who will lead public engagement on a number of different department projects, including the Walla Walla groundwater study and the work on the Walla Walla Water 2050 plan, as well as the statewide evapotranspiration and groundwater recharge projects. So involving communities, you know, in these projects so that they are able to provide input and then be invested in the outcomes and use the information in their own water management decisions. And then finally, as you have heard before from Emily and Alyssa, they did basin assessment and work plans for their complex basins. And I've identified a number of projects that we're coordinating and working on. So that's what we've been up to. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are you tired?
I am, Commissioner, I am tired for many reasons, including like within there, you know, I had a kid. So I'm a little sleep deprived, but I'm really excited. When I came to the, when I came to the department, I was told plan is a 4-letter word. And like, we are a regulatory agency, right? So there's been this evolution now where we are a formal section that can say that we plan and partner. And that's really, really exciting. So even when I'm tired, I'm excited.
Where are you housed? Where are you on the org chart?
Yeah, we are a part of the director's office. I think that's the best way to.
Yeah. You know, speaking of that, if you guys have one, maybe not with names, but at some point, it might be helpful for us to get an updated organizational chart because things have changed a lot. And that would
Do
be
that, we're probably still updating it.
Exactly.
It changes daily. It's like the
Send it
stock
to
market.
us.
35 more to go.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. It's changing all the time. But some of the major structures have probably changed, right? Yeah.
There are new sections,
Yeah. We'll work on that. Though.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a, I don't want, it's not a giant priority. I'm just saying if you have one, share with us. So any other questions? Comments? Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Yeah, bravo.
It's good work. Good that we have a section that does this work.
Yeah.
With 10 people, 12 people, 14 people?
When it changes.
Yeah, I think the GRB or GRB proposed 11. I think between our budget bill and House Bill 2010, that is likely to grow.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to adjourn this meeting and see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
So is the restaurant actually in the old mill itself?
Are we
She's
still
got it
on
figured
the
out.
recording?
We're not, still.
Oh, good. What do you